So let's get that up on the screen. At 10:15, Sam McCafferty will be joining us live from Italy. He's the designer of the Ducati Street Fighter V2. He's a Wellington lad. Really looking forward to catching up with Sam. At 11:50, Kevin Williams will be beaming in from the UK, talking survival skills and how to stay safe on the road. At 12:30, Avalon Biddle, Super 600 rider, racer, she'll be joining us. She's a fast rider too. She'll be joining us with some tips and tricks and techniques at around 20 to 1. Dr. Chris Hurren will be joining us from Australia, from Deakin University. He will be talking motocap and how they test the gear that we wear. At 5 to 2, Carl Fogarty, aka Foggy, World Superbike champ and general motorcycling legend, will be joining us. And Amber Early, aka Chaotic Blonde, you might know her from Instagram. She'll be joining us live in studio at 3:15. That's just a little bit of what's going on here today, but we're going right through till 4 o'clock this afternoon. During all of our presentations and demonstrations, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions of everyone. If you want to ask a question, we welcome it. So get your questions in the comment box and just use a hashtag for who you want to ask that question of. If you want to direct that question to Amber, hashtag Amber and your question. If you want to put that to ACC or Ride Forever, hashtag ACC and your question. Nice and simple. We've got representatives here today from ACC, Waka Kotahi New Zealand Transport Agency, New Zealand Roading Police, Ride Forever. We've got motorcycle trainers here today, and they're all here to answer your questions. So put the thinking cap on, challenge them with your questions, and we welcome it. We'll get an answer for you. I tell you what, we've got a massive haul of prizes here today, and I'm going to run through very shortly how we're going to give those away. But I mentioned before, we've got an absolute mountain of new stuff happening on Shiny Side Up Online this year. We've got a car park outside, we've got motorcycles, and we're not afraid to use them. So to tell us more about what's happening outside, let's introduce our other presenter here today. You might know him from the Rock radio station, also an avid Harley fan, Jay Reeve. G'day Jay, how you doing?
Kia ora and good morning. Thank you very much, Ray. Yes, my job today is to be mincing around outside in this beautiful Wellington sunshine, soaking it up, getting a bit of vitamin D into the system, and taking you through all of the demonstration areas. So we've got a mechanicking bay in behind us. We can get all of and tricks to make sure that your bike's up to spec. One of the biggest questions that we often get asked is how to successfully tie down a motorcycle when it's in transit. So we're going to be doing a demonstration of that. This large, gorgeous Harley Davidson behind me will be tipped on its side, and Avalon will be showing us how, even if you are a petite individual, how you can correctly pick up these big bikes. And it's going to be action stations with rider demonstrations. It's all on, and luckily for me, I get to soak it all up outside. All of those questions, as Ray said, will be pitched to all of the instructors and the professionals that we have on board, so make sure you fire them through. We'll get through every single one of them if we can. Back to you in the studio, Big Ray.
Thanks, Jay. We'll catch up with you about 11:05 for some bike maintenance down in the workshop there. Joining me now in the studio, though, is Dave Kelty. Dave, the father of Shiny Side Up. Dave, I hope I'm not being rude in saying that, but Shiny Side Up is kind of your baby, right? You've been here since the start.
I've been here since the start, that's right. The start of riding
motorbikes. ACC, I pay 2 expensive motorcycle registrations, but I can only ride 1 bike at a time. Come on, boys.
We built the coaching program, and as we developed and we became more and more better known, and we were looking for new things to do to engage the riding community, fantastic opportunity came up through NZTA, Waka and we came up with a plan to put on the Shiny Side Up Bike Fest. That was way back in 2016. It was originally just a one-off, or we thought it was supposed to be a one-off just in Wellington, held at the Southwards Car Museum. Fantastic event. Oh my Lord, did that go off. We had well over 1,500 people attend. We had some fantastic feedback about it, and what that led to was the next year we got contacted from other councils and riders asking us to, are we going to do it again? So we thought long and hard, how are we going to do that? You know, do we source the funding and everything else? Put it together real quick. And during that time, we brought in people like Brittany Morrow, Kevin Williams came on board, and Kevin's still here talking this afternoon, as you said. Really, really positive event. It grew over the years from being what was a bike festival outside at the event, bringing all your riders together and sharing really what we were doing as government agencies, to allow riders to know what it is, that's going on, because up until then it was quite blind, and riders weren't sure what was happening, and we got constant questions. So we decided to put it on, open up to everybody, bring the right people on board so they could all ask questions of us, and we could sort of close some of those myths down and actually put some truth into it.
And I think a lot of people appreciate that openness, open to answering the tough questions.
Absolutely.
So what can riders, what can viewers get out of today?
Today's going to give the viewers a fantastic opportunity. Again, like we say, pose those questions. Ask us what you want to know. What's been sitting, or what have you heard in your from your mates and at your barbecues and things like that. What do you know? What do you think is right? What do you think is wrong? If you're unsure, send us a message. Like Ray said, we've got people here that'll be able to answer that. I've been in Ride Forever for a long time, been with ACC for a long time. I'm sure that I'll be able to answer all of the questions, and if not all, then we'll get back to you after I've done a bit of a look-see and come back and let you know what's going on.
So if you don't know the answer, you're going to find it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Nothing's hidden. So,
awesome. Thanks, Dave Kelty. You'll be joining us on the Q&A panel today. So if you've got a question for Dave or for any of the team, just remember to put a hashtag ACC or hashtag Ride Forever, hashtag NZTA, and then your question, submit it through, and you'll be in the draw to win some wicked prizes. First up, though, and I mentioned the massive prize pool we've got here today. A fixture of the Shiny Side Up Bike Fest events, if you've joined us for one of those in the past, and somehow we've managed to incorporate it into the online event today. I don't know how, the boffins out the back, they managed to do it, is the Show and Shine. We've got the best part of 40 motorcycles entered in the Show and Shine, and we need your help to decide the winner. So head to shinyside-up.co.nz. You can see all the entries there, and jump on the Shiny Side Up Facebook page to put your, get your votes in. Pick the number of the bike, which is your favourite, and hit the like button. And that'll be your vote, nice and easy. We'll take the top three at around about 10 to 3 this afternoon, and we'll put them to the Q&A team. They'll decide first, second and third. And they win some massive prizes. First place picks up a muck-off kit, a paddock stand of their choice, and $100 MTA gift vouchers. Those MTA gift vouchers are like gold at the moment, aren't they? And the runner-up will pick themselves up a muck-off cleaning kit as well. Whew, that's a big one. So make sure you get your votes in for the Show and Shine, but also we've got the Ride Forever Summer of Riding competition running. Simple to get in the draw for this. Sign up for a Ride Forever course. It's going to cost you like $50. That's peanuts, really, for a day out riding with like-minded individuals. So sign up for the Ride Forever course, complete it within 6 months, and you're in the draw for that Summer of Riding competition. It's a massive prize. It's well worth signing up. The winner will take themselves away a set of tyres to the value of $600, a warrant of fitness. Now, we're not going to pay for like fixes on the bike, but we're going to pay for the warrant of fitness check. Rego to the value of $500, an MTA fuel voucher to the value of $500, and a service voucher to the value of $600. Now, there are some minor T's and C's involved. You must live in New Zealand. Vouchers will be issued from a New Zealand retailer, not online. But that Ride Forever Summer of Riding competition, the prize is well worth entering. So, to reiterate, sign up for a Ride Forever course here today, complete it within 6 months, and you're in the draw. We've also got, for all of our questions and comments today, they'll be going into one of 2 prize draws. We're splitting it in 2. So around about midday, we'll make the first draw, and just before we finish this afternoon, we'll make the second draw. So put your questions through to either of the panels or any of the talented presenters here today, and we'll get you in the draw. The first prize, just before midday, will be to the value of $1,720, I might add, a no-drag backpack, a Pack Talk Bold Duo Intercom Bluetooth kit, a muck-off prize pack, a MTA gift voucher to the value of $100, and a tubeless tyre repair kit. So that's a massive prize. We're going to do that just before midday, as I mentioned, and this afternoon's prize pack, the second one, is a set of tyres to the value of $600, a 3-litre hydration backpack, a GPS tracker, a muck-off kit, a MTA gift voucher to the value of $100, and that whole prize pack, $1,500 worth of goodies, could be all yours. So that's just some of the prizes we've got to give away today. As I said, we've got a lot. We've got spot prizes for the best question or comment from each of our presenters. We've got stacks of other stuff which we'll talk about as we make our way through the day. And we've also got a survey at the end of today. If you'd like to let us know how we went with today's show, Shiny Side Up Online, you could be in the draw to win a $100 MTA gift voucher there as well. So remember, all of our presenters and gurus here today are here to answer your questions. Challenge them. We welcome you to put the hard questions to them. Just put a hashtag of who you want to ask that question of. Hashtag ACC, hashtag NZTA, hashtag New Zealand Police, and your question, chuck it in the comment box on whatever platform you're watching today's live stream on. Questions are the big thing here today, and we want to make sure every question is answered. So let's cross back to Jay now, who is with our Q&A panel, and let's introduce the people on the Q&A panel. Jay.
Yes, here is the Q&A panel. All of those questions will be fired our way. And so just as Ray was saying, make sure you direct them with the hashtag panel and even the person that you actually want to be firing those questions at. Now, to introduce our team, we'll start with the beauties and then we'll get to the beasts. Amber Early, otherwise known as the chaotic blonde, motorcycle enthusiast and one of the leading chargers and change makers in female riding apparel, and making sure that the girls that are riding have got everything that they need and that they're all covered up and safe as well. So welcome to the panel, Amber. It's great to have you here with us. Thank you for coming in. Obviously, next to Amber is Avgas, Avalon Biddle. No stranger to getting the knees and elbows down and ripping around tracks. All of those questions, fire them through, and the girls will take care of them as well. As many. They're wanting to be challenged, so please, by all means, challenge them. The floating head over the back there is Dave Keelty from ACC, representing ACC, and I'm expecting some curly ones to be sent his way. There's a lot of people that have a lot of misconceptions about what it is that he does and where that money goes. You are paying for it in your registration costs, and he is in charge. He's got the FPOS card on that one as well, so fire those questions through. I love dispelling the myths. When I first met him, we had a ding-dong battle, and I got absolutely owned, so I challenge him to do the same. Next to Dave, a man that needs no introduction. He's basically created every single road that there is here. Jeff Werner, if he doesn't know it, it's actually not worth knowing from Waka Kotahi. A wealth of knowledge, and once again, a lot of curly questions to be fired his way, and he is up for it. He is ready. What he doesn't know isn't worth knowing. And a large human, the big guy, Sergeant Peter Souter from the New Zealand Police. The serious crash unit as well, a motorcyclist. His wife is a motorcyclist. His daughter is a motorcyclist. Massive enthusiast, wealth of knowledge when it comes to unpacking the situations that we as motorcyclists can get ourselves into. So once again, that is your panel. Fire through those questions. Make sure you use the hashtag panel and direct it at the person who you want to answer that question, and we'll do our very, very best to get them all done. Remember, as Ray said, lots of prizes up for grabs, so get them in, you got to win.
Awesome, thanks Jay. On top of the massive amount of knowledge sitting in that room, we've got a trainer panel here today. Our trainers, they're all avid motorcyclists, they're trained motorcycle trainers. Trainers? Yeah, I guess that works. They're also Ride Forever facilitators. So on the trainers panel today, we've got Dan Ormsby, Karen Bedwell, and Duncan Seed sitting at home on their Zoom. G'day guys, how are we doing? Great to have you along here today. And if you've got a question relating to anything they can answer, put it to them. You know, challenge the old grey matter. Put hashtag trainers and then your question in the comment box. We'll catch up with them shortly, or as the day goes on, but time is marching on. Very shortly, we're going to be crossing to Italy, live to Italy, to talk to a Ducati designer. Sam McCafferty is an ex-Wellington lad. We're going to catch up with him very shortly. But before we do, let's bring in someone you probably know quite well, Charlie Borman, to welcome in Shiny Side Up Online. Some slight technical difficulties there, so we'll just move along. There's the first one for the day. Hopefully we won't have too many more. So yes, if you've got a question, we'd love for you to chuck it up in the comment box with that hashtag. Okay, chuck up a hashtag who you want to ask that question of, get in the draw to win those massive prize packs. I mentioned I'm surrounded by prizes in the studio, and you'll see them as we move through the day. Let's move to our first presenter. We're going to catch up with a Wellington lad from Italy. He's the designer for Ducati, designed the Street Fighter V2, I believe. Sam McCafferty. Have we got Sam on the line? G'day, Sam. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Hey, thanks very much for taking the time to have a chat with us at Shiny Side Up. No
problem. It's always nice to talk to New Zealand.
Yeah. You're in Italy now, yes?
Yep, I'm in Bologna, Italy right now. It's a bit late now, but I'm over here now.
Oh, well, thank you. We'll try not to keep you up too late. Sam, first question.
Fine.
How does a Wellington lad...
Guys, I'm just responding to someone who's said some advice for new riders coming winter weather rides. So I was going to say do a ride for everyone,
honestly, but once you string it all together, it's quite a clear road in a way. Originally, I did my studies at Massey University in New Zealand at the Industrial Design School there, and from there I did a transport design paper working with Honda motorcycles in Europe, and eventually I ended up doing an internship with Honda Design down in Rome, and from there I sort of started to learn the industry, and then from that I went over to America for a bit to do product design and cars and transport stuff in that area. And when I was over there, I got a call from Ducati, and they said, "Do you want to come over to Bologna and work for us?" And I said, "Absolutely." So that's the short version of it, but yeah, a lot of things led to where I am now.
Wow, yeah, that would be a no-brainer. Somebody from Ducati's on the phone to you. Do you want to come over? Yeah, why not?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
So, talk to us about the design of the Ducati Street Fighter V2. I mean, obviously there's a bit more that goes into it than just getting a pen and scribbling some wheels and a tank. And how do you? Obviously, there's a long answer there, but in a succinct way, how do you do that?
Well, first of all, it's a huge honor to have designed a bike for Ducati. We have we have a very talented team here, and obviously it's not just me working on the bike. I was the guy that drew the first picture and and sort of was part of a lot of the steps along the way, but it's a huge team that works here, and there's some incredible people that I'm learning so much off. But essentially, we have the product brief, and we say, okay, we want to do the Street Fighter V2, and we talk about who is going to lead that project. In this case, they picked me. This sort of process is different for every project. Often as designers, we compete for the projects. So we propose our own version of a particular bike, and everybody looks at it, the upper management, and they decide which direction they want to go to. But in terms of the Street Fighter V2, I was chosen to lead that one from the offset. And for me, it was a real. For me, it was amazing because the fighter family has been one of my favorites for a long time. So I was excited from word go about this project, and got right to the initial sketches. And I was quite happy straight away, which is unusual as a designer. Usually you take a little while to be happy with it, but then it's going through the process. So I mean, the first sketches, checking with the boss, is it all right, adjusting little things, but we are drawing with hand straight off the bat, and then working on the in Photoshop to make them refined and nicer. And then we move through to the clay process, which I can speak a little bit more in detail a little bit later if you want. And then it's obviously working a lot with engineers. While this is the Street Fighter V2, it is a very, very different bike to its older brother. Its bigger brother, the V4. So there's a lot of work behind this bike as well.
Cool. How does the interaction between you and, say, the mechanical engineers work? Once you've got a drawing or you've got a model, how does that kind of play out?
So, I mean, we're talking from word go, as you know, that a motorcycle is a very technical piece of equipment. There's many things that go into it. You guys know that as well as I do. But, from word go, we're really discussing about, potential, not problems, but, parts you need to be aware of on the package, the engine plus the frame plus all the parts that make up the motorcycle. So we're always talking to the engineers. Luckily at Ducati, we're quite close to them. So we have the design center, then right next to that is actually Ducati Corsa. And then next to that, we have, the engineers and stuff. So they're always very close. Obviously, it's been a little bit more difficult with this COVID situation recently. but the engineers are always close, and we can go talk to them very freely. So we have meetings all the time. There's set meetings each week where we discuss the key points, but impromptu meetings are always the go, and you have a point of reference for who you can talk to at all times. And for me as a designer, I love the technical side of things as well. I'm starting to get used to it now, but when I first arrived, it was pretty magical to start talking the sort of technical side of things to the engineers that we have over here at Ducati. So yeah, it's a cool thing, and we're always having a constant communication with them. So sometimes it gets a little bit difficult, trying to find the right solution. I'm trying to do a nice, a beautiful thing, and they're trying to do the technical side of things. But eventually we always find a way to achieve it. So yeah, it's a real back and forth.
Is there much clash when you're designing something that may be beautiful but not necessarily functional, or it's just a conversation between you to work it out the best place?
We always have to keep the functional thing in mind. So when if we're designing something, we really just can't throw a beautiful fairing or fuel tank at them. We have to keep in mind, how much liters does that fuel tank need? Which material is it built out of? How is it attaching to the components around it? So we have to understand these things, but sometimes there has to be a bit of give and take between beautiful design and functionality. So there's always a bit of back and forth, and sometimes they really don't want to do it. But we sort of know when to lean on each other when we need to find the right solution. But some parts are harder than others. But yeah, in general, we get to the right solution in the end. So yeah.
It's a stunning looking motorcycle. I personally would love to ride one. I can't wait to ride one. How much of the design that we just had up on the screen there, how much of that was given to you to begin with versus how much how much prerequisite was there versus how much you came up with yourself? Obviously you did the final design, but
yeah, so a lot of the bikes have what we call carryover pieces. In this case, the fuel tank is as it is on the Panigale V2. And also the headlight unit is the same as the V4. Sorry, but in general, and the engine is the Super Quadro, the V2 Super Quadro, which is slightly adjusted for the Street Fighter family. There's a lot of other components which look very similar to the Panigale, the sibling, but they are quite different. For example, the subframe under the seat, we have to work to optimize that. Also, the seat itself is quite different to adjust to the ergonomic riding position of the Street Fighter motorcycle. So there's a lot of small things that we have to do to optimize it to be better for this type of bike. So yeah, while there's not, in some areas there's not obvious changes, we did work quite hard to optimize it. The rest of it, the side fairings, the wings, the radiator covers, the lower cowl. It's all done with me, and it's all trying to make the bike work in a beautiful way. Obviously, the V2 being the sibling of the younger brother of the V4, we wanted to keep that family feeling, and we wanted to ensure that it was a true Ducati. But the tank of the V2 is quite a different form language to the V4. The V4 is quite sharp and aggressive, whereas the V2 fuel tank is much more sensual and flowing. So I really had to look at that and be like, how can we have that V4 Street Fighter, family feeling, but use this slightly different design language to create a beautiful bike. So that was the first thought, and then we moved on from there. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sam. Just a reminder to our viewers here today as well, get your questions and your comments in through to us with the hashtag Sam. We've got a set of hot grips to give away very shortly to the best question or question or comment. Sam, let's wind back the clock a little bit to when you're a young fellow. I understand you grew up around Eastbourne here in Wellington. Was design in general something you always wanted to do, or how young were you when you kind of came up with that?
It's always been on my mind. I've always been an artist firstly, and I've always loved vehicles. Primarily, it was cars when I was younger, and I still love cars to this day. But now it's an equal passion between all things that go relatively fast. But but yeah, it's always been a passion. And once I realized I could turn my artistic passion into once I realized I could combine my artistic passion with my love for fast vehicles, that was the moment it all clicked. And I do remember that point. Actually, I was quite young. I was under 10 years old, and I was walking the dog with my mother, and my mum told me about how I can actually become a transport designer, and that really turned a light on in my head. And from then I was thinking, like, how can I be a vehicle designer? And that's what pushed me to do my studies at Massey and then onwards from there. So I mean, yeah, design's always been in my blood, and I'm not sure if it was my first idea, but
do you have any old sketches from, you know, your school days or your early days that you kind of bring forward or you look at for inspiration, that sort of thing?
It's a funny story because my mum always used to save my old sketches, and I thought, I couldn't stand them. I hated them because I was embarrassed. I was getting better every year, and I was like, oh, those old sketches are just terrible. But you know, I remember a few years ago, you know, actually, I think when I was moving to Italy, she brought them all out, and I didn't realize she'd kept so many of them, just folders and folders. You know, these sketches that are on the screen right now, and thinking, you know, come a long way since drawing on my maths book and not concentrating on maths. but yeah, I love to look back at the old sketches, and next time I'm in New Zealand, I'll get them back out again and have a look for sure.
Is it hard to, coming from New Zealand, avoid the shadow of, you know, the Britain V1000? And do you get asked about that very often?
Oh yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's a shadow, because I mean it is a shadow, but it's something you're proud of for sure. It's by far and away one of the most recognized bikes in the world, and you get asked about it very, very often. One thing I always like to point out, that down the road from my parents' house, there's the V1000's down in Te Papa. So, and that always blows people's minds that it's so readily available to go see, for me in my hometown. But yeah, it's absolutely living in the shadow. I mean, not just John Britton, but Monroe and McLaren, you know, names like that, you know, they're still well known. And I can, you know, design something towards that level of importance, but you know, a way to go yet.
During your tertiary education, you got the opportunity to work with the team from Honda. Tell us a bit about that.
Sure. So, you know, like I said earlier, I got the opportunity through a paper that Massey University ran, and that was run by the design boss of Honda R&D Europe, called Paolo Cuccagna. He's a really nice guy, and he's still working there at this time here. And they invited me over to Rome to do 3 months of internship with them. And I was quite a junior designer, but you know, they had faith in me, and they saw something in me. And you know, I had an amazing time over there. I was dropped in the deep end a bit. I'd never been to Europe before, but you know, I learned just incredible amounts in those 3 months. And they actually invited me back for another 6 months after that. So I came back to New Zealand for a little bit of time. And then I ended up taking a year off university and just going to work for Honda. So at that stage, we were working a bit on sort of more conceptual projects as interns. But we also got an opportunity to work on some of the production bikes as well. And while I was there, I got to see some of the, you know, the best designers in Italy working on production Hondas. The Africa Twin was being done there, you know, as an example, when I was there. So, I mean, for me, coming from New Zealand, actually getting to see a real life design studio was super inspirational. And I guess that's where the Italian journey also started. So, and some of my colleagues at Honda, I work with now at Ducati as well. So the journey continues.
Outstanding. Do you get to ride a lot of motorcycles? Have you ridden many over in Italy? Have you ridden your bike yet?
So the first couple of years, I had a Panigale. So when I first came over to Italy, my number one goal was find the first Panigale I could get my hands on and take it away. So that was cool. You know, the first year riding, you know, all the passes, Stelvio, Gavia, you know, all the passes around the Dolomites. And that was a really good time. From there, I need to do my Italian license, which is still a work in progress. So, and was not been easy with COVID. Unfortunately, there's a few barriers in the way of that right now, but I'm hoping to have that sorted by the end of the year. So, back on the bikes over here again soon.
Outstanding. What is there part of that the V2 that you've designed? Is there part of that has a backstory, or is there something that just looking at the picture we may not see, but you can explain a little bit? Is there a special part of that bike?
Well, I think if you go, I don't know if you can go back to the first slide of the side view of the bike. Maybe, yeah. So for me, one thing. You should be able to draw about 3 or 4 lines, and it should be recognizable as that particular type of bike. So what I really wanted to do was create a sensation of flow through the entire motorcycle. So from the tip to the tail, I wanted to create sort of one line that you can draw through the bike. So you can see that if you go from the tail and you go around through the wings, and then the flick off the black plastic piece, and then moving down towards the lower cowl. For me, I've created that movement through the tail, through the tank, and out the bottom of the motorcycle, and also the shoulder continues along through to the front face as well. Unfortunately, we have the sketch here to show those lines, but for me, I've created the bike using some simple lines to create a beautiful Ducati name. I should hope. So yeah, I guess one of the best, my favorite thing about it is the flow of the lines, and they were drawn in the first sketch as well. And I'm very pleased to have carried that design philosophy right through to the end of the motorcycle, into the design, the final design. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, so that bike has been designed. It's in production now, I believe.
Yes.
What's next? What's next for Sam? Are you working on more bikes? Are you working on other people's bikes? What's the story?
We have a million projects. No, I mean, the Street Fighter was done quite a long time before it was actually released. So, and we're always working on a number of projects at any given time. So, while this bike was being released, I was always already, well deep into my next projects, and they're keeping me really busy, also right now. So, I think we have some really exciting stuff coming. And I learned a lot of lessons from this bike as well. Of course, you're always learning as a designer, and we have some great other designers here at Ducati as well, who I can really, bounce ideas off and hopefully use the lessons I learned from this to make the next one, just as good and even better. So, I'm excited to apply those lessons in these next projects.
Outstanding. Can you go into any detail on what you might have learned from the design process of this bike?
A lot of it comes down to some of the technical stuff as well. You understand a lot about how the bike works and stuff, but there's a lot of little tricks and stuff that you can optimize in your design throughout your time. So now going into my next projects, I can preempt certain technical difficulties, or where I can exploit certain things to optimize the design. Whereas this one, they sort of came at me a bit. I was fighting fires as they were going, whereas the next bikes I can sort of anticipate that and try and design better solutions for it up front, as opposed to having surprises all the time. So it's all part of the learning curve. I feel like we resolved everything on this bike, but I think I can do it more efficiently on my next project. So yeah, that's the biggest takeaway from this. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone's always learning, right? We're always learning. What are your thoughts on the impact of tech and moving forward with tech and safety and that sort of things? Where do you think we're heading with motorcycles?
Well, I can really only speak on a personal level for this kind of area, but from what I've seen, I'm seriously excited about everything. Of course, there's always the question about alternative powertrains and stuff. I think there's room for both all powertrains at the moment. I think the bikes as we know them now have still got a strong future, but from what I've seen in other areas, not just drive, but safety and performance, styling. I think there's some really interesting things to come. But yeah, honestly, I think now is one of the best times to be a motorcycle designer, or a transport designer in general, almost as far as saying as just a designer in general, because the world is changing. And right now we have an opportunity to really push design. And so I truly believe that now is a really good time to be a designer, and especially a motorcycle designer.
Brilliant. I saw in a story somewhere, and going back to what we talked about a little bit earlier on, the interaction between you as the designer and the test riders.
Yep.
What kind of feedback would you get from a test rider, and how can that impact the design of the bike?
So this is a really interesting point for me, and I always really enjoy talking to the test riders at Ducati, because they offer very interesting insight. They're talking about riding on track, but they're also talking about riding on the road and the differences between them and that sort of thing. And these guys can feel just millimeters in a bike. If we change the swing arm by 1 millimeter, it'll transform the bike, and they can realize that we push the surfaces out in the fuel tank 1 or 2 millimeters, and they feel it straight away. So what we do, to give an example, we have this phase called the clay, where we make a motorcycle model basically out of clay, and we create the first surfaces using this material. And then often what we'll do is we'll get the guys the test riders to come in and sit on it to test the ergonomics, and that's sort of the first phase of testing the ergonomics. And from that point, we can really start to optimize everything and find the exact right balance for the motorcycle. But when they're talking to us, they can really explain things down to the absolute smallest margin, and they realize things that you might not have thought of. And when we get the reports from them, when they go off to Nardo or Mugello or something like that as well, and and it's really interesting to read their feedback, because they push these bikes really hard. It's always interesting to see the prototypes come back as well. They're a bit battered. But it's fantastic to read the feedback, and for me as a motorcycle fan, it's very cool to see.
Now, you mentioned licensing in Italy, and you need to get your license,
Sure.
or it's an ongoing process. What does it cost to get a license in Italy at the moment?
As far as I'm aware, it's about €1,000, which is $1,600. And of course, it's all in Italian, which is starting to become less of a problem for me. But yeah, it's a lot more expensive than I paid in New Zealand, put it that way.
Brilliant. Now, just a reminder to our viewers, we're going to open up the floor to our viewer questions very shortly. We've got a set of hot grips for the motorcycle to give away to the best question or comment. So get your questions into the comment box, #Sam, and we'll put them to Sam in a moment. A few coming through now. But Sam, how far ahead of the market are you working? Like, when did you start designing this bike? How long ago and how long has the process been?
Well, I can sort of explain it in terms of general timelines. Usually when we have a bike which is using an existing engine, we're designing. It takes about 3 years. So this bike took around 2.5 to 3 years to design. Whereas if we're doing a brand new engine, it usually takes around 4 years. So we are anticipating the market quite far ahead. And it's always something we have to be really careful with. Are we making the right decision for now, or are we making the right decision for the future? So yeah, we're definitely working quite far ahead.
Brilliant. It's a stellar looking bike. It really is. I think I don't know the first thing about design, but I think you've done a fantastic job.
Some questions. My job. Thank you.
Some questions coming through. Simon on Facebook says, Ducati have taken over the Moto E Championship from Energica, and congrats. I've been riding the electrics for the past few years, and it's great to see another major manufacturer get involved. Have you had a chance to check out any of the electric bikes and ride them and see how they perform?
I've had a close-up look. I haven't actually ridden one properly. I've had a close-up look at a couple of them, including the Moto E project, which I have to say is amazingly beautiful in person. And it's one of those things that really gives me excitement for the future. I've had a quite close look at the Zero range as well. I think there's still some for those bikes in general. The production for production electric bikes and that for the road in that general area. I think there's still a way to go, and I think we can work together as designers globally to make these products a bit better. So I think, like I said before, there's exciting times to come for all brands around the world.
How do you, and this is a question from Facebook, Gillian Matthew writes, how do you balance the need for a distinctive design with practicality? I mean, we touched on it a little bit earlier on, but maybe you can go into detail a little bit more there.
Sure, it's a good question. I think of course, the bike needs to be very good in terms of the technical side of things. For Ducati, it has to be the best in all aspects. But in saying that, it also has to be beautiful. We have to answer the question first: is it a Ducati? And a true Ducati is very beautiful. So we have to be very careful of that balance. But I believe that the best bike's the one that ticks all those boxes. And so we work very, very hard to understand all the technical aspects and really explore the ways we can combine that with the best aesthetics as well. Occasionally there's some give and take, but we're really trying to do our absolute best to be the best of both worlds.
We've got a question from SPR Ninja via our YouTube feed. There's a large prevalence of winglets on modern road bikes, the Panigale V4, etc., at road speeds. Are these particularly functional, and are they mainly for aesthetics?
I've seen the data, and when you see the data, it really makes you believe in them a lot more. Of course, for us mere mortals, sometimes it's a bit much to push the bikes to those limits. But they are really adding a lot of downforce, and they're really assisting the bike, and particularly things like corner exit, that sort of thing. You'll notice that with the V2 on screen that we have them as removable. So you can choose whether you want to have them or not. But yeah, I thought them a little bit strange at first myself as well, but slowly but surely I've really come around to believing that they're a really good tool for motorcycle riding.
Now, being the designer of a motorcycle and having gone through the process dealing with the test riders and getting a bike perfect, ready to go to market, do you have any thoughts when it comes to that bike being purchased and then modified by its owner?
That's a good question. No, not really. Obviously, we always have our opinions about particular modifications and whatnot. Personally, I wouldn't change a thing. But no, I think bikes are a very personal product. So we always have to think about what people are going to want to do to it as well. And we are involved in also the official accessories for these bikes, but we always know that they are going to be modified outside our control. But like as I said, a motorcycle is a hugely personal product, and I think it's fantastic when I see these bikes being modified to suit the owner's needs.
I noticed the design that we had on the screen there was red. Was that a choice of yours, or is that the Ducati way? What's the story there?
The bike always has to look good in red first. It's a thing that really is a thing over here in Italy. We have to make the bike look great in red first, and then we can start to play with other ideas. But yeah, the bike should be red to start with.
Sean T asks on YouTube, will we be seeing hybrid bikes in the future?
Like I said before, I think every area has merits. I haven't actually seen any on the road as of yet, so I can't comment too much on it. Production bikes, but I think, like I said, every powertrain has an exciting future right now.
We've got a lot of questions actually coming through regarding the electric car, electric motorcycle, hybrid motorcycle market. I'm paraphrasing Emma McIntosh's question from YouTube, but is there a different design system? Is there a difference in design between your internal combustion engine motorcycle and, say, an electric? Do you have to take different things into account?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a bike like the Zero or something, it's very, very evident that the bike is a very different canvas, you could say. Whereas with a combustion engine bike, you're basing it all around the engine, the frame, the subframe, the forks. Whereas looking at the electric bikes, you have you're sitting on the battery pack and you sort of build it modularly around that. There's always the question of, do you need a fuel tank? Which a lot of people say, oh, you don't need one anymore. But in the end, the fuel tank is quite a good component for ergonomics. So you really have to consider what's most important when you're riding the motorcycle. So while some things remain the same, a lot of other things change on the technical side of things. And I think this is where the opportunity for manufacturers globally, I think there's design opportunity there to really play with bikes a bit.
Malcolm Taylor's got a question regarding testing when it comes to seating, and I guess that comes down to ergonomics. How much kind of time goes into it? Where in the design process do you talk about ergonomics and test that sort of thing?
So that's also a good question. We really work a lot on the ergonomics. So to use the V2 the Street Fighter V2 as an example, again, I think that seat went back and forth between us and the technical office and the testing department. Must have been, it was many times, many times, 1 millimeter here, 2 millimeters there. The center line up, down, make it smaller, wider. They really push to find the exact right balance in that area. Obviously, it's difficult to find the balance for every rider, but we're trying to find that correct balance. So yeah, I mean, we have the testing department which does that sort of stuff, and they're always in constant contact with us, and we go down and see the bikes as well, the prototypes and that, and we can physically see them and talk to these guys about it and work together to find the right solution.
Is it a relaxed process, or are you under the pump at certain points? Does it get frustrating, the length of time it takes, or is it quite a quick system?
There is times when it's quite tense, and it does get a little, quite stressful at times. Really trying to find that correct solution. A lot of times in design, there's no black and there's no black and white. There's no immediate correct answer that you're trying to get towards. It's sort of trying things, and sometimes that you get the result that you're after pretty much immediately. At other times, it just takes forever, and you think, "Oh, I'm the worst designer in the world. I can't do this." But if you persevere and continue on, then you always get there in the end. But sometimes it can be frustrating, and also on the technical side of things as well. Sometimes there's a real big technical problem. You have to all work together, and sometimes it can be a real headache. But there is always an answer. It's just never black and white immediately. But that's design for you.
Now remember, get your questions through to Ask Sam. We've got another few minutes, and we've got a set of hot grips to give away to our best question or comment here today. Drummer Drum says, Sam, how do you keep up with the future of tech? And I've lost the question now, it's disappeared. The future of tech and OE supplier when designing. How do you keep up with the future?
So we're always interacting with suppliers, and of course we're all fans of design and technology as well. So we're on every blog, we're looking at all the websites, and we're all talking to each other as well. But we're always in constant contact with our suppliers and trying to understand what we could be adding into the future, and how we can move with the times a bit. But we follow events like CES in Las Vegas and various tech events around the world. We look at various examples in other industries, automotive, cellular technology and that sort of stuff, to really understand how could we apply this into the future. So I think as a designer, that's our responsibility, to be on top of this sort of thing and really be thinking about how we can take the next step into the future.
Troy Snedden's asking, do you design more than one bike at a time? Are you working on multiple projects, or are you focused on one thing?
It'd be nice to just focus on one thing, but no, we're working on multiple bikes at any given time, and that's across all designers. So lots of projects.
We've got a question here. I'm just going to struggle with the pronunciation, so I'm not going to do them the disservice of ruining their name. But what bike specification do you like yourself? What kind of engine size, weight? Do you stick to Ducati? Is there something else out there that you're looking at going, oh, I like a bit of that?
I've actually personally I've only ever owned Kawasaki's. So I some Kawasaki's before my time with Ducati, and I really liked them. They were a good piece of kit. But of course, my dream bike was always the Panigale. So like I said earlier, as soon as I got to Ducati, I found a way to get hold of a 959 Panigale, and it was white. And yeah, I couldn't believe my luck. I couldn't believe my eyes when I got hold of that thing. So to answer your question properly, I'm more of a superbike guy. I like the superbikes, and I like them probably as powerful as possible. So I think if I was in the market today and I had a full wallet, I'd probably be after a V4 Panigale.
Are there any, and this is another question from Facebook, are there any, what Ducati would be the ideal Ducati for beginners?
So we have right now we've got the Monster, which was released last year, I believe, which we worked really hard to make it a proper and true Ducati, a performance motorcycle. But there's a lot of things which make it a bit more user friendly for people who are moving into the sports bike world. So that would be my first recommendation. But we also have the smaller Scrambler as well. So there's options there, but definitely have a look at the Monster. It's a fantastic bit of kit.
Tim Wong on YouTube asks, is it encouraged to bring in influences and knowledge from past experiences with other manufacturers, or does this all get left in the door in favour of a unique Ducati project or product?
It's also a really good question, actually. Of course, you have to be careful about insider secrets and stuff like that. But no, I think a Ducati has a very specific look to it, and the way we work is quite specific as well. So you're definitely coming into the studio and you're doing a Ducati, but there is obviously a lot of lessons in every industry that we can learn design-wise. So we are bringing in influences from other areas and being like, who's doing what right, and how can we do that? How can we bring that into our Ducati ethos? And that's not just other bike manufacturers, that's other car companies, the Volkswagen, inside the Volkswagen group, outside the Volkswagen group. It's an industry's, product design, nautical, looking at fighter jets, that sort of thing, and trying to think how can we bring it into our design studio.
Fantastic. Sam McCafferty, designer of the Ducati. I should say that properly, shouldn't I? Street Fighter V2. Hey, thank you very much for taking the time to have a chat with us. I know it's late at night in Italy, so thank you for making the time to join us on Shiny Side Up. When are you coming home?
I'm actually coming home end of May, so first time in about 3 years. So I'm very excited to be back down under for a bit. Brilliant.
Hey, thanks very much for your time, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Awesome event, and hope to hopefully see some of you guys soon.
And all of those questions, sorry if I didn't get to your question, but we do have a winner. All of those questions went in the draw. Julian Matthews, congratulations. Asked the question on Facebook. You'll be taking yourself away a set of hot grips for either a cruiser or a set of dirt hot grips, by the looks of it. Thank you very much for joining us for Shiny Side Up Online 2022. We now need to cross back to our Q&A panel and catch up with Jay and check out some of the questions that are being asked.
How good to get those insights from Sam. Amazing stuff, and so inspirational knowing that you can be a young buck from right here in good old Aotearoa and still manage to make it on the big stage. The questions have been flooding in. The team here have been working feverishly to make sure that they get them all answered for you. Some very search and destroy style typing techniques by some of the members mean that they'll take a little longer to get back to you, but keep them coming in. Make sure you use that hashtag panel and direct them at the person that you want. A couple of questions to go through right now. Cedric wants to ask Dave, what results can Ride Forever share from its program? What are the numbers that you've reached? What are the measures of success and demographic?
Wow, that's a good question.
Great question. Thank you very much, Cedric.
Cedric, Cedric, what we've got on file, what we can tell you is we've delivered courses now since 2012-13. We've reached over 44,000 courses, I believe we've delivered. We've got in that there's about 29,000 individual people. So people are obviously taking multiple courses, recognising the great work that they can do and the rise in skill, just making themselves that better rider, being more aware of what's going out on the road. I'm guessing this question is relating to our 27% less likely stat that's been posted around quite a lot. That is a stat that we have seen and is. And what we're talking about there is we're talking about riders who have taken part in the program that are measured against those that haven't. And so what we're seeing is that those who do take part in the program are 27% less likely to make an ACC claim. May not be that they're less likely to have a crash because they could still be crashing but not being injured as badly. But what we are seeing is a definite reduction in claims through the Rides Forever program.
So in terms of cash, what is it costing the taxpayer of New Zealand a year for people to be riding motorcycles in Aotearoa?
Costs $130 million roughly per year to service motorcycle injury claims. So what you're looking at there is a massive fund that we have to maintain. So one of the questions that we get asked all the time, how much do you collect from motorcycle riders? It's roughly about $29 million directly from the motorcycle registrations. So if you look at that, that means that car drivers, other vehicles are subsidising those claims quite a substantial amount. And you can unpack that further and further and start to look at, well, how much do motorcyclists incur themselves? And that really depends on where they are. In a urban environment, we're seeing roughly about a third motorcyclists at fault, a third car drivers at fault, and a third a bit of both. But out in the rural end of town, where we like to go and play and ride on the weekends, 100 k's now through the twisties, then we're starting to see a different picture occur. We're looking at 62, 66% roughly, off my head, is solely motorcycles at fault.
Yeah.
And they're big crashes and often trauma when you're dealing with that.
Thanks for those insights. We're only 100 mil short.
Only 100 mil short.
But with those numbers, you talk about 60%, 70% of those incidents not involving another vehicle. That's the heartening factor. That you know that you can change that number because it's just on us as riders.
Absolutely. That's the real focus of what we do. So there's a couple of things. If you look at the Ride Forever program, it's a skills enhancement piece that really we want riders to pick up right from the start. So we built this course called the Urban course, which is a 4-hour course, $20. That's all it's going to cost you. Okay, so when you finish your basic handling skills, what better way to then make sure you're ready to go and play in traffic and interact with all of the things that you've learnt?
Play in traffic.
What better way to do that than get in front of a coach at the earliest convenience? Get in there. They'll give you the experience and the confidence that you've got to take that next step. Bronze course is there to help you, move through your license process and make sure you're doing the basic things really, really well. What we want to do is make sure that the riders that are coming on today aren't the same problem 40-year-olds that we've seen over the years. So the bronze course takes you up to your restricted test. You can do two Ride Forever courses a year. So idea is you come out, you do your first one, find out what you need to practice and get better at, and then take another one just before your test so you can move in. The silver course, that's designed to take you up to your full test, and then so we've got that wrapped up. But also if you've been out of riding for a while, like you, Jay, you weren't very good, you come back into...
Firm but fair.
Firm but fair. you come on, get into the silver course, have a go, see what you need to pick up on, and then the more experienced riders then can come in the gold end, and that becomes more of a menued approach. 4 or 5 riders on that course. What do you want to learn? What do you want to learn? So you get that individual course that's really set up for you to take you forward. The idea is that we turn both taps on, train both ends of the riding community, and eventually when we join them together, we meet in the middle and we have a much safer community. And that's what it's really about. Let's look at what we've done. Nobody's saying you're a bad rider, but hey, there might be be things that we can just improve on to make you a lot safer.
Yeah, we can always be better as riders. Question here for you, Amber. What is your opinion about motorcycle airbag vests? And could you do a gear review through your site?
Right, it is something that I'm definitely keen to get my hands on. Being female, unfortunately, chest protectors and back protectors are something that I have found to be a bit of a struggle with long term, especially given that I'm on the track quite a bit. The air vests are a great invention. I see them a lot in MotoGP superbikes. They seem to be really picking up quite a bit of traction. But again, ladies and men's, we fit quite differently. So it'll be interesting to see what they do bring to the market. I know that Alpine Stars have got their tech air suits, which are available in New Zealand at the moment. I know that Revit are also bringing through a couple more tech air suits as well, or a similar style tech air suit. So as soon as Revit do bring them into the country, I'll be grabbing one, I'll be loading it on, I'll be doing a review. I might just choose to crash into a concrete wall running instead of on my bike. But again, something that until I put it on and until I run it under my suit, I can't give a genuinely honest opinion, but something I will definitely get my hands on and load up on my website.
We're just going to sneak in one more question before we cross back to Ray. What gear do you recommend for female riders then?
It entirely depends again on what style of riding you're doing. There is absolutely no point to kit yourself out with, textiles if you're planning on getting to a track day. And in the same vein, if you're just a casual commuter, there's no point in really running a full race piece one suit if you're planning to hit through traffic. Again, more is better when it comes to safety, and it's always good to sort of dress for the slide and not for the ride. But again, it comes down to suitability. There is a lot available on the market now, and distributors are realising that females are in a big group and we're all coming together and we're all getting on bikes, so hopefully we'll see a bit more variety coming.
Fantastic. Keep those questions coming in. I know that Dave loves to get in his full Marc Marquez suit when he hops onto his nifty 50 to drive the 3 metres from his house to his work. It's mean you sometimes can overcomplicate things, but at the same time, dress for the slide and not for the ride. Crossing back to you now, Ray.
Awesome, thanks Jane. Great to have some ladies on our question and answer panel here today as well. If you've just joined us, this is Shiny Side Up Online 2022. Thank you very much for joining us. Get your questions through to us. It's all about answering questions, sharing knowledge, because you don't know what you don't know. Coming up very shortly, we're going to be, at about 10 to 12, we're going to catch up with Kevin Williams from the UK and talk about survivor skills out on the road. Later on, also about 20 to 1, we're going to catch up with Dr. Chris Hurren from Deakin University in Australia, talking Moto Cap, an update on that, how they test the gear we wear. There's a lot happening today. At 2:35, we're going to catch up with the New Zealand Police and Motorcycle Squad and talk about their Mufti motorcycle, MT09 TRAP, but with no signage on it. How exciting is that? Heaps happening today, so get your questions through to us. Chuck them in the comment box. Put a hashtag with who you want to direct that question to. So if it's for our trainer panel, hashtag trainers. If it's for a Q&A panel, you can put hashtag Q&A or direct it directly to Avalon or Amber or Dave or any of the other team there. We've got some government departments here as well. So ACC, Ride Forever, New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi I should say, are all here to answer your questions. Around about midday, we're going to break down those questions. We're going to put everyone in the draw for a massive prize pack today as well. The prizes, I don't know if you can see them, but they're surrounding me here in the studio. We've got, for their first prize pack, it's a no-drag backpack, a Cardo Pack Talk Bold Duo Bluetooth intercom set. We've got a muck-off kit, an MTA gift voucher to the value of $100 and a tubeless tyre repair kit. And later on this afternoon, we've got another prize pack to give away for question and answers as well. And just a reminder, if you sign up for a Ride Forever course here today, complete it within 6 months, you're in the draw for the Summer of Riding competition. Basically got you sorted for an entire summer. We've got a set of tyres to the value of $600, a WAF check, a rego to the value of $500, MTA fuel vouchers to the value of $500, and a service voucher to the value of $600. All of that could be yours just by signing up for a Ride Forever course and completing it within 6 months. And let's be fair, a Ride Forever course, it's a day out riding with like-minded individuals. You might get to check out some roads you didn't know existed, share some knowledge, and as I said, you don't know what you don't know. Right, we've talked about some new stuff that's happening here at Shiny Side Up. One of the new things we've got going on here today, we've pulled it in from the Bike Fest events, if you joined us for those a few years ago. We have a training ground outside, and we're going to run you through some skills, some drills, and some stuff that people have asked us to share. So we're going to cross back now to Jay outside in the car park. Jay, what have you got going on?
Yeah, the sun's absolutely beaming down here, so we dragged it into the garage, and I'm joined by the Danimal, who's going to be one of our bike mechanics and bike pros, talking about the maintenance in and around your motorcycle. If you're not someone that's doing the daily ride, if you're not somebody that's committed to being on the bike 24/7, sometimes things can get a little bit sloppy. Talk us through some of those things that we should be checking on the rig to make sure that our bike's in the best condition so that we can get home in the best condition.
Yeah, sure. So some basic maintenance yourself is going to save you a bit of money potentially, but it also can make the bike feel nicer, and it's really important. So I would just start with the tyres. Like just basically, I'm just checking that it's pumped up. If it feels really soft, then you're gonna want to go and get that looked at, like on a gauge. Same with the front. Now, next step up would be to check it with a gauge. So
what are we looking for in terms of that pressure in there? Is it going to be all specific for different tyres, or are you just going to take it to the servo and absolutely blow the soul out of this thing and be rolling down the road on a couple of big blimps?
We don't want to put 80 psi.
Okay.
There's going to be a spec from the manufacturer. But there are some general rules which you can apply. So,
general rule of thumb when checking the pressure, what are we looking for?
Big bike, somewhere at or near 42 psi. Medium-sized bike, maybe mid-30s, and then a small bike, maybe low 30s or 29, let's say. That's a general rule of thumb. You should always have a look up your owner's manual. Find the manufacturer's spec, and that will give you a specific number for the bike.
What else are we looking for on the tyre when we're wanting to make sure that it's in tip-top condition? What can you see that should be raising a couple of red flags if you're in that space between getting warrant of fitnesses?
Mm-hmm. So tread depth is another really basic one.
Any tips on, any tricks on checking that? Have a fingernail at a set length?
Yeah, so the spec for the warrant of fitness is 1.5 millimetres, and there's no percentage like in a car tyre. So on a bike tyre, you need that everywhere. So if it's in a main tread groove. So like there's some little patterns sometimes, you don't worry about those. But anywhere that's a main tread groove needs to be there. It actually feels awful if you're riding on a worn out tyre, because you find that the rear will wear, it'll become flat, and the front kind of does the opposite and will kind of take the side off a bit more. So
what is it if to the uninitiated, what would that feel like when you know that your tyre's starting to go?
Okay.
What should you be looking for in the feel of the bike?
So if I'm going to turn into a corner and the steering doesn't feel neutral, it wants to turn in. It's quite an uncomfortable feeling if you lean over and the steering wants to turn in, and yet it might make you feel like a bit of an amateur, like my cornering's not very good. That could be a tyre that has low pressure or has that tyre wear. So
now that we've got the contact with the road sorted, what are we looking for next?
Okay, so if we go around to the chain and sprockets, now a regular clean lube and adjustment is going to save you money because it's going to last a whole lot longer. So
are you just saying that because you're a mechanic and you want to take all this hard-earned cash off me, or is it actually going to do the job on the bike?
Well, if you don't do anything, then you have to bring it to me sooner and it will take more money. So
you choose.
Yeah, that's right. So quite simply, we're going to need some free play here. Now, I haven't prepped this bike. I've just bought it today. So I think the chain's slightly loose, but my general rule of thumb is if I sit on the bike my weight on it. And then we have a look at the free play with my weight on it. Now I'd want to normally aim for a 20 to 25 mil of easy movement. This is a bit loose. It's not awful, it's fine, but we could definitely adjust that up.
And is this something that you would encourage people to do at home by themselves, or is this something that you should take into your local bike mechanic and get them to do it properly for you?
Well, you could definitely do it yourself, but it does require some tools. So for this particular bike, we're going to need a socket, because that's quite a big nut on there. So we've got one of those. This one is a professional one, so it costs a lot, but you don't need to spend much money. You can buy a set.
What sort of tools should you have in your little toolbox when it comes to just doing basic maintenance on a bike? If you're going to be going out and grabbing it, I don't suggest buying average rubbish stuff, but at the same time, what do you reckon we need?
Yep, a set of spanners is the other thing. So, I've just got a couple here. So to adjust my chain, this is all I need. So what we're going to do is we're going to loosen the axle nut. I'm not going to do it today because it takes a little bit of time to do the whole procedure, but we'll loosen the axle nut. We will use these adjusters here. Now there's a lock nut here, so we'll unlock that, and then we can move this bolt back, and it's going to push the wheel back and going to make the chain tighter. Now you don't need to adjust it a whole lot. So we don't want the chain to go too tight, because it's going to put pressure on the front sprocket on the engine, or the output shaft of the engine. So 1/8 of a turn. If you're just doing regular maintenance, maybe 1/4 of a turn. Obviously on both sides, because we want to pull the wheel back straight. And then we need to, this is important, tighten the axle nut again and then recheck it. The tension can change depending on whether that nut is loose or tight, so we don't want to adjust it up perfect, then tighten that and it becomes too tight. So.
Got a question here from Ruben Paku off Facebook. How many Ks should the chain last before you suggest replacing it?
Should it last?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a hard question to answer, because it really depends on your maintenance of the chain. So what I would recommend doing is, if you have to replace it, get a sealed chain, and that'll keep some of the lube in it. So there's little O-rings in between the plates, and that will encourage a longer chain life with less maintenance. But I've seen poorly maintained chains last 5,000, 6,000 Ks, and I've seen one case of a customer came in with a Triumph with 80,000 Ks on it with the original chain.
Built to last.
Also highly maintained.
Yeah.
So it really, maintenance makes a huge difference. In terms of the other part of the maintenance of the chain, cleaning it and lubing it is really important. So I get to put bikes in the stand and lift the wheel off the ground, and it makes it really easy.
Yeah.
But
if you don't have a big fancy stand like that, how do you go about lubing up your chain?
Yeah, so you can just do it a little bit at a time. So this from here to here is accessible. So we can clean and lube that bit, and then we can wheel the bike forward and do the next bit. It's a little bit awkward, but it's definitely achievable on your own.
What are you suggesting for a clean and then the lube that backs up off the back of that?
I kind of would have to recommend a specialist chain cleaner, because we don't want to damage the rubber O-rings. It's not going to immediately damage them, but you know, the rubber can become hard and brittle with certain chemicals. So a chain cleaner from the local bike shop, and then a lot of the big oil brands will do motorcycle chain lube. You can get stuff that's clear, stuff that's very waxy, white-like.
Yeah.
There's a couple of different looks, but they're all going to be better than no lube.
This is a question wanting your professional opinion. Best chain lubes, please. I find a lot of the sticky chain lubes make the chain rigid and inflexible.
Okay, so
What are you putting on your bike?
there's one by Motul that I really like. It's a white waxy spray-on lube. I use that a lot. And there's one by iPone that is really great as well. iPone also does the best chain cleaner, in my opinion. Big spray bottle, lasts a long time, really fires the cleaner in there. You can use a rag or a brush if it's really dirty and clean it right up.
Another question here from YouTube. I've got a 9.2 compression cruiser. What are your thoughts on fuels as in octane ratings and then fuels that contain ethanol?
Okay, so if you're cruising, then you could put anything you want in it in terms of 95 or 91. Run it on 91. But if you think you're going to be loading up that engine, if you open the throttle every now and again, going up hills even, you should, even with a slightly lower compression ratio, I would still run it on 95. Also, the lower octane fuels tend to not last as long, and it's something that we find more in motorcycles, is that if you put it away for the winter with a cheap fuel in it, that's more likely to cause damage to carburetors. Fuel injected systems seem to be okay, but mainly carburetors.
Zachary Edwards on Facebook, what about belts? The lifespan on them, maintenance checks, how does that differ from the chain?
Okay, so they, in general, they are lower maintenance. They don't, obviously a chain will have joints, links, and each one of those can wear, and so that's why your chain gets loose. Your belt doesn't have that, so it's not really going to come loose like a chain would. You can get like you can get special belt lubes or to quieten them down mainly. The problem that we find with belts is that if you catch a stone, that can be, it can just put a hole through it, and then if that hole's near enough to the edge of the belt, it can eventually just tear the belt, and you'll end up stopped on the side of the road with the belt back there.
Yeah, I've been there, done that.
So a regular belt check is a good thing to do, but mainly just to make sure it's not torn, because that could potentially happen. So belts last longer unless you catch a stone, and then they may not last longer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Obviously putting power into the motorcycle, we've got cables, they're going to slow us down as well. How do we go about checking those bad boys out? What should we be looking for? What should we be doing?
Okay, so this comes back to a comfort thing. So let's start with the throttle. So I've chosen a bike that has a cable throttle. There's modern bikes that don't. They've got an electric throttle. So this doesn't apply in that case. So we've got to see the cables running down. Now we've got some free play here. So this can just wiggle nice and easily. And I've got a big adjuster right here on this one. And so I could loosen that and adjust it in. And now we've got a whole lot of free play. Okay, so this, when it's like this, it's disconcerting. Coming out of a corner, you put the throttle on and you're not quite sure where the power's going to come in, right? So what I personally like to do is, I'll just show you the other extreme if you have it too tight, which might be almost at the end of the adjuster on this one. It will make the throttle stick. So so if you have it like this, it'll feel great until you go to slow down, and then the engine will try and keep driving as you're braking, which is really bad. So you definitely need some free play. So if I adjust that back, it'll click off like that. So what I like to do is have some free play, but minimal. And the way you can check this is you want it to snap back, but you also need it to snap back at that lock and at that lock. And that is where I would have that. Now, some lube on the cables, great idea. especially the...
Was that a bit of cooking oil, bit of butter?
Yeah. No, you can use a lightweight oil, a WD-40. I prefer to use another brand that has called Inox that we can get in with a needle applicator, so we can poke it in places, like in the brake pivot here. It can also fit in, and it's a bit neater than standing back here with a can of spray lube, you know, and coating everything. So lubrication, very important.
Yeah.
Because we want the clutch to feel nice. Also with the levers, you want to lube these pivots. Now, for basic maintenance, you would just spray some lightweight lube in the side of it. If it was in for a service, we'd take the pivots out, clean grease them and install them again. But I don't want to recommend you take your pivot out of your brake lever. Yeah. Because although it's simple to put back in, you need to do it properly.
Yeah. Hey, keep those questions coming through, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, however you're getting in touch with us. The Danimal is here to answer those for you. Thank you very much, big fella. Appreciate all the time and the knowledge passing on. Important that we look after our bikes so that they can make sure that we get home in one piece, shiny side up. We're going to cross now. This is a question that we've been asked quite a lot, and it comes up time and time again. And it's how, if you're in a situation where you need to transport your bike, you might have broken down or you might have just purchased a new bike, whether it's going into a van, whether it's going into a trailer. One of those individuals that is super slick when it comes to tying these things down is Big Ross. How are you, big fella? You well?
I'm not bad, mate. Yourself?
Good. Now, when it comes to bringing a bike onto a trailer, what are the sort of things that we need to be looking out for so that we don't come unstuck and end up topping over the other side of it and running amok?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things. You just bought your bike. You don't want to be dropping it on the ground. So probably the first thing you want to make sure your trailer's hooked up to something. Last thing you want to do is to go to stand on it and have the thing arse end on you. That's not going to be fun. Now, with our trailers, we're going to use a wheel chock. Now, if you don't have a wheel chock, that's not a problem. It's just to keep that front wheel in position.
What could you do instead of having a wheel chock if you're running a little bit of a lo-fi situation?
So, a couple of bits of 4x2, you know, maybe a little bit of cross space between, just to keep that front wheel just in line. And really, it's just while we're getting it up and on the bike. Once it's up on the trailer, you're tying it down, she's going to be rock solid anyway.
Yeah.
So when you were going to put it on the trailer, get your ramp in place. If you've got a friend, that's a useful thing. Especially if it's a bigger, heavier bike, you know, have someone at the back or someone on the other side who's helping to stabilise it as you're going. But what we're going to do now is we're going to take the side stand up. Now I'm going to stand next to the bike and I'm just going to roll it up.
You don't ride it onto the trailer?
Generally not, no. Not necessarily a good idea. So get a little bit of move up and up we go.
How much of an angle is too much of an angle when it comes to getting the bike up? I've seen people chuck it up on the back of the Ford Ranger.
Back of the Ranger, yeah, in a high ute. So that's a 2.3 metre ramp, and that's a good height, a good length for maybe the 450 height here. If you've got a much higher load deck, so you're talking about a ute or something like that, you may need a much longer ramp to do that, or try and find a divot where you can park it down low and you can get the ramp a little bit higher.
Is it worth investing in a ramp, do you think, or is just a good old scaffolding plank going to do the damage?
Well, it all comes down to it. A ramp, they're light, they're strong, they're good, and they're cheap.
You know, it's a great investment.
You know, $100, it's not going to cost you the earth, and it's going to give you that. I know that it's designed to take the weight of this bike.
Yeah.
You know, so that ramp is rated for 300 kilos, so it's not going to be an issue. This is a 100-something kilo bike, and if you've got a big Harley, you know, you want a ramp that's going to do it. Is your scaff pank going to take it? Well, I guess you'll find out. Yeah. So get it in. On this one, we're going to get it into the front. And you can see that's locked it in place, and the bike's pretty stable now on its own. Now, we use purpose-built motorcycle tie downs, and these are...
Is it worth the investment? You know, can't we just use a bit of rope, mate, a little bit of baling twine?
You can, but even a normal ratchet strap, you know, a standard Bunnings thing is going to work fine. So what we're doing now...
Once again, worth the investment.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of times we're going to want to tie your bike down, you're going to go on the ferry. Now, people will go, oh, always bring your own straps for the ferry. And that's not a bad idea. It's your bike. You can buy the straps, you can practice with it, you know what you're doing, so you're not in a place where maybe it's all a little bit weird and a little bit strange, and you're trying to use kit that you don't know.
How do these straps differ to your regular?
So what we're looking here, so we have a look. they've got a strop here designed to go either around your handlebar, or you can take it around the triple tree here. And if you've got a bike with a fairly extensive fairing, you're probably going to be hooking on down here. You know, that's a nice tight place to get it to, nice and done. We put them up here just because it's easy to get to and get off of again. So take a little bit of tension there. Then we get the second one on. Same thing again. Now the thing to, I guess, get your head around is the bike is still going to move a little bit. You know, we've got some give in the front suspension, and that's going to allow the bike to move. So once it's kind of solid there, then we'll torque it down a little bit. So we'll take it to one side.
How much are we going to be putting onto that? Do we want the springs to blast out the top of the front?
No. We kind of, I mean, for most bikes, we're taking it down maybe 60, 70 mil. You know, so we get it down, get it tight. So now that bike, it's not going to go anywhere. Now it's going to move, but it's not going to come off.
Yeah.
If you don't want your bike to move, that's when we start talking about the back straps. So then we take it, say, through here. Take a little bit of a string there, and if I get it to pass that one up to me. And then the same thing here. Now we've got this trailer set up to take 2 bikes. If you're going to be running one bike on a trailer only, you want to put it in the middle, make sure your load is nicely centered, yeah? Put that down, and once you've got a bit of, so again, we're just compressing it down just a little bit, but now she's rock solid. So you start to give that a bit of a pull, it's not going to go anywhere. So this is how we'd load our bikes on if we're going to be taking it for a trip up the country to do something. Now, I know that always good to remember to take the key out. It's one of those things you forget. You don't take the key out and all of a sudden it's popped out halfway down transmission gully. You're not going to get it back. So now that bike's ready to go. Now, if you've got a big dirt bike with big spongy suspension, you might put a suspension lock on there. And that just means that you're coming down to a hard point, so you can ratchet it down, and she's not going to go anywhere.
Is it worth having a suspension lock on a road bike if you're transporting it?
Again, if you're talking about a standard travel suspension, I wouldn't bother. But that's just, I mean, in the end, if you want it to be that rock solid down, really, where are we going to hook it onto? You know, so it's making sure everything is fit for purpose. I want to have a little bit of give, because when I start to move that, what's happening is it's compressing the suspension a little bit. So that's keeping it taut, keeping it tight. The moment we've got a hard lock there, it's all on the strap. So we can kind of work it either way. But really, what you want, what are we trying to achieve? A bike that's locked into place isn't going to fall off.
Yeah.
Now, on these ones, once we've got it all locked into place, then you want to tie off the strop, just make sure it's not going to go anywhere. So that's just a belt and braces approach, make sure it's nice and tight. And you're done. What sort
of cost are we looking at if we were to replicate this sort of setup that you're running here with the wheeled shock, both sets of straps and a ramp? Because the reason why I ask is if you are riding as a part of a group or a community, then it's kind of one of those things that you can all chip in on, because sooner or later you're going to come unstuck. You're going to need the ramp. You're going to need the tie downs.
You're going to need everything. Yeah,
it could be nice just to chip in and spread the cost.
Yeah. So, like a set of tie downs, generally they come in pairs. You can pick them up from Bunnings for about $40. Your local bike shops generally going to have motorcycle tie downs, and these are all fairly decent ones. You maybe between $40 and $60 a pair. You know, so a couple of those. Ramps tend to come in pairs because they're designed for loading ATVs or whatever. And I think we paid $120, and that was just a Trade Me special. So split it against a couple of mates, you've got. You could use a glue lam plank, you know, a scaffolding plank's laminated so it is strong, but it's then how do you make sure it locked in. The good thing about a ramp is it's designed to do what it's doing, so, you know, but once you've got it, you're never going to lose it.
Yeah. Hey, thank you very much for all of the insights, the information, the knowledge shared. Appreciate you. Crossing back now to Ray in the studio.
Thanks, Jay, and looking forward to seeing Ross take us through some rider challenges later in the day. We had a couple of prize winners from the bike maintenance session there, so congratulations to Michael Jarvis and Grant Hanna. You've picked yourself up some lube and cleaner packs for your bikes. winning. Lots more here to give away today. Lots of spot prizes for question and comment people. So get those questions and comments through, not only for the presenters, but for the Q&A panel and for the trainer panel, who we're going to be catching up with very shortly. But before we do, let's catch up with Dave Kelty here in the studio. Dave, I mentioned that you were the father of Shiny Side Up, but can you talk us through Ride Forever?
Sure. Ride Forever has been around for quite some time, actually. I think ACC kicked off Ride Forever back in 2009. I took over the program in 2012-13. And moved along from where it was really a website which was aimed at returning riders, and we moved it along to being a website that really needs to engage the riding community as a whole. So why focus on a small percentage of riders? We'd like to talk to everybody and get everybody engaged in what we're doing. So we turned that around, and one of the first things that we set about doing was trying to test from ACC's perspective, and a lot of others. You know, that you can look at online and find research throughout the years that says rider training it doesn't work. It's not a great thing. You know, so we set about to see if we could actually contradict some of that. You know, what could we do to try and contradict some of that research that's going on, and ACC allowed me to run a pilot initially to see the returns we'd get, and that was back in 2012-13. I was allowed to deliver 1,000 courses and have a look at what returns we were getting. We had a look at that. It was very difficult from the start off to try and get some real return, real backable returns from 1,000 people. And we filled that 1,000 courses pretty quickly, so we were then allowed to expand further. And our targets moved up pretty quickly over the next few years. They went from 1,000 in 12-13, 5,000 by sort of 14, and 10,000 by the time we were hitting around 2017-18. So some big jumps. And what you can see from that is ACC is now seeing some real benefit in people who have taken part in the course. 27 times less likely to make an injury claim through people who have taken part in Ride Forever. And so what we're seeing obviously is some real benefits starting to flow through. The idea is that we try and embed rider training as a standard part of riding in New Zealand, so that what we start to have is a much safer riding community as we move into the future. We're not trying to turn people off riding. In fact, what we're trying to do is help improve the riding, the skills, and reduce the crashes that we see on the road. The cost of registering a bike is expensive in New Zealand. Nobody's arguing that at all. But when you see the costs, like I do every year, $130 million per year to fund the injuries that we see on motorcyclists, but we only actually collect $29 million directly from motorcyclists. So actually, there's a big part of that, then 100 million basically, is being funded by other road users. So we're nowhere near funding our own injury stats.
Dave, like, if I've got my full license and I've been riding 20 years and I've never had a crash,
yep,
why do I need to do more training?
The idea of training isn't we're not saying that you're not a good rider at all. What we are saying though is that probably did have any training and have any feedback on your riding was quite some time ago. Bikes have changed. You know, I don't know how long you've been riding, but in the time that I've been riding, bikes have changed dramatically. You know, the 1,000cc bikes that I was riding back in the 90s were certainly not the same as the bikes that we've got now at 1,000cc. So it really is important for you to sort of try and get some coaching, make sure that you can get the best out of you and the bike that you're on at the time. So nobody's saying that you can't ride. Out where we can enhance the riding ability that we've got there.
So it's less about sitting in a classroom and more about opening lines of communication and going out for a ride and seeing what you don't know.
100%. So the Ride Forever program is, like I say, it's a skills enhancement course. So people who've been out for riding for a while, it's really about getting in, focusing on areas that you might be a little bit unsure about. So a group of 4 people, one might want to talk about braking techniques, another might want to focus more on roadcraft. How do you actually pick out what's going on in front of you? Others might want techniques. Getting it wrong in corners is a big deal for us as riders out in the sticks, and so we know we've got specific problems. Braking's an issue, intersections are an issue, overtaking's an issue, and cornering's an issue. These are your big numbers. This is what, you know, if you could change the outcomes of these crashes, we'd have a much better system. So that's what the program sort of focuses on. How do we look at reducing some of those real big crashes that we see? Like I say, everything that we do is to enhance the rider. It's not saying that you can't ride. When you talk about, you know, it's not a theory session, it's not a car park session. You know, you come into the Ride Forever program. There's about an hour and a half, you know, depending on who's involved in the program. In the morning, theory, where you're taken through what you expect to see on the day, how it's going to pan out. You'll get some information on PPE, protective equipment. We'll take you through the motorcap and let you know what's happening with the motorcap website. Very interesting site. If you haven't seen it, really suggest you go and check it out, and you'll hear from Dr. Chris Hurren later on in the day about that. 70% of our day when you're in the Ride Forever course is on the road. So it's in your local area. So the whole idea of what we're doing is it's on the roads you like to travel on, it's on your bike. You get mic'd up in your helmet before you leave to get out on the road, and so you get an individual feedback about you and your riding style. It's not just a generalised course. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We need to make sure that the individual is picked up and shown what to do. It's no good just having a blanket approach. We need to make sure that we're focusing in the right areas for the right people.
So the Ride Forever courses, they're broken down into different levels, aren't they?
They are, yes.
So we're starting with a bronze, or I think we even do an urban rider version?
Yeah. So the urban rider was born out of some feedback that we got from a lot of riders who come through basic handling skills. They've done the course, they've passed that course, they've got their learner's license now, but they're still not confident. They're not confident to get out on the road and mingle with traffic and, you know, and expect to do the right thing. So, you know, many of them haven't been shown how to ride over a hill yet. You know, they haven't tried their skills at speed. So that course was literally built to allow you to come directly out of basic handling, jump on that course. It's going to cost you $20 for 4 hours of coaching in your local area, where you'll be able to get that confidence and skill and get some really good, solid information from our providers.
Then we've got bronze, silver and gold courses available as well.
That's right.
So the bronze would be for a reasonably inexperienced rider?
Yeah, bronze really is designed to take you up to your restricted licence test. So we let you do 2 courses per year, 1 gold, but 2 courses per year. So you could do a silver and a gold. That's not a problem. But the idea of bronze is once you're confident, you've been out on the road for a little while, you're used to travelling around, get on a Ride Forever bronze course. The provider will be able to have a look, see areas that you need to do better in. You need to pick up your game in, identify those for you. Go away, practice those skills, and then maybe a week or a couple of days before you actually sit your CBTA test, go back, do a Ride Forever course. And the Ride Forever instructor will make sure that you've got what you need to pass, give you a few tips on where perhaps you need to focus a little bit more so you're ready for when you do take that course. The silver course then will be a follow-on from that, obviously, so that is going to take you up to your full license. But it's also a fabulous course. If you haven't done any training for a long time, it's a magical course just to come back, check you're doing the basics really well before you move on to the gold courses. The gold courses are designed really for more experienced riders, and it really is then about us taking a menued approach. So the syllabus is there. but you take a menued approach. So there's 4, 5, 6 riders on the course, maximum of 6. Actually, that's a interesting thing. You're not in a huge group, so maximum of 6 riders out. Average is normally about 4. But when you're in those courses, it really does mean that you can then focus on what's important or what you need to improve on. Like I said, one person might want to do braking, one person might want to do cornering, etc., etc. So it really does become an important point. Good point actually about us. About ACC does fund via the motorcycle safety levy up to 2 courses per year. So when you're saying, you know, my registration cost, man, that's really high. It's a huge cost. One of the things to look at there is ACC will invest directly back into your safety, your own personal safety. It costs ACC $249 per person to go on one of these courses.
I wanted to touch on that because it's about $50. Some facilitators run promo deals where you can get on a course for free even.
Yep.
But the $50 cost, that's not indicative of what the course costs to do, is it?
No, absolutely not. The $50 cost that you see is administration charge, which comes through from the providers and their booking system. ACC funds $250 per person. So as I say, you can actually get your registration cost all back directly investing into your safety. And that's because of the benefits that ACC sees up front. The other thing to consider as well, if you are an experienced rider and you've been riding for a little while, if you've held your licence for 2 years, we're now running the second cashback pilot. So previously that pilot meant that you had to have your full licence for 5 years. You do 2 courses, 2 Ride Forever courses, a silver and a gold, or 2 golds, and you went in to get your $200 cashback. What we're doing now is we've reassessed that. Great feedback from the community, and we've changed that around. So now what we've done is we've had another look. We thought about that feedback. Now you can get onto cashback by doing 1 gold course and holding your full license for 2 years. If that's you, then book yourself a gold course. Get on and put your cashback thing in via the Ride Forever website.
Brilliant. Thanks, Dave. Questions flowing in thick and fast. So just before we do catch up with our trainer panel, you mentioned, and as questions come through, you said 27 times less likely. You mean 27% less likely?
Yes, I do. 27% less likely to make an ACC claim. Apologies for that.
No worries. All right, let's get our trainer panel up on the old Zoom there. Our trainer panel consists of some very well qualified people, and they're here to answer our questions. G'day, guys. How we doing?
Hey, good, thanks.
Links are all up and running. Great. On the panel today, we've got Dan Ornsby. G'day, Dan. Give us a wave.
Hey, how are you?
We've got Karen Bidwell.
Hey, how you doing?
And we've got Duncan Seed. G'day, Duncan.
G'day. Hey, hi, everyone.
Right, so we've got a few questions coming through on the feeds, and if you want to get a question in for any of the people, including Dave here in the studio, just put a hashtag panel or hashtag Dave and then your question, and we'll get through them as quickly as we possibly can. If we don't get a chance to answer your questions here on the stream, we will make sure we answer them in text form. First question here is for our Ride Forever panel here. We might put this to Duncan to kick things off. Is there anything being planned to enable riders who are outside the system, perhaps due to financial hardship, to access training, etc., for licensing, loan bikes, that sort of thing? So Duncan, when you're doing courses, do you have loan bikes? Do you have loaners? Do you have rental bikes people can use?
Yes, we do, yeah. And I would probably say that all the trainers dotted around the country have all got access to a loan bike of some format or another. And some of them will be land bikes, learner-approved bikes. Some of them will be full-powered bikes, depending on the level of course that the rider wants to attend.
Awesome. Thanks, Duncan. Karen, We've got a question here from somebody who's done 4 gold courses in the last few years. They say it's a good refresher, but they want to learn something new. How can they get across that kind of barrier?
So great that they've done the 4 gold courses, and with regards to looking for tailored detailed techniques that they may want to focus in on, is probably best just to get in touch with any one of the trainers and to have a talk about what it is that they're actually wanting to achieve, what they're wanting to actually pursue, and building that into a particular course so that we can encourage other riders that may want to focus on those same techniques and skills so that we can make a course that involves around those particular needs.
Awesome. Thanks, Heron. And we'll throw one at Dan as well because we can. G'day, Dan. How long have you been a trainer, just by the way, Dan?
2008, I gained my qualification. See, it's been a few years now.
And what kind of, do you deal with riders of all skill levels? What is the more rewarding? Is there a more rewarding area for you as a trainer? Do you prefer to work with basic skills handling riders, or gold, or just the whole?
Yeah, hey, there's nothing more rewarding than taking someone from having never ridden a bike through the whole process and seeing them come out the other side.
Here's a question for the panel from Adwan on the YouTube feed. What are the main 3 things I should do when cornering? What are 3 absolute no-nos, and what should I be thinking about?
Top 3 no-nos, or should we focus on the top 3 positives?
Let's start with the positives.
Yeah, most importantly, we want to be relaxed. So many people are fighting the bike and not working well with it. Keep that head up and keep an open view. That's 2. What's the 3rd one, guys?
Probably adjust your speed before you get to the corner so that you can control the bike all the way through it, really.
Preparation setup before cornering, and that's understanding where your bike should be positioned before a corner, arriving, and obviously bike being in a good transitional gear as well.
So I guess top no-no is and keeping things simple. Where you look, you go. Keep your eyes on the prize. Yeah, you stop looking to where you don't want to go. You're going there regardless.
Yeah, if you look down, you'll go down. Or if you look at a tree, you'll probably hit it.
Ideally, not using your brakes, especially if you're a new rider, is making sure that you've done all your gear shifting preparation and braking on the straights prior to approaching the start of the bend.
Some good tips there. Thanks, team. If you've got a question for our panel, get them through on the comment box there. Just put hashtag trainers and we'll get those questions through to our team. We've got a $50 MTA gift voucher to give away in this session as well. So keep those questions coming through. I do have one here for Dave here in the studio. Dave, would you recommend, and this question comes from Joe Woodrow on Facebook, would you recommend sitting a Ride Forever course with a different trainer or instructor or provider each year, or would you say stick with the same trainer?
That's a really good question. I think one of the things that we've noticed is
we did it.
So there was a bit. Sorry about that. Just to answer the question. One of the things that's really important, we've seen a lot of these questions come through. My recommendation is absolutely share it around. Each of the trainers will deliver the Ride Forever program in its form. Pretty similar content, but it's the way that it's delivered and the information that you'll get that slightly sits outside of the syllabus point. We've got some fantastic trainers out there. Including these guys that we've got up on the screen here. Lots of different focus areas for each individual trainer. Lots of different backgrounds and experience that allows them to bring different perspectives into the course. So yeah, I'd really encourage you try them all. You know, over the years, once you reach gold, give them all a go. But I also think there's value in building a relationship and sticking with that same provider. What works for one isn't going to work for everybody. So find what you're comfortable with. If you go to another provider and you're not comfortable, then previously I was good with that one. You can always return. A bit of both, I would suggest.
Okay, find out what works for you. Much like riding a motorcycle, what works for one person doesn't necessarily work for the other. A question for the panel from Louise via YouTube. Are you able to provide a Ride Forever course for trail riders, i.e. gravel or adventure riding? Do any of you do that? What's the story if somebody wants to learn a bit more about the off-road side of things?
Now, sorry, you go, Duncan.
I was going to say there is on the Gold course there's facility for some parts of the course to involve loose surfaces, and low traction areas. So that's something that that again, if you make it known before you book a course, speak to the trainer and express that that's something that you might want to do. I know that in the past we've run courses for adventure riders or people on adventure bikes who wanted to extend some of those skills. But also most of the local trainers will probably have some level of expertise in that area. And so they might run specific courses outside of the program as well.
Brilliant, thanks for that, team. Dave, you've got a thought on that subject as well?
I do. The Ride Forever program is primarily focused as a road-based program. Duncan's right. There is a facility that we could bring some of that on board in the Gold area. But what we do not do is offer off-road courses. So even if you're learning, or if you've asked the provider to take you through a bit of that, the predominant amount of riding on those courses should be on the road. And what you'll end up with, of course, and Duncan and the trainers will all know, there may be one or two people that want to do that, but you've got to look after the whole group. And so unless you've got everybody in the group saying that they want to do that, it's best to look at where that skill lies. Taking riders off-road that have never experienced it or that don't have the confidence, but they're in the group so feel pressured to do that would be a big risk. So we need to be careful how we do that.
Excellent. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, team. Still here for the rest of the day answering your questions as well. If you've got a question to put to the trainers panel, just put #trainers in the comment box in your question and you can get that through to them and they'll give you an answer. And Dave, you'll be rejoining the Q&A panel. So if you've got a question for Dave, put #Dave or #Ride Forever, #ACC, something like that, and we'll make sure that goes to Dave. Right, marching along. We've got a prize to give away. We've got a $50 MTA gift voucher for our trainers panel. So we'll get our trainers panel to work out what was their favourite question there, and we'll let you know who won that very shortly. We now need to cross to the UK and catch up with a man by the name of Kevin Williams, who's going to give us a bit of a presentation, and then we'll have your questions afterwards. If you'd like to put a question to Kevin, just put #Kevin in your question, and you'll be in the draw to win some cleaner, some shining bike shining gear, and a bike cleaner and that sort of stuff. So take it away, Kevin. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Of survival skills rider training here in the UK. I'm an advanced rider coach. I work out of northwest London, and I'm really pleased to be joining you for Shiny Side Up once again. Now, what I've been asked to talk about today is to give you some insights into two major riding problems: cornering errors on rural roads and what goes wrong at urban junctions. I'll try to explain why those crashes happen. I'll try to give you some insights into avoiding key errors, and I'll cover you. I'll finish up with some tips on how you can hone your machine control skills. And we'll just finish off with a quick overview of rider training in the UK, so you can directly compare notes on how it happens here and how you do it locally. You might get a bit of a shock. Now, motorcyclists don't like talking about safety. I know that. Riding's supposed to be fun. It's about pushing on a bit and challenging ourselves on a great stretch of road. Maybe it's about touring, seeing the world, maybe some mates, or perhaps we're out to save a bit of time and money on our way to college or work. But one thing I do know, the more we're scaring ourselves left, right and centre, the less fun that riding becomes. And I've actually had mates give up biking because they've had too many crashes and near misses. Well, I'm still riding. My trips around New Zealand for Shiny Side Up in 2018 and 2019 were both on two wheels, and I thoroughly enjoyed the 7,000 kilometres of instant-free riding that I clocked up. But I have to confess, it wasn't always like that. Having left university years before I became a bike trainer, I spent many years as a motorcycle courier around London and the south of England. And you probably won't be surprised to hear that I had some crashes and I had a lot more near misses. So when I come to you to talk about crashing, I've usually been there, done that, and eaten the asphalt. So the spills and the frights were mostly in my early days of riding, I have to be honest, and they taught me to stay out of trouble. I had very few repeat crashes. Now, when I started looking at crash stats, and there turn out to be a good 50 years worth here in the UK, we see that riders crash overwhelmingly in just a few ways. And two of the most common crashes are on corners and at intersections. Now, nothing much has changed here in the UK, as I say, in 5 decades. And when I look to Europe, North America, and Australia and New Zealand, I still see riders having exactly the same accidents, and they are still the same accidents that our great-grandparents had. And really that tells us something. It tells us that crashes are down to the same human errors wherever we ride. So let's start by looking at what goes wrong in bends. Now, the fact is that many crashes do result from poor decisions made. And have a look at the picture there. It's a blind crest. And one of the errors I found it all too easy to make in New Zealand when riding around with the Shiny Side Up team was running over a you have to knock it on the head going over things like that. But most cornering crashes are actually a little bit different. They don't come from one obvious single error. They actually happen after a series of minor mistakes, which happen one after the other and add up. For example, we get to a bend arriving a bit quick, we arrive braking a bit late, we run in a bit offline, and we start going wide, and then before we know what's happened, we're into a ditch. Now, these mistakes aren't just predictable and avoidable, they're also correctable if we see what's happening in time to make those corrections and if we know what to do. So braking earlier and harder will get the speed off, for example, and steering more positively can get the bike back online. But if we don't make those adjustments, then it's progressively more difficult to get out of trouble. And the final trap going to crash, and it's usually game over at that point before we even realize we're going to have a spill. So on a right-hander, for example, that could take us off the road. But what happens if we're on a left-hander? The problem there is that we could end up running into oncoming traffic. I've just gone 2 slides forward. Let's try and go back one. There we are. So that's a classic setup for a cornering crash. The riders cut in a bit too close to the white line, and the danger is they'll run wide in the second half of the turn, and then they'll target fixate on the big truck coming the other way. So the hitting a vehicle like this head on is a killer crash. It's responsible for around 1 in 3 fatalities in the UK, and the pattern is similar when you go look at other countries. Now, I'm going to try and give you some strategies for staying out of trouble. The best way is to avoid obviously getting into trouble in the first place. So here's my The best way to get a bike to steer accurately is to get the speed off nice and early. Upright in a straight line, and then try to drive the bike through the bend itself with a little positive throttle that keeps it nice and stable. And only when we're off the bend altogether and onto the next straight should we be accelerating harder. I don't have time to explain why, but if you see a magazine article or YouTube advice to brake into bends, treat it with a good deal of caution. It can be done, but if it goes wrong, it'll go wrong badly. The same applies to powering out from mid-corner, which is something else you'll often see people say. Keep it simple. It's much less to go wrong. So the first thing I'll say is get anything deceleration-wise that's necessary done before we start to steer. And the key point here is knowing where we get off the brakes. That's vital, because only then do we fully focus on steering. So riding into a bend, still trying to get the speed off, makes everything else doubly difficult, and that trips up experienced and less experienced riders alike. So here, count backwards 5 of your white lines, and that will bring you to this point about here. Draw an imaginary line across the road there and make this the point at which you're going to have finished all your change of speed. If you're on the brakes, you should be getting off the brakes about that point and getting back on the power. Now, looking at that photo, you may think, but I could go a lot deeper. There's plenty of time to come off the brakes, get the bike balanced on the throttle, ready to steer. The second thing it does is it allows us to get our eyes up earlier, something that was mentioned a few moments ago, and up and around the corner. It also gives us some extra distance to slow down, just in case we didn't get the brakes using the brakes. Now, it takes a little bit of practice to master, but a surprising number of my trainees have said it was actually a game changer in helping them get their braking and throttle use timed to the corner. Now, the third tip down. So I have another little trick to help. Imagine that you're looking at the road directly in front of you and there's a clock laid down on it. And imagine that where the road is straight, the 12 o'clock time is directly down the line of the center line. Now, approaching a bend, the angle of the road against the clock gives you an idea of the initial sharpness of the corner. So simply tell the time. If the bend is pointing at 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock, then the corner's not particularly sharp. But if it points towards 9 or 3, then it's pretty much a right angle bend. If it's pointing towards 8 or 4, it's probably a hairpin, something I notice you have in plenty in New Zealand. Here, we're somewhere between sort of 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, probably about 9:30 or something like that. So it's a pretty sharp deviation. And when you're mid-corner, have a look to see how the time is changing. If the time is going from 12 to 11 to 9 to 10 to 9, what's happening then is the bend is actually getting progressively sharper. So it's a good idea in any corner to keep plenty of lean angle in hand when you go into it in the first place, so you don't have to brake mid-bend. If we're mid-corner and the clock starts to go the other way, so it starts to move towards 12 noon, then the bend is actually opening up. Now, that could be onto a straight, but just wait a second, because if it keeps going from 1 to 12 and then on to 11, what is obviously happening is the bend is reversing direction. So this telling the time trick does, again, take a little bit of time to get used to it. It's a good idea to, in fact, try this at a standstill, just to pull over to the side of the road and look at some bends, just like we're doing in the picture here, and then do it riding at a gentle pace. But once again, a number of trainees have said that it really helped them judge the sharpness of corners. Now, 4, if you have any doubts at all about where the road's going, get on the brakes, even if you are only touching them lightly. Because once you've got the brakes set up like that, we can go straight into hard braking without any delay. And that means we can lose speed very quickly indeed if it turns out we need to. I learned that particular procedure, it's called setting up the brakes, from an Australian rider training program years ago. I've added it to my own riding, I add it to my training, and it's something that works really well when a bend does something unexpected. Now, my final rather than looking at a bend as an opportunity to let rip, always look at a corner, even the most innocuous looking bend, and ask, what's the worst this corner can throw at me? How could it trip me up? Well, obviously, if you run wide here over the barrier, there's a pretty big drop. So thinking that way, we've a far better way of being ready for something to go wrong. Now, what if the bend does look genuinely clear and open? Well, then maybe it's time to have some fun around that corner. Okay, so what about junctions? Well, there are many ways to crash a motorcycle, but the sorry mate, I didn't see you Smidsy collision accounts for something like 60 or 70% of crashes in towns. And it also accounts for quite a lot of the total of crashes too. Now, urban crashes are generally pretty low speed, they're usually survivable, but crashes can still happen on quick bits of road, and then they can be fatal. So the first problem is we actually have to be aware of the hazard. So we need to look for a place where a vehicle can turn ahead of us. And that means, again, searching the road. Look for warning signs for junctions. Look left and right and try and spot the paint markings that you'll find across the end of a side turning, the give way and stop paint. Look for gaps where vehicles can emerge. That could be a factory access, it could be somebody's front drive. The second problem, all too many times when riders have incidents like this, they assume the other guy didn't look at a junction, when in fact the problem really was the rider wasn't visible. Drivers do need a chance to see us. Now, just a few days ago, I saw a video from the ACC on YouTube. It's called Motorcyclists Can Be Hard to See. Look again, be sure. And the photo on screen is actually a still image I snipped from that video. There's a bike behind the car. Can you see it? Neither can the driver. Look very closely, and just here, just over the roof of the car, that sort of half round object there is actually the top of a rider's helmet. He's out of sight, he's out of mind. Now, the car is acting as a vision blocker, and think about all the other things that can block a driver's view. Pedestrians, walls, trees, buildings, even our best buddy on the bike in front of us. So plan ahead, think about where drivers can't see you. Have a look at that photo, that one's from the UK. How is the driver trying to pull out in front of the bus ever going to be aware of the motorcycle filtering down the middle of the road? The only one who can take responsibility for that collision is the rider. We must watch for that kind of issue. 1 in 5 junction collisions happen when the driver couldn't see the bike they got involved with. It's 1 in 5 of all junction collisions. So think about lines of sight. We can position where we can see a waiting car, but the driver needs to see us too. Don't follow too close, like the rider in the video, and ask yourself, where in the lane will the driver be able to see us from? So, third problem, when we're riding or driving, we all have to work out whether we have time to turn safely ahead of another vehicle, or whether we should choose to wait. That's known as gap acceptance. Now, here's the first bit of bad news. Compared with looking at a car or a van, drivers are far more likely to misjudge the speed of a motorcycle, and then they think they have more time to cross the rider's path than they really have. They believe they can make the turn safely. Now, this driver here could see me quite clearly coming down the road, and he started to move, and then he changed his mind at the last moment. This particular driver error, the C misjudged speed and distance mistake, actually causes about 1 in 3 of all crashes. So you've been seen, they just got the speed and distance wrong. And here's a second piece of bad news, which goes with the first one. We base our decision to pull out or turn across oncoming traffic by estimating the average speed of the vehicles that we're seeing. Now, the bad news is that motorcycles tend to accelerate rather quicker away from a stop, and motorcyclists also tend to ride just a bit faster than the traffic around them. Not by very much. And I'm not saying the rider is speeding, but bikes do tend to move just a little faster in the traffic stream. And the third bit of bad news, when cars do turn across our path from the opposite direction, so the other crash where the car would be coming the other way and it would turn into the side turning that you can see on screen, a scary number of riders simply don't react in time to get out of trouble. It's an unknown crash and it catches many of us completely cold when it actually happens. Watch the video I mentioned and you'll see exactly that crash played out on the video. And last bit of bad news for this section, the faster we're riding when things go wrong, the harder the impact will be. Even in an urban environment, a collision can be bad news. Despite helmets, despite protective kit, we don't actually survive impacts with cars much better than pedestrians. So speed is an issue, but the answer isn't simply to tell you to slow down. As an ex-courier myself, the last thing I want to do is slow down when I don't need to. So I'm not suggesting we all ride around like old grannies, but the trick is to understand why it is that speed confuses drivers and why slowing down in the right place is so important. The lesson I learned as a courier was that when a driver did make a mistake, if I had less speed to get rid of, I had a much better chance of staying out of hospital. But the question I've been asked is, how do I know if a car's going to turn or pull out in front of me? I just don't know, do I? And the answer is no, we don't. But we don't really need to. All we need to know is that it could happen and will happen sooner or later, and that we need to be prepared just in case. So from the rider's point of view, it's actually all very simple. All we have to do is go through a series of either or choices. Either we see the place a vehicle can pull out or we don't. Either we see the vehicle that's about to pull out or we don't. Either we anticipate that vehicle moving in front of us or we don't. And then either we take effective evasive action or we don't. So junction collisions are what I call two to tangle crashes. If the driver sets up the crash, there's no rule that says we actually have to ride into it to make it happen. Just because a car can turn across our path, it's not compulsory to collide with it. We can take responsibility here for our own safety. Now, moving on to some machine control exercises. These can really be important to hone our skills and help us stay sharp on the bike, particularly at the beginning of the riding season. You're just coming up to your autumn now. We're just starting our riding season, and a lot of riders will be rusty. So here's some of the things that I recommend that riders try before they get out there and do a lot of riding. The first thing I'd say is work on braking. Getting the bike stopped should always be the very first thing we practice. Start slow and gentle. Then when you've smoothed the first stops out, start building up the speed and building up the pressure on the brake. Remember, brake upright, and if the front wheel locks on a non-ABS bike, something a lot of riders worried about, you'll find you still got time to release and reapply the front brake. You can rescue that skid. And if you have got ABS and it triggers, simply ride it out all the way to the stop. Having the confidence to brake that hard with ABS takes away a lot of the problems that we'd face on the road. And the second thing I'd recommend that you do to get comfortable with lean angle, again, is my favorite exercise, a brisk figure of eight. Not a slow, tight as you can turn, but a nice open one. Use probably second gear and do it at 20 miles per hour plus. Start nice and wide and aim to build up lean angle. Work on steering accurately around those figure of eights. And here's another, which is fun and useful to practice. Oops, I've just jumped on with a next picture, never mind. And that is quick steering. Get some old tennis balls, cut them in half, and then set out a slalom. Six or eight of these half balls is enough. Make about 6 long paces between them, and then start practicing steering through these half balls. So start nice and smooth and slow, and then gradually pick up the pace and make the steering inputs more positive, and we'll get the bike jinking left and right nice and rapidly. Now, it might sound weird, but you'll thank me when you need to swerve to avoid a bend that's tightening up unexpectedly, or a car that's just turned into your path. And don't forget the mental exercises too. Ride a bit more slowly than normal and use the extra time to get your eyes up and scanning. So look at the road in front of you, look down to the furthest point you can see, and then back again. That'll help you check out the road surface under your wheels. Scan from side to side, making a conscious effort to pick out the vision blockers and the surprise horizons. Vision blockers are anything we can't see through: another vehicle, a building, a line of trees planted as a windbreak, for example. The thing is, we can actually see what is blocking our view, even if we can't see what's behind it. But once we've seen the vision blocker, we can start searching to see if it hides a surprise horizon. And that is anywhere a vehicle could emerge in front of you. So that could be side turning, as I said, factory exits, or farm track, for example. Once you've seen a surprise horizon, expect that you may have to stop very suddenly indeed. Most of the really nasty shocks we have on the road actually come from places like this. So it's useful to be ready to take evasive action. Check for road signs too. They're almost always put up where somebody else has crashed, so there's no excuse for repeating their error. Be particularly alert to junction and bend warning signs, but the chevrons that are put up on sharp bends will tell you where the most awkward part of the corner actually is. And last thing, I've been asked to explain how easy and cheap it is to get a motorcycle license, to get mobile on two wheels in the UK. And no, it really isn't cheap, and it really isn't easy either. It's a long, intensive and expensive process. So here's how you do it. First, you get a provisional license, and then you take something called compulsory basic training, CBT. So slightly different to your CBT. And you have to do that before you ride on the road. That's why it's compulsory. Now, typically, CBT will cost you a day of your time and probably £125 out of your wallet. That allows you to ride a moped if you are 16, and a motorcycle or a scooter up to 125 cc's on L plates if you are 17 or over. You can't ride anything bigger, and you can't ride on motorways, you can't carry a passenger, and you have to renew that CPT every 2 years. Want to ride a bigger bike? Well, now it gets seriously complicated. First off, you need to take a motorcycle theory test. That's 57 minutes to answer 50 multiple choice questions, then 14 that will hit your wallet to the tune of another £23. Pass that, and you can move on to the actual two-part practical motorcycle test. Now, this is all have to be done in front of a government examiner. And first, it's 20 minutes of off-road manoeuvring, and you're marked on how well you do on that. And if you pass that, you can then get into the second part of the test, where the examiner actually follows you around on the road on another motorcycle. That takes around another 40 odd minutes. Budget for another £75 for that. Now, at 17, you could take the two-part test on your 125, but since you only get a full license for a 125 that you're already riding, nobody bothers. Nearly everyone waits till they are 21 years old, and then they can take the A2 test, and that gets you access to bikes like Honda's CB500. To do that, you must sign up with a training school, because the training is on that bigger bike, and you must be accompanied by a qualified instructor. So most trainees book a course which includes both parts of the test. Depending on your prior experience, it could take you 3 to 6 days. You could pay anything from £700 to £1,200. Now, wait another 3 years till you're 24, and now you can finally go straight for a full power category A license, which allows you to ride any bike without restrictions. Same test, same cost, but taken on a more powerful machine. Now, you may be asking, what if I pass that A A1 test, the A2 test at 21, and now I'm 24 and I want that full license. Well, get the wallet out again, because you actually have to go back and pass those same 2 tests all over again, the off-road and the on-road test. That could easily take you another 2 days, and it could cost you another £300. So the total cost is likely to be over £1,200. That's around 2,300 New Zealand dollars at the moment. So 10, 12 days training before you've got a full power license, and you won't get that probably till you're 24 years old. So I'm very glad I took my test a long time ago. It was much, much simpler and very much cheaper. Right, so to conclude, since crashes are much the same wherever we ride, we should be able to predict what goes wrong and develop some strategies to deal with those risky situations. Now, the first thing I'd say is we should aim to stay out of trouble wherever we possibly can. What the UK police call collision avoidance. But none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, and other people around us will make mistakes too. So we should have the skills to get out of trouble if we are in it. And that is what the US police call collision evasion. The key point is that both of these strategies work together. One alone is not good enough. Get out of trouble when we have to, stay out of trouble when we can, get out of trouble when we have to. So try and assess your own riding. If you're having a lot of near misses every time you're on the bike, then you're relying on your nerves and your reflexes to stay out of trouble. Maybe there is something wrong with your avoidance strategy. If you're continually picking yourself up off the floor, then maybe it's your evasion strategy that needs an overhaul. The final point I'll make is that experience is a hard teacher. I was lucky to survive a couple of my crashes. That's why I tried very hard not to have the same one twice. Sadly, not everybody is that lucky. And for some people, when it goes wrong, that is their last chance. So think ahead, understand where and why things go wrong, plan to deal with it if you possibly can, and stay shiny side up. That's it from me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Some great insights there and some interesting tips. We've got a couple of questions from our viewers, and we'll fly through that because we're just running a little bit over time. James W. says on our YouTube feed, Kevin, on junctions, I shift my position within my lane. As I was told, drivers at junctions get a better gauge of distance on the bike. Does this actually
whatever is moving? When we're coming straight towards the junction, there's no lateral movement. There's nothing to attract attention. As soon as we feed in some movement across the lane, we're far more likely to be spotted.
Brilliant. Thanks, Kevin. And one more question from Facebook. Liam Hollyoak says, I always avoid slow speed stuff when I can. What are some good slow speed things to practice?
Well, the figure of 8 is always a good one. Again, start fast and slow and pull the speed down and make the figure of 8s tighter. There's also a technique called counterweighting, which when you're sitting on the bike, what you would do is you would lean in line with the motorcycle. And if you're a Grand Prix racer, you would lean into the corner. But when you're going slowly on a motorcycle, the best thing to do is the opposite. You tip the bike in, but you keep your body upright. What you'll find is it makes the bike lean over more at the same speed. And then because it's leaning over more, it goes around a tighter corner. That's a really useful way of keeping your balance on tight corners, because it just allows the bike to go just that little bit quicker.
Awesome. Kevin Williams from the UK. Hey, thank you very much for joining us for Shiny Side Up.
You're welcome.
All right, and we have a prize to give away for one of our question or commenters with Kevin's session there. We'll get to that very shortly, but I do need to wind back. We talked to our trainers about 10 or 15, 20 minutes ago, and the winner of the trainer prize pack was Liam Hollyoak. So congratulations, Liam. All right, so much more still to come here at Shiny Side Up Online. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to tell you all about the show and shine very shortly, and we're going to get Avalon Biddle out in the training ground to pick up a massive Harley that happens to have fallen over. But before we do that, we need to catch up with Jay once again and talk to our Q&A panel.
Hey, Ray and team, joining us from wherever you are in Aotearoa. The panel has been furiously chipping through all of your questions as they come in. Keep them coming in. Make sure you use that hashtag and direct them at the people you want to have answered. I guess up the back of Kevin's chat that he just had with Ray then, it'd be worth throwing a couple of safety-related questions to the panel. The first one here, what do we do about gravel that hasn't been cleaned up? Roadworks are often left unswept. I'll probably throw that your way, Jim.
Snap Set and Solve would be a good app to use for that. If it's a state highway, you can get hold of Wakakatahi. Most people know it as NZTA. App to use.
So that you download any of your app stores on your Snap.
Send, Solve.
Snap, Send, Solve. Great answer that. Amber, question for you. When it comes to getting your first piece of riding kit, where should you invest for new riders that are getting into the pastime, what we call riding motorcycles?
Best place to probably start would be your Loader Motorcycle store. So wherever you've gotten your bike, generally they're going to have a range of gear available for you to view and browse. If you're in Auckland, Motormail is dedicated to gear only and probably somewhere that I'd really check out, and they've got the widest range of females riding gear as well. Boyd's down in Hamilton as well is another really good one-stop shop. So again, wherever you buy your motorcycle from, generally they've invested the time and the effort to make sure that you've got the equipment.
He's getting there. He's been blocked out.
I've been logged out.
Is there anything in the pipeline for car driver training similar to Ride Forever? And do you agree that there'd be less accidents if drivers were offered more training in regard to other road users?
Interesting. I don't think there's anything that I'm aware of that's going to be similar to Ride Forever. I think the cost of putting something like that in for the number of car drivers would be immense. However, that's not to say that something can't happen in the future, but it's not something that we're looking at right now. We do have a couple of programs though that are focused at young drivers who are looking to get their license. So another NZTA, Wakatahi and ACC program, shared program, is Drive, which is aimed at young drivers and supports you through your license journey. And again, we can start to look at that and see there's some fantastic things there. Great videos to teach you not only how to do it, but to coach you along the way. Yeah, definitely have a look at Drive for if you're a young driver learning the way. I think for a learner, it's definitely the way to go.
Sergeant Souter, a question for you. You've come across a number of accident scenes. Comparatively, how does somebody wash up wearing t-shirt, shorts, jandals, German helmet retrofitted with a jandal through the top of it as their only protection, as opposed to somebody that's riding in decent gear?
So obviously the expression you used before was, dress for the slide, not for the ride. Absolutely, there's no comparison. If you've got decent gear on with body armour built into it, whether it be impact protectors on the hips and on the knees, on the elbows and shoulders, you come out of it a lot better. I mean, you've only got to look at the gear that both Avalon and Amber will wear when they're racing, and it's all got body armour built into it. That's because they're trying to protect themselves in the event that they come off. I've seen some really nasty injuries from guys that have gone down the road and left a lot of skin behind them. They generally only do it once before they suddenly wise up that maybe 6 months of skin grafts isn't the best option, especially through the summer. It can be it's just as simple as buying yourself a decent pair of jeans where they've got the proper Kevlar and the body armour in it, a decent jacket with some body armour built into it and a back protector, and a decent helmet, because studies have shown that the biggest area of impact when you fall off your bike is on your chin.
Great on the face. Dave, you want to say something off the back of that? Was it 60% of first points of contact is your chin with the road?
Yeah, I don't think I was going to comment on that. What I was going to comment on, though, was how do you identify what's good? There's a lot of stuff out there. We're in partnership with these guys, Motorcap, so Motorcap AU. They do some rider testing, so you've got a 5-star rating system on gear. Its cost certainly isn't the thing that makes the difference. It's about how it's put together and what to make up that gear. So they test everything. So it's independent testing. You can go along and have a look and rate different gear that you've got, but it also
So open up another little tab there, punch in motocap.com.au. We're going to take a short 5-minute break and we'll be back with you.
All right, apologies for that small interruption. We've refueled the fuel tank, we've changed the tyres and we've filled up the 2-stroke oil. So we're good to go again. Very shortly, we're going to catch up with Dr. Chris Hurren from Australia, from Deakin University, talking about the gear we wear and how they test it. And not long after that, we're going to get into some challenges, some rider challenges. But we do need to, right now, go and catch up with Jay and Avalon out in the testing grounds and see what's cracking.
We're down here in the car park, and what you can see in front of me, ladies and gents, is a common sight for some motorcyclists. The bike's gone down. How do we safely pick this up without blowing ourselves to smithereens? A Harley Davidson is the best part of 300 to 400 kilos. You know, I could probably have a crack at it myself, but we figured since we have the brute strength of Avalon here on hand, we can get Heron to show you how it can be done and the tips and the tricks that you need to look out for so that you can do it successfully. Gas, what are we looking for first when it comes to picking up a bike that's been binned?
Yes, unfortunately, a common sight for many of us. Has this happened to you? Because this has definitely happened to me. So
as a result of that, I tried to lift it up, brute strength it, and almost tore all the muscles out of my back.
Yeah, not fun, eh? Not fun, no. So the first thing to check, which is what I don't have on a race bike, but on every road bike, is a side stand. So you want to check that that's out, because a common thing is to actually have adrenaline and to throw the bike over. So make sure that that side stand is out in case you do happen to pull the bike up too far. And the other thing to look for is fluids coming out of the bike. If there are any fluids, oil, petrol, water, just leave it and call for help. Best not to deal with a hot motorcycle and leaking fluids.
What about, do I want it to be in neutral? Should I kick it into gear?
Pop it into gear.
Yep.
Yeah, we always know that popping it into gear stops the bike moving backwards and forwards. So always a safe option, and obviously check that the ignition's off is another great place to start.
And when it comes to lifting it up, am I going from this side here and just going to absolutely give it the beans? Or what is the technique that you employ when it comes to righting a wronged motorcycle?
We go onto this side of the bike and we face away from it. Should we do it?
And when you say we, you mean shall you do it 100%?
Okay, well, I'll give it a go. Another top tip is if you don't feel confident doing it yourself or you struggle, you can call a friend for help. So I'll give it a go. And
I believe in you. I don't want to hear you talk.
I can do it myself.
You're talking yourself out of it. What do we do? In terms of the technique, what are we doing? What are we grabbing hold of?
You want to grab hold of anything that's solid and sturdy, obviously not going to move. The handlebar is a good option, but pull it in so that it's sort of tucked in against the bike. This bike here has a rail down here as well, so I think that's probably the best thing to use. And
I know that this is, in conjunction with ACC, and I'm giving it a Do you want to give it just all back, or do you want to use those leg muscles?
I'm going to use those legs. It's like 300 kilos, so should I give it a go?
100%. Yes, yes.
Oh, hang on.
And up and in.
And we did
it. Easy as you please. Yes, side stand is down. The friend was there to help in the end. It was impressive.
That was hard work on my legs.
Impressive to watch. That is you probably couldn't get much of a bigger bike. So to see yourself at 25 kilos dripping wet to move a 300, 400 kilo motorcycle is impressive. So just to go through those tips again, first things first, kickstand out so that we don't go and flip it. Put the bike into gear so that it's not going to roll off on us once we get it up. If there's some fluids that are in and around the bike, fuel, whatever it is, probably leave it alone, because the chances are it'll be warm and you don't want to be messing with a warm bike and fluids. And then when it comes to lifting, lock it, grab it, use your legs facing backwards, and don't blow your back out. Did I pretty much get all of them right?
I think you did, yeah. Call a friend for help if needed. I think probably just don't be ashamed about it as well. We've all been there and we've all dropped a bike, so unfortunately it's probably a good thing to practice.
And if you were to be doing it, like in terms of the double take on it, if we were to go again, not that we're going to flip it over. Please don't. Harley's copping an absolute hiding today, ladies and gents. But to double up on it, same sort of positioning again, get low, use your legs, push back up.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Well, there you have it. Ladies and gents, if you'd always wondered how it could be done, how it should be done, thanks to Avalon, and now you know. Back to you, Ray.
Oh, they're really putting Avalon through the ringer there. That's a bit rough. Well done, team. Very shortly, as I mentioned, we're going to be catching up with a few more speakers. We've got Carl Fogarty on the show later this afternoon. We've also got a prize to give away during the question and answer session for our next presenter. Our next presenter is from Deakin University. He's in charge of MotoCamp, which they test all the gear that we wear in Australia and New Zealand. It's Dr. Chris Hurren. G'day, Dr. Chris. How you doing? Yeah, come on in, join the conversation. So get your questions through for Chris. You need to just put a hashtag Chris and then your question. We'll answer them after the presentation, and you're in the draw to win a $600 gear voucher. Righto, Chris, take it away.
Thanks, Ray. I'm glad that Jay's not kicking around in my shed, or you'd have pushed all my motorbikes over by now. So thank you, everyone, for coming along and listening to me today. I'm going to talk to you about MotoCap. I'm going to concentrate a fair bit on the new European standard, and then I'll talk about some other gear things. So as Ray said, I'm from Deakin University in Australia, but most of you would know me from the MotoCap program. And the MotoCap program has been going now for 4 years and has, I should have actually done a count, over 400 jackets, pants and gloves rated on the website. And for those of you who haven't gone there before, it's motocap.co.nz or motocap.com.au. Both take you to exactly the same location. And what we do is we buy gear from stores in New Zealand and Australia. We bring it back into the laboratory, we cut it up, we test it, and we put all the results free online for anyone in the world to look at. This is what the website looks like. You can see there's jackets, pants and gloves. And I've got to say, very happy for myself, is we now have helmets. So for those who haven't been on the website for a little while, go back on again. A lot of you will have known of Crash. Crash was a helmet testing scheme that is an Australian-based testing scheme. What we've done is we've a quick brief on
You got to love technical difficulties, don't you? The tech guys at the back weren't very impressed when I put my head in and said, have you turned it off and on again? Moving right along, though, we'll get back to Dr. Chris Hurren, live from Australia, Deakin University, talking about the gear we wear and how it's tested. Have we got you there, Dr. Chris?
Yeah, you've got me here again, Ray. We're right to go when you're ready.
Let's start again. Let's crack on and find out all about MotoCap. Give us the spiel.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. So for those of you who don't know MotoCap is a program for buying and testing motorcycle clothing and also helmets. Now, I am the person who looks after all the clothing. Our helmet is handled by another group, and it's only just been incorporated into MotoCap. So I can talk a lot about jackets, pants, and gloves, not quite as much about helmets. So if you throw me a curly one, I can get into trouble. So MotoCap is a system for testing the clothing that you would buy when you walk into a store. So what we do is we buy clothing in New Zealand and Australia, we bring it back, we test it, and we put all the results free online for anyone in the world to look at. Now, the reason that MotoCap is unique is we're buying the gear that you would buy when you walk into a store. We're not testing gear that's supplied by manufacturers. They have no idea what we're going to test or when we're going to test it until we put the ratings up for them to see. So it is a rating system that can be relied on because of our independence. So as I mentioned, helmets are now a new addition to MotoCap, and these are managed by Crash, which are based in New South Wales. Like MotoCap, they buy a certain number of helmets a year, they test them, and they put the results all free up online. What they used to have was a separate website. We found it was much more sensible for it all to be in the one location, and that's why MotoCap now has helmets. If you're looking to engage with MotoCap, there's a couple of different levels. So level number one is just looking at the protection stars and the breathability stars. Protection stars will talk to you about how protective the garment will be in a crash, how good its seam strength will be, how good its abrasion will be, how good its impact protectors will be. Breathability is a measure of how comfortable it will be to wear on a hot day. So breathability is important even on non-hot days, because if a garment's not that breathable, it's not that comfortable. When I put these on in the lab, because I do all the male clothing ergonomics, quite often some gear, half-star breathability gear, you put it on in the lab and you just can't get it off quick enough. It feels horrible even in the 20 degrees Celsius laboratory environment. So if you want to get a little bit more information, you can actually drill down and find out how it performs. So here you can see the 3 out of 10 for abrasion, 9 out of 10 for impact, and 10 out of 10 for seam strength or burst strength. And then with this one, it was also a waterproof garment. So you can see it's got 10 out of 10 for water resistance, and it's got 5 out of 10 for thermal comfort. For those of you who are like me and really want to know everything, you can actually download a test report for every single garment that we test. So this is a test report for gloves, and it shows you the first page and shows you the page for seam strength in the glove and also wrist retention. So we even put the glove onto a fake hand and we pull it off using a machine to measure how much force it takes to pull the glove off to simulate the glove being pulled off your hand during a crash. So one of the things I really want to concentrate on in my presentation is the new European standard. There's been a lot of people talking to me recently, and they're all saying, there's a new European standard, why do we need to look at MotoCap? And the words are in what we say there. It's a European standard. I'll talk to you about why it's important to look at MotoCap and not the European standard. Now, to introduce the new European standard, it's EN 17092. You'll see a lot more gear hanging in stores with this certification on it. Now, there's essentially 5 levels of protection, but really there's 3. There's AAA, AA, and A are the 3 levels of protection. A B garment, which I'm yet to see in store. Most of what I'm seeing in stores is AAA, AA, and A. A B garment is an A garment, but it doesn't have the armour in it. And a C garment is traditionally one of those vests that you'd wear for motocross. So it's just a garment that holds armour. It doesn't actually provide any other protection. So biggest changes between the two is the new standard, or one of the biggest changes between the two is the new standard has redefined the risk zones from being a 4-zone risk system to a 3-zone risk system. Now, I'm not going to bore you with hours and hours of talk. Biggest part of this is they've reduced the level of protection that's required in some of the areas, or they've reduced the risk of some of the areas that were previously high risk for abrasion. They've now made them medium risk for abrasion. Now, as a scientist, I'm not that happy with this change because the little colourful stig on the left-hand side that we use for motocap and is used by the old European standard was developed from looking at a whole heap of people that crashed. The new risk rating that they have for the European standard doesn't have any connection with any data showing that risk has reduced. So it is a little bit concerning that they've changed this new risk. Not only that, if we have a look, there is variation in the risk they have for the different garment levels. So if you have a AAA garment, they deem that it has a very high risk of abrasion in the bottom. When we go to a AA or an A, they deem there not to be that same risk. Now, the type of garment you wear has nothing to do with the level of risk you have. You have the same risk whether you're wearing an A garment or a AAA garment. So again, it's a little bit of a concern because those garments aren't designed to protect you from all of the risks that are out there. Now, the other difference between what we do at MotoCap and what they do with the European standard is they now use a new test method called the Darmstadt test machine. Now, the Darmstadt test machine is good in the fact that it's far more relatable to riders to how we crash than the Cambridge machine. The Cambridge machine, as you can see at the bottom, is just a belt sander. We drop the sample onto the belt sander, and that belt sander is doing 28 kilometres an hour, and we measure how long it takes before a hole is formed. But the Cambridge machine is really good because if a material lasts for a really, really long time, we know it's protective, and it lasts for a short period of time, we know it's not so protective. With the Darmstadt machine, what they do is they spin those rotating arms up. And if you have a look at the sample, you can see 3 red dots there where the sample's attached. They spin the arms up to a set speed, and then they drop them down onto that concrete pad. And it is a concrete pad, which is designed to replicate asphalt. They spin them on that concrete pad with no driving force. So say they spin them up to 700 revolutions per minute, it then, once it's dropped onto the pad, is able to spin down until it stops. So it more represents what would happen when we crash. However, it's only concrete. Now, what we've seen is it only gives you a pass-fail, the Darmstadt machine, and that pass-fail is much lower than the protection levels we've seen in the past. So if we look at the original EN 13595, it had 2 protection levels. This is the original European standard from many, many years ago. You can see 7 seconds and 4 seconds with abrasion time. The French had a variation, and you will find this in some garments, that it will generally have Niveau 1 and Niveau 2 instead of level 1 and level 2. But if we look at the new AAA, AA and A, you can see that the abrasion times, the times to hole, are much, much, much lower than the original standard. And if we look at the A, the time to hole in an A garment and a AA garment is about the same amount of time in the knee area to a pair of ordinary denim jeans. And anyone out there knows if you fall off in a pair of ordinary denim jeans, you're highly likely to injure yourself. So the reason the European standard has been revised to this new method with the lower protection ratings is because of this. If we have a look, this is typical European roads. Most of them are asphalt. They have a small road network. They have a very, very concentrated large number of people. And the result is they can spend ridiculous amounts of money to put in asphalt. Asphalt's dead smooth, and it's got very, very little abrasion properties. If we go to New Zealand, and of course Australia as well, and we look at the roads, you can instantly see the texture that's on those roads. Most of the road network in New Zealand, and the same with Australia, is chip seal, because we have we've got a much larger road network. We don't have the concentration of people, and we have different soils that require the chip seal surface to enable us to put a road down. And the bottom left-hand corner shows them actually laying a chip seal. So reason chip seal is really important is when we test on chip seal using a Cambridge machine that fits into a car, we know that chip seal is 4.5 times more abrasive than asphalt, or asphalt is 4.5 times less abrasive than chip seal. So this means if you fall off in the city, so you're riding around Auckland where there's majority of the surface is asphalt, you're going to slide 4.5 times longer before your clothing wears through than if you fall off on chip seal. So the new European standard is all based around asphalt, not chip seal. So we really need to be using something like MotoCap when we're buying gear for riding in a New Zealand or an Australian environment. Couple of other things while I've got you. Impact protection. I have used D3O here, but D3O is not the be all and end all. It's just an example because they're nice and colourful for the slide and it shows the development. Impact protectors have improved massively in the last 5 years. There are many more high energy absorption options out there in the market, and there's some really super flexible options out there as well, which is really important for the knees in pants. So there's benefits in updating your impact protectors in older garments, because a lot of the impact protectors may look like the two on the far left, and these won't have anywhere near the energy absorption of some of the newer versions, which you're starting to see over on the right. Other benefits can be flexibility. So in the past, a lot of people pull impact protectors out of pants because they're not flexible. You can get super flexible impact protectors, and I've got the D3O Ghost as an example there, which is a second from the right. It's super flexible. You can have that in a pair of pants and you wouldn't even know it's there. So there can be super flexibility, but the other thing is they're a lot more breathable. If you look at the air holes in all of the impact protectors on the right, you can see that there's a lot more ability for air to flow through them. So take-home message for this is if you've got that favourite jacket that you've been wearing for the last 5 to 10 years, take it down the store, buy some new impact protectors for it, and significantly improve its protection. Casual gear. So one of the mantras that I have is if you're out riding around town, 2 stars or better if you're of protection with MotoCap. If you're out riding in the countryside, 3 stars or better for MotoCap. When we go to 2 stars or better, there's a lot of casual gear that's available in the market. And I've always said to people, you're much better to be riding in any gear than no gear. So if you're one that doesn't really like to wear the really stringent jackets and pants that typically riders wear, go and have a look at the casual gear. There's many, many options out there, and make sure you check out the MotoCap website first so that you can get the better ones. Biggest changes coming in the near future. Hopefully, now that we have helmets, jackets, pants and gloves on the MotoCap website, hopefully in the near future, footwear may be added. And just to give you an idea, if we look at the market, most of the footwear is the low class of boot. So it goes just above the ankle. There's a moderate amount of medium and a moderate amount of high shoes out there. Interestingly, there's very, very few like the top right-hand corner, which is good because we really need ankle protection when we're riding a motorcycle. And I'm going to finish. It's not very often that you actually get to have both of your motorcycles with you when you're out on a ride in a really picturesque location. It's fortunate that I was riding with a mate not that long ago. He doesn't have his own motorbike, so I was able to provide one for him. And here's a photo overlooking Lake Eildon in Victoria of two of my motorcycles. I do have more than this, much to my wife's disgust. But here's two of them, a GB 400 and an XSR 700. As you'll tell, I like cafe racer style bikes, and I like small capacity cafe racer style bikes because I love to be able to flick them around, and I like the little lightweight feeling of them. So that's it. I'll hand over back to Ray in the studio.
Deakin University, thank you very much for that presentation. Just incidentally, you've got an XSR 700. Isn't it great to see what Yamaha have done with that CP2 engine? They've put in pretty much everything.
Oh, it's a phenomenal bike. I really, in saying that, I just got a CBR 500R, and I must admit that I'm coveting his fairings, which is interesting. But I look at my bike as being like Jeremy Clarkson, and his as being Jensen Button. It's far more refined than what my XSR is.
Oh, you're the connoisseur, you are. Hey, we've got a prize to give away to one of our question or commenters. If you've got a question or comment to put to Dr. Chris Hurren, get it through right now. Just put the hashtag Chris, and you put your question or your comment in there. We'll put it through to him now. Dr. Chris, we've got a question here. What should women be looking at in riding gear? Are their needs different to the ladies?
Pulled up at the same rate as what the men's gear does. The biggest thing to be careful with is ladies' leggings or women's leggings. They tend to not have the same level of protection that you'd get out of a similar line Kevlar jeans. So really, if you're going to buy leggings, have a look on the website first, on the MotorCap website, and find the best of them. But I wouldn't let my wife ride around in a pair of ladies' leggings out on the open road. I would around town. Most of them have enough protection for around town. But when you get out on the open road, they're stretchier and they don't tend to work as well. With other gear, biggest thing with ladies' clothing or women's clothing is it tends to hang in store a little bit longer. And as I was saying before about impact protectors, when we look at MotorCap testing, the impact protectors in women's gear are not as good as men, and that's because most of them are older because they've been hanging in store for longer.
Brilliant. Connor Top says on Facebook, or asks on Facebook, how do the MotorCap helmet comparisons compare to the likes of the Sharp ones?
So I can only talk a little bit about the helmets. The helmets are actually managed by Crash, not through my laboratory, but the difference is the testing methods. The Australian testing methods have rotational force and they have an impact on the face of the helmet. The Sharp, from memory, is a different method of testing.
Teaser Sargent says on Facebook, are there any plans to test airbag vests or jackets anytime soon?
Yes, we're doing a lot of work at the moment trying to work out the best way to do them. So the test for doing an airbag jacket is to put it on a mannequin and to fire it into the side of a car, to do a low side crash, to do a 45-degree into the side of a car. Unfortunately, when we do this, it's very, very expensive because we do a lot of damage to the mannequin each time we test. So we're trying to determine a way that we can measure them in the laboratory that won't be as expensive to undertake. And because we see that there is benefit out there, there's not a great amount of publications on them, but the ones that I have read show that there is a reduced injury risk or propensity for injury if you're wearing an airbag jacket.
Nate F asks on Facebook, Dr. Chris, how often should you replace your gear regardless of whether it's been crashed or not? I.e., if I drop my helmet from the waist height or something like that, should I replace it?
So it depends on, with a helmet, for instance, it depends on whether you've got a head in it or not. The crushing of foam occurs when you hit the ground, when you've got a head in that helmet. So if you even fall 20 centimetres with your head in the helmet, you need to throw it away and get a new one. If you just drop it, then it all comes down to structural damage of the the shell. So if there's nothing in it and you just drop it on the ground, if it's onto really rough South Island chip seal, then yes, you probably need to replace it because you'll have point loading from hitting that rock. But if you drop it onto carpet or you drop it onto a smooth concrete path with no rocks on it, and you pick it up and there's no visible signs of damage, then it's less likely to have had structural damage. And in most cases, I've been seeing a lot of information out there saying you can continue to wear them.
Personal case, my little helmet that's sitting down there, little helmet, I'd be worried about the scratches. It doesn't look pretty anymore.
So if it's not scratched, if it's scratched, then definitely replace it because the scratches are structural damage. But if you drop it and you pick it up and there's no scratches, there's no impact marks, there's no holes, there's no pitting, then there's likely to be no structural damage. It's where you have any form of scratching and so forth, that is structural damage, and that's when you should be replacing them.
Right, thanks for that clarification. Similar vein, Emma McIntosh is asking about timelines to replace your helmet. Is 5 years still a good timeline? Do different manufacturers recommend different things? What's the story there?
So it's really
damaged, I should say.
It's really hard to talk about when to replace a helmet. So if you look at myself, I commute most days per week on the XSR, and my helmets wear out between 2 to 3 years. I've got a Bell helmet that I actually purchased just before I come across the shiny side up in 2020, and I'm looking at the chin strap on that going, oh, it's starting to get to the level of damage on that chin strap that I think I'm going to buy myself a new helmet. There's nothing wrong with the outer shell. Also, if I look at that helmet, it doesn't fit my head anywhere near as well as what it did when I first bought it because it flops all around all over the place. Because every time we put them on and off, we actually crush the foam a little bit, and it's that foam crushing that depletes their life. If you're an infrequent rider and you ride once a month or once every 6 months, and the helmet's stored in good, dry, clean conditions, there's no reason why they can't go beyond that 5-year lifespan.
Shannon Morgan is asking on the YouTube feed, does anyone do impact testing of the chin of helmets?
Good question. I'm going to say that my expertise is jackets, pants and gloves, and I'm going to defer on that answer.
Yes, great. That is a lot.
Sorry about that.
No, how dare you not have an answer for that? We'll find out. We'll get you. We'll get an answer. Craig Gill is asking on YouTube, how often are you purchasing gear to test through MotoCap?
So we purchase gear at least once every 2 months. I can let you in on a bit of a secret that now the borders are open again. We managed to get a purchase run in New Zealand last year. We are about to do a big purchase run in New Zealand. I won't tell you when or where because then the manufacturers might try to sneak in some gear. But we are purchasing every 1 to 2 months because we try to keep the lab ticking over, so it's always got gear in it. One of the things I forgot to say earlier on about the difference between MotoCap and the new European standard is with MotoCap, we buy the gear. The manufacturers have no idea what we're buying. With the new European standard, the manufacturers go into their prototyping department. They get the lady on her sewing machine to make 3 one-off garments. They then send them off for testing. They get certified to the different levels of protection, and then the garment gets put into production, and that production model is what hangs in the shelf. Now, I've had it pointed out to me many times that the times that we have for abrasion, especially in the protective denim jeans, are very different to what the companies claim for marketing. And this could be because the production model has different protection levels to what the prototype model has. So bear that in mind. What you get on MotoCap, the scores you get on MotoCap are independent, and they're actually what you're buying when you go into a store. They're not a model that was made specifically for testing in a prototyping department.
Good clarification. Thank you, Chris. Another question here from Sandy O'Dell. Often the back protector is optional when buying a jacket. In your opinion, is this crucial or can I get away without it?
So unfortunately, at the moment, there is no evidence to show that back protectors reduce injury. And the reason for that is most broken backs occur from being twisted and hitting the ground. If we all let go of the handlebars in Superman, we'd be less likely to break a back than if we keep hold of the handlebars and we go off all twisted up. But I still ride with a back protector in every time I hop on the motorcycle. And the reason being is there are knocks and bumps that occur to the back that aren't the ones that lead you a paraplegic or a quadriplegic, but they are impacts that can occur to that spine region that can be reduced or stopped wearing a back protector. And also, a lot of garments don't have the protection for abrasion in the back, especially protective textile garments. So having that extra bit of material in there, impact protectors are incredibly strong for abrasion protection. So if you've got one in your back, you've got one in your elbow, your shoulder, your knee and your hip, you've got extra abrasion protection in each of those areas.
Dr. Chris from Deakin University, MotoCap, talking about the rub of the road, how they test the gear we wear. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us for Shiny Side Up. Sorry about the technical glitches earlier on. And we've got a $600 gear voucher to give away to one of our commenters. And we're giving it to Connor Top from Facebook. It was the question about the Sharp versus MotoCap when it comes to helmets. So thank you, Dr. Chris Hurren, and congratulations to Connor. Just a quick reminder, if you head to shinysideup.co.nz, you can see all the bikes that are entered into the show and shine. And if you jump on the Facebook page, find the post, hit like on the bike that you like. It's how we're doing a digital show and shine this year. We've got about, the best part of 40 bikes entered in that competition, and we've got some wicked prizes up for grabs. So if you want to help them win some prizes, jump on there, have your vote for the show and shine. Now, if I have done my maths correctly, we could potentially be heading up the road to catch up with Jay for some rider challenges. Is that correct? Have we got Jay on the line?
You 100% have, big fella. Well done, Ray. Your maths is always on point. You should back yourself. Never, ever let me hear you talk about yourself like that again. Now, I'm up here in the demo area with Ross from Two Ball Bikers. You're going to do an interpretive dance for us a little bit later on. But before we get into that, 4 rider challenges that you're going to lay down for everyone to have a crack at as well. A couple of skills to impart. What are we going to go over today?
Okay, so what we're going to have is just a few little things we're going to do. We're going to do a U-turn, we're going to do a figure 8, maybe an offset cone weave, and a 90-degree start and stop. It's one of those things where, we've got a bigger bike or even a little bike. That low-speed stuff, that kind of controlling in a car park, that can be a little bit nerve-wracking. So with the right skills and maybe a little bit of training, you'll nail it every time. And you don't have to be nervous about moving your bike around at low speed.
And a little cool challenge that we're going to be laying down as well, which is something that everyone can get a part of, and film them doing this challenge and then upload it to the Ride Forever Facebook page. A series of manoeuvres that everyone with a couple of cones and a tape measure can have a crack at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So shall we get into it?
What's the first one that we're going to be doing?
So we're going to start off with a U-turn. Now, U-turn is just turning 180 degrees. Everything's for the low speed stuff is always going to be based on where you're looking and keeping that bike upright and keeping it under power. Now, for a bigger bike, we're probably going to be slipping the clutch, and we're going to be riding that rear brake, just a little bit of pressure on there and looking where we want to go, and don't be afraid to lean your bike. So let's have a look, eh?
All right, rip into it. Ross from Two Ball Bikers. 2,000 kilometres a week he puts down on this machine.
What a good week. So let's start. We'll come up over here. So here's the lane. So we'll start off pulling over and stopping. So the big thing here is that we definitely want to be clearing behind us, make sure. Turn your handlebars. Go forward, get stable, make your turn. Make sure you're turning your head, keeping your revs up, and you're not dropping your eyes. Wherever you're looking, that's where you go. And once you're comfortable doing the U-turn, well, then we can move it up and make it a figure. So we turn to the right, come around, flip your head round, and turn to the left. And you don't need to go fast. You want to keep a little bit of forward momentum. Fast walking, slow jogging kind of pace, that's what you're looking for. And you see the bike, big heavy bike like this is 230 kilograms. And I'm not a lightweight, and it's easy. So then we have a look at a right turn from a standing start. So when we want to turn the bike from a standing start, we kind of want to set it up so the bike's ready to go at the outset. So if I'm turning right, I'm going to get that right foot down, left foot up. Handlebars already turned. Have a look both ways. You'll make sure you're not going to run into anyone. Turn your head and then commit to the turn. So you look where you want to go, and away you go. Piece of cake. Same thing, turning left. So you come up, turning left. It's going to be a left foot down. I like left hands. I don't know. Left-hand turns are always easier for me. Turn and keep going and come all the way back again. So all of this stuff just comes down to trusting that your bike's not going to fall over as long as you don't drop that power. You notice that I'm riding the clutch so I can keep the revs up and keep the bike driven forward without any of that chunking or any of that feeling like the bike's going to stall. And then we can take that and we can expand out and we can expand out and we can expand out. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes, lay out some more cones, and I'll show you the offset weave. Let me just get the bike set up first. So you can see I've got these yellow cones laid out, and I've just got a few more, and then we can go from there.
Ross, what are the common misconceptions or common problems or common mistakes that people make when it comes to doing those manoeuvres?
Absolutely never touch your front brake. When we're doing low speed manoeuvring, and generally that's like 20k or less, stay off the front brake. If you want to put the bike on the ground, inadvertently grabbing that is generally the most effective way of doing it. Think of it like this. When we're driving along doing low speed work, I'm slipping the clutch and I'm driving that rear wheel, using that rear brake to control how fast I allow that wheel to turn. But there's no compression or extension of the bike itself because everything's happening on the same wheel. The moment I grab that front, if I've got any steering input, I grab that front, she's going to snap around and it's going to tuck the bike under. It's not fun, and it's a really easy way of getting the bike on the ground.
Right, should we set up these cones and get into
the
next challenge?
So, do you guys want to just pick up those orange ones and throw them in the corner, and I'll put these yellow ones out?
In terms of getting your hands on some cones and laying them out so that they can do the challenge, how's the best way to go about that?
Don't even worry about cones. Milk bottles work just as well. Coke bottles.
Can you come back into here more, not over there?
Do you want this one gone as well, Ross? So this is a challenge that everyone can have a crack at home, film it for themselves, and put it up on the Ride Forever Facebook page.
Absolutely.
So what is the course? How do we set it up?
So this is what we call an offset weave. So what I've got is I've set up a number of gates, and you can see those with the little yellow kicker cones. Now, it's a right turn. Now, there is 9 metres between adjacent gates, so 9 metres to that one. And then at 4.5 metres, I've got the gate on the other side, and that's 4.5 metres along. So it's like 4.5, 4.5, 4.5 if we stack it down. Now, the big thing about this one is it's where you place yourself. You don't want to be trying to aim for the cone. We're not going to go straight. We're going to go big arcs all the way around. So it's different to what we were doing on the U-turn. We're just taking one and feeding to the next, feeding to the next, feeding to the next.
And tips for young players?
Keep your eyes up. Once you've identified where you want to go, stop looking at that gate, start looking at the next one. Get your eyes around and look at what's coming.
Show us how it's done.
Let's have, well, I'll do my best. Put the side stand up. And now I got that wrong, so I lost my position. And that's okay. Getting it wrong is part of getting it right. Hop out of the way. So you want to get your bike set up and then commit to it. There and then turn. Keep turning, get yourself some space for the next one, and then turn. And if you get a mistake, don't worry about it. It's not about getting it perfect. Get it go. And then turn. and then turn. Now, the first time, you're probably going to bollocks it up, as I just did. That's okay. The next time you go around, relax a little bit. So we make a turn, and then make a turn. Turn a little bit further, turn your head a little bit more. Give yourself some space, and then you make the turn easy. And then turn your head again. So all it takes is looking where you want to go, and if you make a mistake, don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. It's all about gradual improvement. It's not about getting it perfect the first time you try it.
Great stuff. In terms of where we can find the details on that, head along to the Ride Forever Facebook page. It'll show you how to map it out.
Yep.
And then are we going for blistering pace or are we going for accuracy when it comes to
We're
this?
just looking, this is an absolute accuracy exercise. It's about being able to put that bike where I want to put it. And if you get it wrong, then we give it a try. These little kicker cones, they're pretty forgiving. You can run over them, that's not going to hurt you too much. You know, the more confident you get, the tighter you can go. But it's all about get those fundamental skills right. Look where you want to go. Keep your eyes up. Don't come off the brake. Don't touch the front brake. Keep the power on. Slip your clutch. And hey, this is a big bike, and I'm not a riding god by any stretch of the imagination, but the bike did it easily. And that's probably the big thing. Your bike will make the turn. You've got to make the turn.
It's one of those things that everybody has access to something like this.
Yeah.
You said like milk bottles possibly. And everyone's got access to a car park and a bit of a tape measure that you can sort of layer this out. What you can do with these transferable skills as you take them onto the road is invaluable.
So this translates really well to moving through column to stationary traffic, through, you know, moving around car parks when the cars have blocked you in. There's all sorts of things. You don't even need milk bottles. Most car parks are 2.5 metres wide. So you get some pavement chalk and you can just draw a circle and you can do anything you like, or just go and play in a car park. Don't let fear of what's going to happen put you off. I mean, you might drop your bike, you might not. I guarantee if you start easy and you wait for the skills to build and then try it, you're not going to drop your bike.
There's mini gymkhana stuff as well that a lot of people are doing, which is great fun. This could be a little introductory. This could be a little taster that you're looking for to get into, well, what we call motorsport.
Yeah, so the moto gymkhana stuff, very similar to all of this, but they're trying to do it as quick as they can. They have a ball. Now, there's one in Wellington, and guys love it in terms of giving you confidence and low-speed control of your bike. That absolutely will put you more confident when you're riding that bike at higher speeds.
Speaking of low-speed confidence, we're going to be getting you to do a little bit of low-speed stuff for us shortly, but we're going to chop back to Ray in the studio. He's got a very special guest joining him.
I do have a very special guest joining me. I don't know off the top of my head exactly who that is right this second, but I'm sure I can find out. We're going to be doing a prize draw in a second, though. What we need you to do is give us the questions. We'd like you to post up your questions, whether that be to any of our team on the Q&A panel, or to our trainers who are sitting at home on Zoom answering all your questions as well, or our presenters. You can get your questions to them, hashtag first name. So if you had a question for New Zealand Police, hashtag NZ Police. If you got one for ACC, hashtag ACC. You get the drill. Chuck it in the comments on whatever platform you're watching the stream on today, and we'll make sure we get those questions answered. We've got two draws, one which we are very close to doing right now. In fact, one draw, and let me take you over here to check out the prizes. Hopefully our team with the cameras can work out where I'm going here. Here we go, we're making our way over. I know I sprung that on you, I'm sorry team. This is our prize pack number one, and we're doing the draw momentarily. We've got some cool stuff in here. We've got a streamlined backpack sitting right here. We've got a big tub of Markov gear. We've got a shiny side up buff. This here though, this is the piece de resistance. This is the Cardo Pack Talk Bold. It's a duo kit. They're going to let you listen to music and talk to your riding buddies while you're riding. We've got a digital tyre pressure gauge, and we've got a puncture repair kit right there, as well as an MTA gift voucher. So we're doing the draw for that momentarily. Let me just drag you back over here as we walk around our studio. So yeah, get in the draw. We're doing that draw in a moment. We've got another big prize pack to give away later on this afternoon, and it's every single question or comment that we get here today is going on in one big prize pack. It's going in one big draw for that prize pack for that one, and the other one over in the corner there this afternoon, which consists of some tyres, a GPS tracker, some more cleaning gear, more puncture repair a puncture repair kit. I'm getting tongue-tied here. I'm so excited. And more cleaning gear. So we'll be doing that draw in a moment. Here we go. It has been done. And the winner, I wish I could get a drum roll. Wouldn't that be great? The winner of the prize pack is Joe Woodrow. Congratulations, Joe. We'll get in touch and we'll get that massive prize pack out to you. Very shortly, in fact, we're going to be catching up with Sergeant Lachlan Garrick. He is a police motorcyclist, and he has a cool new Yamaha MT-09 police bike to show you. And we're going to be catching up very shortly also with Carl Fogarty. He is a legend when it comes to World Superbikes, and he's done some awesome stuff. He's been a winner around the Isle of Man TT as well. So let's get into that right now here at Shiny Side Up Online for 2022. Thanks for joining us. Time to welcome to Shiny Side Up Online a man that, well, to be fair, he needs no introduction. Born in 1965, Blackburn, England, still living there to this day. 219 Superbike race starts. 108 podiums and a massive 4 World Superbike titles to his name. You know him, you know him, you know him. It's Carl Fogarty, aka Foggy. Welcome.
Good evening, mate. A good morning, shall I say, where I am.
Hey, let's dive straight into it. A lot of people excited to hear what you've got to say. So Foggy, before you got into World Superbikes, you were a teenager on a dirt bike.
Yeah, I did a bit of schoolboy motocross. It kind of started quite late, really, to be honest. I had a couple of little field bikes, motocross bikes in sort of late 70s, mid-70s, but you just used to play around in the back of the fields, really. And I was wondering how my dad didn't say, look, let's get you in some schoolboy motocross races a lot early, you know. Because I had my first bike at 9, 10 years old, but I didn't really do any schoolboy motocross till 14, 15. So I started quite late, really. I wasn't very good at it, to be honest. I would never... I think I always knew that I wasn't going to be good enough, you know, to be like a British champion or certainly a world champion or anything like that. And my heart was never there, really, with motocross. I was just... Having been brought up around road racing, because my dad was racing, the TT and stuff, but I just couldn't wait to get to 18 and go racing. That was the thing, really.
Now, you mentioned your father. He was a bit of a racer as well, as I understand it. Did he steer you towards the circuit, or was that a natural progression for you?
Yeah, just natural, really. He was, you know, he was quite happy for me to do whatever, really. He didn't push me at all into motorcycles. I almost kind of wish he had a little bit more, really. Like nowadays, the guys are starting so young that it would have been nice to start even a couple of years younger than what I did. But no, he was... I mean, I remember as a kid just following him around at the local races, really, Aintrees and Oldham Parks, Croft, places like that, and then getting a couple of weeks off school, which was great, to go to the TT, you know. So that was a big thing for me, when I look back now, my childhood memories. It's usually the Avalon TT I think of, you know, being in the hotel and getting into mischief and amusement arcades and going up to the paddock, and, you know, when I was like 13 and 14, more kind of going on the circuit and signalling me down, sort of thing, you know, sort of what position he was in, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's how it all started, really.
Nice. Now, you started World Superbikes in 1988 on a Honda. Moved to Ducati in 1992. 93, you finished second overall on the podium. What drove you in 1994 to achieve a massive 14 podiums, 10 of them in first place, and finish the season as the undisputed champion?
Yeah, I always believed I was good enough. I always believed I was better than everybody else, you know, back then. Still do. And I should have won the championship really in '93. I was a bit hot-headed, a bit kind of young in the head, really, even though my age was, I was 27 or 28, I can't remember now, but I wasn't young, but I was young for my age, I think, back then, really. And I won about 11 races, I think, in '93 and crashed a lot. Scott, who won the championship, I think he only won 4 races. And I lost the championship. I think it was the old point scoring system, 2017, that one, really. So I didn't, when I was not finishing races or crashing, I was never, I'd win again, and then Scott would be second. So it was really hard for me to pull the points back. Although I did the last round, I was about 27 points behind, but the last round was cancelled in Mexico because of a track safety. So I felt like I should have won it in '93. I was the fastest guy out there, but didn't win it. So I think that's what drove me in '94. We had a new bike. I was a bit older, a bit wiser, a bit more consistent, and those are the key ingredients to win the championship. But again, it wasn't all plain sailing. I won the first round at Donington. The second round, I crashed at Hockenheim and broke my wrist. So I had to. Well, I didn't actually miss a race. I tried to race 2 weeks or 3 weeks later with a broken wrist. Which wasn't great, but I finished. I couldn't really use a clutch. I was hanging onto the bike, my left wrist. And I was running 5th in the first race in Misano, and because I wasn't using the clutch, the gearbox went. I brought the gearbox, so quite demoralising. And then in the second race, I finished 5th again. I was saying with a broken wrist. So it was an interesting year where I had ups and downs, and not just me, Scott did as well, and obviously Aaron on the Honda. And they went to the last race of the year, the other side of the world, your neck of the woods in obviously in Australia, Phillip Island, and yeah, to go to almost win it in '93 and not do it, and then for it to go into the very last race of the year, the other side of the world, and to win it and to do what I did that day and run really well, it was fantastic. It just the emotion. If you get goosebumps now talking about it, it's the relief more than anything that I'd finally achieved what I said to everybody I would do, and I believed I would do for many years, and be a world champion. And that was it. Yeah, it was a great feeling. Probably the best feeling I've ever had on a motorcycle, really.
Outstanding, yes. And you did. You went on to win quite a number of times. In fact, I heard somewhere that you had won 3 World Superbike titles before you went to get your motorcycle road license.
That's not quite true. I was leading. I was obviously battling with Scott in '93 for the World Championship. I wasn't maybe leading championship. I think I was second. Yeah, I was second behind Scott. And I kept getting asked to do things on the road, and I got asked. Something came up where I had to do something with Ducati and in Newcastle with the mayor of Newcastle. He was maybe a fan or something, I don't know, and lead some sort of parade. I said, "Well, I can't do it. I haven't got a license, so it'll have to be a no." So that year, I took my test basically, which was quite funny because you're leading the World Championship or dicing for it, you know what I mean? And I'd already won the TT and other World Championships in other classes, and I still hadn't got a road licence. And I remember taking in Blackburn, not far from where I am now, really. I just quite a few little press turned up, hoping I was going to fail. And obviously, racing a motorbike, you kind of do things a lot differently than riding on the road, and like covering your back brake and things like this, and looking back every 10 seconds where it was. So I have to learn to ride it so slow and do all these things for 35 minutes, whatever it was, to pass your test. It's quite hard, really, more nerve-wracking than probably 120,000 people that expect you to win at Brands Hatch. But I passed anyway, so it was all good.
Now, talking about that, there are skills that you learn on the track that you don't necessarily employ on the road, or are there? Did the skills that you employed on the track help you on the road?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. It made me a lot more aware when I ride on the road. I've just been out at the weekend, actually, with a mate on a couple of multi-strada Ducati. First time I've ridden anything like that before. And I'm so aware of everything around me. 'Cause I don't really ride a lot on the road, if I'm honest. Never really have when I was 16, 17 maybe, until I got a car license. But I'm just watching everybody all the time. You know, I was on a track. We don't need to do that. There's nothing coming the other way for start. So riding on the road, I say to myself, I say to anybody really, just think to yourself that everybody you see around you is the worst driver in the world, and you'll be pretty safe, in my opinion. You know, just expect the unexpected is what I say to people on the road, and say to myself, you know, when I see a car at a junction, I'm thinking, he hasn't seen me, he's going to pull out me now, I'm ready for it, even though he probably has, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's quite mentally draining, I guess, when I go for a ride on the road, because I'm always thinking all the time about what's around me, what's going on, you know.
So we talked about your early years in World Superbikes. Let's fast forward to what's probably stuck in a lot of people's minds. The year 2000, round 2, Australia's Phillip Island, and your career-ending crash. Can you just quickly kind of summarise what you remember of that crash?
Well, funnily enough, it's the only crash I've ever had, and I've no memory of it. It's the one that finished me off. Yeah, this is an interesting day, really. Yeah, the weather was, you know, doing what it was doing at Phillip Island. It was late on in the year, really, in April. Well, actually, it was St. George's Day, England's Day of all days. Somebody was so patriotic as I was about being English and not so much British, you know, and had the St. George cross on my helmet and everywhere, sort of thing. It all ended on that day, which is quite ironic, really. And I just remember starting the second race, having rode really, really well in the first race on the wrong tyres and kept upright somehow when everybody else was falling off. Only one person had the right tyres on. That was Anthony Gilbert, and he won on the motor, which is unbelievable. In the second race, I thought, right, I'm going to win this race now, definitely. I felt I was pretty much fastest guy all weekend, really, even though I made a mess of Super Bowl lap. I remember dropping the clutch at the start of the race, and the thing went sideways. Obviously, the damp patch left from, obviously, when it had been raining early on, you know, and I remember thinking, God, that's a terrible start here. And I was stuck behind Anthony Goldberg, and there weren't many dry patches about. Sorry, it was like one dry line with a lot of wet patches around. And I remember passing Anthony going through the start and finish on the first lap. And that's all I remember, to be honest. And the next thing I remember is waking up and coming in and out of consciousness in a helicopter. I remember hearing a helicopter noise and then the hospital and stuff. So that was it, really. There's no memory of it, really. Only the footage you kind of see and think, you know, why we're in the back of this guy or whatever. And initially, it turned out he had an issue with his bike. It was cutting out, and I was coming through the field really quickly, saying fastest lap after fastest lap. I think I was up to about 6th or 7th across the middle. I'd actually done it. I'm a team manager, and maybe months later, a year later, you know, you've done 6 or 7 or 8 laps before, and I don't remember any of these laps, you know what I mean? Before the accident happened. Yeah, it was a big one, and I hit a tyre wall with no air fencing, and it kind of got in with my head and shoulder, so I took the impact with both, really. So I think had it been just my head, I wouldn't be here today, really. So yeah, that was it. His shoulder was kind of smashed to bits, and you know, the professor, actually did a really good job of me in Melbourne in the hospital. They fixed it up pretty good. And I saw Professor Andrew Carr, his name was, when I got back to England in Oxford, and he said, look, you better mess with this thing. It's probably the slowest part of your body to heal anyway. And you're probably going to lose a bit of movement and nerve damage, a bit of nerve damage there. So, you know, I kind of knew then, I think, that was it, really, even though I tried to get back on a bike, and I tried to persevere with it for 6 months until about September time when I got back on a bike, and I was just I couldn't even get behind the screen, and my arm was stuck up in the air, sort of thing like that, you know. So yeah, that was it. So that was game, set, and match over. Yeah.
So obviously there was some time to physically rehabilitate. Mental scars, did it take you long to get mentally prepared to get back on the bike?
Well, obviously I didn't race again, did I? No, I mean, I don't know, really. It almost, I mean, I knew it was over, I guess, very early on, and I announced my retirement, I think, in September that year, 2000. I was fine with it, really. It seemed that it was funny because I don't know, I was in my own little world, my own little bubble, and didn't think anyone that bothered anyway. But I didn't realise how well known I was. It was, I guess, certainly in the UK. It was coming on the TV and facts going mad and whatnot on radio. You're thinking, oh my God, everybody's that's about it. And I was almost relieved, to be honest, that it's over, and I don't have to go out and prove again and win again. It became a bit of an obsession and whatnot, and the pressure under to win that I put on myself. Really, I hated losing badly, and as fans expected, the media, it was just going crazy, and I didn't really have a manager at that point or anything like that. So it was the initial thing I felt when it was over. I was really, really relieved, to be honest, and it wasn't really bothered. Didn't miss it at all until a couple of years had gone by, I think, and then I started really missing it again. Wishing I was still out there, basically.
What part of it did you miss? Was it the adrenaline at barreling down the straight at close to 300 miles an hour or kilometres an hour, or was it kind of the team atmosphere?
None of them, just winning. That was it. Simply just standing on the podium, top step, listening to the national anthem. That was. I didn't even like racing bikes, if I'm honest. I never really enjoyed it like the others, people around me did. A good mate of mine, James Whittam, he just loved racing bikes. But with me, I love winning. If I wasn't winning, I didn't really want to be on a bike. I enjoy riding bikes now. I love riding bikes, go out on the lads with a bit of off-road riding. Go up to Spain a couple of times a year, or was out at the weekend, like I said. And it's strange that I kind of enjoy riding motorcycles now. A lot more did when I was doing it for a living. The pressure of having to win was hard to deal with a lot of the times. But I didn't like racing bikes. I love winning races, and I love riding bikes now. Funnily enough.
So back in the day, you were known to be a bit aggressive on the track and at the track. Was that the real Carl, or was that kind of a bit for show? As a riding style goes, I don't know. I was quite aggressive, I suppose. I looked quite animated, although I always thought it was pretty smooth. My biggest strength was corner speed, really. I felt like no one would go through the middle of the corner faster than me. My lean angle and carrying corner speed. What won me world championship? Simple as that. It was the middle of the corner. The faster you go around the corner, the faster your lap time is. At the end of the lap, that's the way I looked at it. But I think off the track, there was a lot of big characters back then, and I guess I was one of them. And I just hated losing, so if I got beat, then I would be saying things about the other person, whoever it might be, or their bike or whatever, but they were all the same. There's some tough guys, big characters like Scott Russells and Anthony Gilbert, Aaron Slack, Troy Corser, Colin Edwards. There was some, none of them were afraid to say what was on their mind. It was the same in GPs with the Durans and Swanson and Rainey's and Lawson. They never really liked each other. I think there was a lot of characters, it seemed, back then more than now, I suppose you could say. So, thinking about your entire career, obviously a world number one many times over, you now ride for fun. You mentioned a couple of road trips. I think you do a bit of dirt biking still. Have you got any advice for A, young racers, and B, just young riders on the road?
For young racers, I'd say, pick up a golf club instead. For young racers, you've got to really want to do it, and you've got to enjoy doing it, really. And that's the thing as a young. I don't put too much pressure on young guys racing. You've got to love doing what you do and just see where that goes. I think for riders on the road, like I said before, it's just being aware of people around you, and not it's hard to concentrate all the time when you see there's people around you, people coming the other way. But if you just ride on the road thinking everybody else is the worst driver in the world around you, I think you'll be pretty safe, to be honest. And if you can be seen a bit better, a bit better clothing, keep your lights on, that kind of standard thing really you want to be doing. Just quick check around your bike before you go out. I'll look around, make sure there's leaking or hanging over, kicking the tyres, and you know where you go, really. That's all I can say. I'm not a massive road rider. The weather's just come good now in the UK, and now, like I said, I was out the weekend. I had a ride up to a place called Halls up in the north area. It's a really lovely road to ride out on, and really enjoyed it. On the Ducati Multistrada from Ducati Preston, and the bike was unbelievable. It's probably faster than my superbike, to be honest. It really was quick, but such a lovely and easy bike to handle and ride. I've been told how good these bikes are. Never quite believed it, but I must admit they were incredible bikes to ride. They're really good.
Speaking of your superbike, Ducatis, what have you got in the garage at the moment?
I'm not in garage at the moment, but I've just a couple of dirt bikes, really, is all I've got. And a Ducati, got the 916 Anniversario Panigale in there, number 1 of 500. Got my little bike down here, and I might just be able to show you that. My first ever point tackle at Old Scotland. If you can see that. Can you see that?
We can see that.
Yeah. You see it?
Yep.
That's an odd little thing called got me that when I was my 9th birthday. It's a Honda C50 engine, semi-automatic gearbox, 3-speed. I think a lot of people's careers would have started on them kind of little bikes, to be fair. C50 engines in a homemade chassis kind of thing. I don't know, it's a really weird thing that it was built by a local dealer called Ken Martin Honda in Blackburn, no longer around. He built it for his Chris Motor, and it's called the Moto Chris. And his lad Chris Martin, he actually did a bit of racing. He rode quite a good ride, actually. He rode for Skull Bandit Suzuki in the mid-80s for a year or two. So that's where that came from. But just a few dirt bikes, really, that's in there. It's a Gas 250 two-stroke enduro bike that I actually meant to go out this afternoon, to be honest, with some of the lads about tea time, but it's a bad time for me, that. I like my food, so I'm not going to bother today.
Fair enough. Now, Foggy, we opened up the questioning to our community on social media. So if you don't mind, I'll throw a couple of these questions at you, and maybe we can rattle through them in a bit of a quick fire kind of way. CJ Corbett, he's interested to know what's going through your head when you're doing 300 kilometres an hour down a straight, or maybe one of the fastest points at the Isle of Man TT. What's going through your head?
Oh, good question, really. I mean, you're just concentrating on the next thing that's coming up. Well, it's obviously a breaking point, or a peeling in point on the road circuit, or like I think, well, like Hockenheim, one of the fastest circuits in the world when I raced, and it is probably a boring bit, really, going down the straight, because you don't feel like you're going that fast. You don't have a speed up; it's just a rev counter, and you're just thinking about being in the right place, just to get ready to lift up from behind that bubble, hit the brakes, down the gearbox, and get it turned in. It's as boring as that, really, and going as fast as you can through that next fast right-hand corner, or a chicane, or whatever it might be, or if it's the last lap, you want to be in the right kind of place for the slipstreaming to win the race, sort of thing. That's the way it is, really.
Lee Munro, he's interested to ask, is there anything you would have done differently during your time with Petronas Racing? Would you have preferred to run the Ducatis? And how do you feel about the triple-cylinder engine?
Yeah, I mean, good question again, really. Couldn't really do anything different because the engine was kind of given to us, put on us. It was some sort of joint development originally with Petronas and Sauber, and then that changed. Sauber got out of it, and they give the engine to a Suter, which, we were a bit surprised about at the time. I was just given this responsibility to create a team, workshops in Burton-on-Trent, and build a bike. We built a fantastic bike, really. It was just a copy, really, of a Yamaha YZR 500, Grand Prix bike at the time, all the geometry, that kind of thing. And I employed some really good people because I was a bit out of my depth with it all. But we had a great-looking bike, and obviously the workshop was amazing. Everything was first class around it, better than anybody out there, really. And then the main part of it is the engine, and the rules changed us when it was ready. And we had an 900cc, and they changed all the rules. I was across the board at the time, so that didn't help. But the engine was really kind of fundamentally designed and built wrong. It should have gone to somebody who could build a motorcycle engine, really, mate, like a Triumph or a Ricardo or a Cosworth. And, you know, I haven't got Esco or anything like that, but he didn't have any experience in building motorcycle engines at the time. Certainly 4-stroke engines. I was more of a 2-stroke man, really. So that was really downside to really the engine, but everything else that I was responsible for, I thought we did really, really well. Right? Even the riders had some great riders on the bike, with Troy Corser and Chris Walker and people like that. So yeah, it was interesting. It was a fun time and a learning curve for me, really. You know, amazing time.
Cole Camden's interested to know your thoughts on around about the time John Britton came on the scene with the V1000.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that, really. I don't know if I met John or not, to be honest. I can't remember now. I remember the bike. Yeah, it was a fast thing, wasn't it? It was V2000, was it? I'm sure it was. And I remember it at the TT, and to be honest, I remember it for the wrong reasons, really, because my teammate from the last time I raced the TT, 92, Mark Farber, he was killed on the bike I think it was 1994, about a year or two. So I think maybe winning some big twin races, I'm sure it was, maybe Daytona, about the Daytona. But I remember the bike at that era kind of when I did TT and stuff, you know, but I don't know if I met John or not, to be honest. It's funny if you mentioned that kind of thing now. I'm thinking of Burt Munro. I just watched that film last week for the first time, The World's Fastest Indian. And obviously he's a famous New Zealander in QE, Burt Munro. It was Burt Munro, wasn't it?
Yes.
Name, right?
Yep, from Invercargill.
Yeah, it was brilliant film. Loved it. Really good, that was. Really enjoyed that.
Couple more questions. Andre Duwall wants to know, did you ever consider four-wheel racing, WRC or Formula One after your crash?
No, I didn't really. Never really interested in the cars. I kept getting asked and offered. And eventually I said yes to testing. I tested an Alfa Romeo at Donington. And I just didn't like it at all. Apparently I was going really well. The guys were saying, I'm going round and round. I was out bored looking for the radio to switch on or something, you know. I just thought, this is not for me. I came in, guys, I'm like, thanks a lot, I really appreciate what you've done, but it's just really not for me. Trying to figure out how to win at somebody else's sport now. I've been trying to do it for 20 years on two wheels, trying to figure out how to win it on four wheels. I just want to be better. Not at all.
Now, a lot of people look at you and think, wow, that guy is the #1 of all time. Is there anyone that you look at, and as far as motorcycle racing, that you really admire?
There's probably quite a few, really. I mean, when I was a kid, it was always Kenny Roberts. Was my hero, my idol. People like Mick Doohan, I admire him for what he went through, his injuries and whatnot, you know. Obviously, Rossi, for all these achievements, I think was an incredible talent to be so fast and so dominant at like 21 years old on a beat bike was just unbelievable. So, yeah, there's not many, but there's a few.
We've got
always Joey. My dad actually finished second behind him. Joey's first ever TT win was in '77. My dad was second behind him that year. So, yeah, even though he beat my dad, he's always been a bit of a hero's man as a kid.
A lot of people want to know if you remember any of your experiences here in New Zealand. Did you tour the country while you were here? And do you remember Manfield, the racetrack?
I remember. I've never been to Manfield. I've heard of the track. Obviously, I never raced there. I never went there. One of my best trips I've ever had is to New Zealand. Me and my wife. We did a DVD. I don't think many people bought it, to be honest, but we went across both islands on bikes back in 2006. We both absolutely loved it. Fantastic place. It reminds me of home a lot, really. I think where I am, the scenery is kind of beautiful. In where we were in New Zealand, it was just spectacular. You know, it was just amazing. A bit like being in the Lake District, but more spectacular, where it's hills over there, it's big mountains and stuff. And yeah, I had a great 2 weeks. I'd love to go back, to be honest, and just wish you guys were some bloody fun away, you know. But yeah, we did everything that New Zealand is kind of famous for, I suppose, along this journey from wine tasting to shearing sheep to zorbing to bumping to fly-by-wire, shot over jet, fishing, camping out. They did it all in 2 weeks for a day. Like I say, it was amazing. I love the place. I really did. It was a great place. It's like England, but with a lot less people and spectacular views.
Absolutely. One more question for you. Greg Hawkins wants to know what win meant the most to you and why?
I'll just probably mention one at the start of the show with the winner that kind of clinched me that world title at Phillip Island. But I think when I look back now as well, winning the senior TT was big. I mean, I'm probably the last person ever, will be ever probably, to win the TT and be a short circuit world champion. I was the last to do that. I don't think that'll be done. But I've been watching my dad race so many years and be a bit unlucky at the TT, but at the same time be lucky he's still here. He had some big crashes around the bottom of Braille, one of them. And he never won the TT, and I wanted to win the TT, and I won the senior TT in college like 32 years ago now, 1990. And so that, I think winning the senior TT was a big thing. I didn't realise at the time, even when I was racing, because I went off to the short circuit world championships. But when I look back now, I think, yeah, winning that on my CV is nice to have it, you know.
Brilliant. Carl Fogarty, Foggy, World Superbike Champion, thank you so much for having us in your home, joining us for Shiny Side Up Online, and we wish you many more happy miles on your bikes.
Cheers, mate. My pleasure. Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, so much more happening here at Shiny Side Up Online today. Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate you taking the time to tune in. Very shortly, we're going to cross back to Jay on the testing grounds for some more rider challenges, but I just got to remind you quickly, the massive prize pack that you can win simply by signing up for a Ride Forever course, completing it within 6 months, which is not a hard task, and you'll be in the draw for that Ride Forever summer riding competition. Massive prize pack. We're talking tyres to the value of $600. We're going to pay for your WAF. We're going to give you a registration up to the value of $500, MTA, fuel vouchers, $500 worth of gas, wow, and a service voucher to the value of $600. You've got to be right here in New Zealand to win that, but you sign up for that Ride Forever course and complete it within 6 months. You'll be in the draw for that. It's a massive prize. Also, we're running out of time now to get your votes in for the show and shine. Jump on shinysideup.co.nz, check out all the entries there, then jump over to the Shiny Side Up Facebook page and just hit the like button on your favourite bike, and we'll pass those top 3 bikes through to our Q&A panel to pick their favourite one and their runner-up for those prizes as well. Now, let's go down and catch up with Jay in the testing grounds for a few more rider challenges.
Yes, welcome back to the testing grounds here with Ross from Two Bull Bikers. Now, this is the slow bike challenge that we've been talking about this afternoon. Talk us through the rationale and the reasoning in behind the slow bike challenge.
So one of the big things is you're going to get caught in traffic from time to time, and you can stop and put your foot down, and you can do that stop-start, or maybe you just want to keep the bike in a straight line going slow. So your ability to ride slow in a straight line is a little bit more challenging than riding fast in a straight line. So we're going to use the same kind of skill set we used for the U-turns or the figure 8, but this time it's going to be keep your eyes up straight ahead, and we want to see if you can go as slow as you can and still stay stable in a 10-metre lane. So we've got it laid out here, and what the challenge is, more than 10 seconds for your 10 metres.
This is a classic 70s and 80s sort of chopper bike show scenario. They used to do this on paddocks back in the day, big lineups of people. It's a good one, and one that you can do at home, and we encourage you to have a red hot go at as well. Find a car park, mark out the 10 metres, and you're trying to do it as slow as you possibly can without touching your feet on the ground. We've got the 10-metre cones marked out here. Ross is going to show you how it's done. We're taking some side bets at the moment. We're running a little bit of a backyard gambling scenario here at Shiny Side Up. I'm going to have $10 as you can do it in 11 seconds.
I'll take that bet.
Rightio. Jump on into the comments if you want to just have a part of this gambling action. I'm 100% kidding. So you mark out the cones. 10 metres long is what we're looking for, and the slower, the better. And
Ready?
Hey, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, absolutely tonked it. Absolutely tonked it. The slowest form of motorsport you can get, but the most accessible as well.
I'm going to get another run.
Yeah, we're going to go through another go. That was a good little warm-up. Yeah, welcome to the world's slowest police chase. Oh, this is great stuff. Well done. I suppose it's a perfect time to introduce you to the man in the blues and twos in behind you. A lot of people will be thinking, this is a bit of a sneaky operation that you're running here. Completely mufti police motorcycle. This is Lockie, Sergeant Lockie Garrett from the New Zealand Police, and once we get him mic'd up, we'll be having a chat to him about what's been going on in and around the police motorcycle community and what it is that they're doing and why this bike exists. Because I have to be honest, and there's a large number of people that would probably share my sentiments. As soon as I saw a mufti police motorcycle, I saw, you cheeky beggars, you cheeky beggars. Welcome along to the show. Talk us through the rationale in behind this, because I think there was a shared sentiment that this looks like a money grab and targeting motorcyclists, and why would you do this to us, Lockie? You love riding motorcycles, so why are you trying to make it not so fun?
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Yeah, no, it's not like that at all. There's a lot of thought that's gone into the bike and the reasons for it. So if we go back a bit, that police have had motorcycles now since about 1993, 1994, when we had a Royal Tour. So prior to that, we got rid of them after the MOT merger, but obviously we saw a need for bikes again. So I've had them since then, and primarily they've been in the metropolitan areas, Tamaki Makaurau, Wellington and Christchurch, as marked bikes. One of our roles is motorcades. So you always see them at the front of motorcades. And so this has been an idea that's been in fruition for a while now about, how about we try the idea of a plain motorcycle? And so
well, it makes sense. You've got mufti police cars, so why not have a mufti
We have,
motorcycle?
exactly. Yes, so, and obviously with mufti, covert, plain, whatever you want to call them, cars, we thought let's try a motorcycle. So here it is. This is the bike that we're using. It is a Yamaha MT-09 Trap. It was decided that we'd use this bike because we've obviously had different bikes over the years. We've had BMWs at one point, and then we went on to Hondas, and then we needed to change to modernise the fleet. So the MT-09 as well as the FJR 1300 were both bikes that we decided on met the criteria that we needed for bikes. So as the MT-09 was already an approved bike, we thought we'll use the same bike for the trial rather than go through, which is quite a big rigmarole, of getting a bike up to speed to make sure it meets all the minimum specs.
So this isn't everywhere in New Zealand yet, is it? You've started things off in Christchurch, I believe?
Yes, this is the only one in New Zealand at this stage. It's the only plain bike. It's being used for the purpose of the trial. We are going to run it for a few months in the 3 areas. We'll see what data and feedback we get in relation to it. Quite frankly, I can only see promising feedback coming from it. Probably the focus, which is what you touched on before, it's not about out there hammering motorbikes, which is some of the stories that have been out there. It's not about that at all. We certainly want to use it as an opportunity to engage with the motorcycling community, because we know that riders are a high risk road user group, and any opportunity that we can use to try and engage with those riders, whether they be the weekend warrior who leaves his brain in his toolbox and doesn't really care about safety, right through to those people that are just learning to ride and are probably quite timid. There's a lot of people in there that we think that we could have a positive impact on to improve their riding so that they get from A to B safely
Has it changed things for you in terms of, like, I suppose if you're riding in a fully marked police motorcycle, chances are that some car's not going to go whistling past you, someone's not going to pull out on you. Now that you're riding what we could call a mufti bike, have you noticed a difference in the way that people interact with you as road users? Have you noticed that hopping off the marked bike, geez, it's a Wild West out there?
To be honest, there's quite a few answers I could give you to that. In relation to what do I observe riding this bike, I see things now that I know probably do go on out there in the wider world, but when I'm riding a marked police bike or driving a marked police car, most people, for some reason, abide by the rules. And I mean, some don't get me wrong. So getting on a bike like this, there are things that people don't see the police bike, and they go about some of their bad habits that some people have. So even coming here, for instance, I was overtaken 4 times on State Highway 1 by cars who didn't realise I was a police officer.
Because this is
essentially what I wear. Although I do, we wear an orange vest generally over the top of it, as well as our police appointments around our hips, which I currently don't have at the moment. And one of those cars that I stopped that overtook me was actually on its way to a funeral, and I saw the irony in it, and that here they were going to a funeral. They weren't in a hurry to get to the funeral, but they were speeding to do it. And they weren't surprised after they overtook me. They actually commented apparently, "Is that a police officer?" And they were right.
The other thing that you'll be spotting as well is people on their phones and their cars, which is distracting them from the drive as well. Have you managed to window tap a couple of people? I know that someone thought that they'd caught you.
Yeah, so I'll go back to what we're actually doing with the bike. So aside for engagement with both motorcycle riders and drivers in general, so everybody that rides a bike generally drives a car. Yeah, so the impact that we hope to have is about improving their driving and their attitude towards road rules, I guess, no matter what sort of vehicle they're on. So we tend to focus on primarily what we call RIDs, and that is restraints, impairment, distraction, cell phones that you just talked about, and speed. So there are so many things that police could focus on and do focus on in the road policing world. However, those 4 things are where we think in NZTA and the government think we can get the best bang for our buck to reduce deaths and serious injuries. So if we take that D that you just referred to, distractions, cell phones, we've all seen them out there on the roads. You see the person sitting at the lights who's glancing down at their lap and spending more time staring at the lap than they are at the lights and people around them. Even on a marked bike, people will still do it. So I've had many interactions where I've pulled up alongside a car, the driver, and I'm looking in, because you're sitting up quite high on a bike obviously, so you can see down into the car, and they're clubbing away on their phone. Everybody else at the intersection can see me looking at the driver and are sort of going, and so
spider's got to fly.
Yeah, exactly. Probably one of the unusual interactions I did have was with a police officer, as it turns out. So we have obviously internal advertising as well as external advertising, and when we first got this bike, the police in Christchurch didn't know that we actually had a plane bike. And I saw a guy in front of me sitting on his cell phone, holding it up in front of him while he was at the lights, and I thought, I need to have a word with this chap. I pulled up alongside him, and he was holding the camera towards me, and I thought, put your cell phone down, and we had words. At that point, I realised he was actually an off-duty police officer.
And he was filming you, why?
He was filming me because he thought that I was essentially a wannabe cop riding his own police bike with what looked like a taser, and it was a taser, on my hip, and he thought, this is not good. We can't afford to have people around like this. And so he was filming me for intelligence purposes so he could report it through the chain and say, look, we've got some guy out there who should not be out there. As soon as I got back to the station, I found an email sitting in my inbox going, oops, sorry, Lockie, I didn't realise that we had plain police officers on plain bikes, my bad.
But I don't think anybody did, but it just goes to show that you're just never off duty as a police officer.
It's a great idea. I think the extension to marked and unmarked cars in relation to marked bikes, with having this, I think it's going to allow us to help have or change more behaviour in the road cycling community, because like I do, you ride bikes, yes. I do. There's different attitudes towards safe riding. It's a risky environment out there, and anything that we can do to try and break down those barriers, and by not walking up to somebody in uniform on a marked bike, some people feel a bit, the walls go up.
Yeah.
I try to get across to them that, my staff and most motorcycle staff in New Zealand ride off duty. So we enjoy bikes like everybody else. There's a reason for it. There's the liberty, the freedom, but we also recognise the risks that are out there as well. They're not tidy, 19 to 21 times more likely to be injured or killed if there's a crash. So we recognise that, but unfortunately I don't think enough people probably do. And whether it's Ride Forever training or whatever other training that exists, we need to encourage people to do it. And by pulling up beside them on a plain bike, no uniform, you can talk one-on-one, educate people on lots of things. Like even last night at the ferry when I came over here, I was talking to a few people there, and we were talking about winter driving, because winter driving's coming up. And I said, look, here's a wee tip. Where do you think the most icy point would be on a road if you take out shelter belts and that sort of thing? And these guys weren't too sure. And they'd been riding for years. Yeah. I said, a culvert. And they looked at me and said, what do you mean a culvert? And I said, well, there's warmth in the ground at all time, even on a cold frosty night. So frost doesn't tend to form as easily as it would on a culvert. So a culvert, a bridge, it's only so thick, and then there's air underneath it. You go across that bridge, there's a good chance there's going to be ice on there, but not on the road. And they hadn't thought of that. That was a tip that they weren't aware of. And so any little wee tips like that we can pass on through either an interaction one-on-one or through Ride Forever or whatever training has got to be worth something.
100%. And I think the other thing is just the change in the mentality of this is not the New Zealand Police going after motorcyclists. It could be seen as every single person that drives a car will then think twice about pulling out in front of a motorcycle, because it could just be an unmarked cop that's on that bike that's going to bust you.
Yeah, it could be. Yep, absolutely. And we will use the bikes as best we can to focus on those things like restraints, seat belts, or in the case of motorbikes, helmets. Like if you've got a helmet on, you should not really be able to get a finger under the chin strap and pull it off. If you can, you've got a problem, because you've had a crash, that's probably going to fly off. There's things that we can help with, say intersections. We can park in a motorcycle near an intersection, monitor red light runners, as well as I do. There's a few people out there a little colourblind when it comes to lights.
I wanted to ask you about that. Do you, in your professional opinion, do you think that has gotten worse? Because I think as a person that I just ride, I don't drive a car, I just ride. And I think over the years that I've been riding, it's gotten progressively worse. And the amount of times that I've almost been mocked riding through a green light when someone comes and whistling through a red has increased. I've had probably 4 or 5 incidences in the last couple of years.
I don't know if it's got worse. I mean, you could look at statistics around crashes, and obviously crashes go up. Clearly, most of our crashes occur at intersections. Why? Because the old smidsy, I don't know if that's been referred to or not, but when you don't see the motorcycle approaching or the car approaching, you pull out in front of them. Even the legislation around an orange light, some people still, even now, when I stop and talk to them and ask them, why did you go through the orange light? They said, well,
because orange means floor it.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean stop if you can do so safely. And that's just something that is ingrained to us when we all go for our licence, is it not? But I guess as we've been on the road for a long time, some of those basic rules about stopping at a stop sign, well, it means stop. It doesn't mean slow down and look and then go and treat it as a giveaway. Bad habits sort of creep in, and so by having marked bikes out there, road policing officers out there, and us out there, I'd like to think that that's just a wee reminder to the public. You need to do these things, and it's all for the right reasons. It's to make sure there isn't a crash, because intersection crashes never good, and doesn't matter whether it's a light or a stop sign or whatever.
Yeah.
Make sure you have a good look twice for bikes. It's the old phrase. Absolutely.
And in terms of a message, I guess, from the New Zealand Police to motorcyclists out there that are watching this right now, what is it that you'd really like to see them improve on? If there are a couple of little tips that you'd just like to impress upon them that will literally change their lives and their families' lives, what do you think that they would be?
Well, probably there's a few things. Yeah, know the rules for a start. If you don't know the rules, how can you abide by them? And the next part is clearly abide by the rules. You may not agree with them, but they're there for a reason. And aside from saving your pocket and the wallet, they could save your life or somebody else's. I guess the third thing is be risk averse. You said yourself, when you're on bikes, there's nothing else. You've got your helmet and you've got gloves, gear. Always having good gear is a good start. But aside from that, your eyes, your awareness of what's around you. If you're going to drive in a bit of a dream, be distracted, whatever, fatigued, intoxicated, or drugs, not good at all. So recognise those things there, and even me, I'm in my mid-50s. I've been in the police 30 years. I've been riding bikes now for about 6. And off duty, I've been riding for about 20 years. I still learn stuff, as can anybody else. So that's where I think, training, Ride Forever training, and we actually use Ride Forever compliance as part of our tickets. I don't know if you've been in the receiving end of a ticket, but if you happen to be,
hypothetically,
and you're riding a motorbike, we will often give compliance to go do a Ride Forever course. Instead of paying what was probably a starting fee of $150.
Yes.
So
This is something that's just recently come in, probably over the last couple of years. Probably the people that I've ridden with, the people that I've heard have got tickets, not myself,
of course,
have been offered that as a way.
And I think that's a good way of breaking down those barriers. That you're not just handing over $150 in the wallet. You generally pay your $20 or $50 for a course, but you learn something from it.
Yes.
And I've actually referred people to those courses even though they've done them before. Probably because they've made a wee mistake, and that's why we are having a roadside discussion. And they clearly missed something in the first session, so I refer them along to another one. They don't have to do it; they can, pay the fine. But I'd much rather they learn something from it. And as I say, the old phrase of "you can't keep teaching old dog new tricks," you can. And like those guys at the wharf last night, they're older than me. They've been riding longer than me, and they picked up on a lot of things that I mentioned to them. But it's hard work talking to every motorcycle rider in New Zealand, and this is a great way to do it.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you're doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate the work that you and obviously your colleagues at the New Zealand Police put in. And this is a great looking bit of kit. So for those of you that are a little bit on the sketchy side, look out for the blue one. No, I'm kidding.
It is the only blue one in New Zealand.
No, thank you very much.
No worries, appreciate it.
Sergeant Lockie G. Crossing back now to Ray in the studio.
Thanks, Jay. I wonder what I need to do to have a crack on one of those bikes. Hey, I've just dragged Sergeant Peter Sauter out of the Q&A area because, Sergeant Peter, we've got a question that keeps coming up time and time again.
Yes, it certainly does.
And it's about lane splitting and filtering. Now, can you break down the difference between lane splitting and filtering for us?
Okay, so the way we would define filtering is that you come up to a set of traffic lights, everybody stopped, and you just filter your way to the front of the queue, and then when the lights turn green, you move off. That's filtering.
And that's legal?
That is legal because everybody's stationary, and you're doing so safely. But if you're going up there at speed or going through there knocking everybody's mirrors, then clearly there's an issue. Lane splitting is when everybody's moving. Whether they're doing 20 kilometres an hour, 30 kilometres an hour, or 50 kilometres an hour, that's when things start getting interesting. So there's a couple of things to remember. When you're overtaking, no matter which way you're doing it, whether you're overtaking on the left or overtaking on the right, the law is the same. You have to do so with safety and with consideration for the other road users. So if as you're going past, you're clipping people's mirrors and scraping the sides of their cars, I put it to you that you're not doing it safely, so therefore there's an issue. But the law is also pretty clear on a couple of things. If you're in a separate lane to the vehicle on the right of you, so you're overtaking on the left and you're in a separate lane, no problem. If you are in the same lane as them and they are moving, you cannot overtake them unless they are slowing down and indicating to go to the right, like a side road or into a driveway, which on a motorway doesn't happen. Or they are stationary, which is where we get back to the filtering situation. Where they're stationary, you can now slowly go past them. When you're overtaking on the right, all the normal road rules apply for overtaking. You can't impede on other traffic. You have to again do safely. But if you can get past on the right and if you're in the left lane and there's no traffic to the right of you, yes, you can overtake on the right. But you also overtake on the right within the same lane as that car if there's room and it can be done safely. It's always the problematic area as to who judges what to be safe. And as I say, from experience, when I used to come into this location every morning from Upper Hutt, down State Highway 2, you would have guys who would, have the traffic doing 20 or 30 Ks and they would be going maybe 5 or 10 kilometres an hour faster than that and just slowly making their way through the traffic. I wouldn't personally have a problem with that. But you also have guys who'd be going through traffic that's doing 20 or 30 kilometres an hour at 80 or 90 kilometres an hour. And I just think that's just too dangerous. You've got to the point where I would say that is now dangerous. It's problematic to try and chase those people because you've got the traffic, but if you can get a rego, they get followed up. And that's where some people say, well, I got a ticket for lane splitting. Be really interested to know what the circumstances were around that because I've listened to riders give the story and I've listened to cops give the story, and it's generally slightly different. Guy says, I wasn't doing anything wrong. Guy says, look, the guy was going through, and he was going through at 80 or 90 kilometres an hour when everybody else is only doing 30. And think about it, the big problem with that is that you're going through so fast that anybody up ahead of you, 4, 5, 6, 10 cars ahead, suddenly sees a gap to the left or to the right, wants to change lanes. Guess where their attention is? They're on that gap, and so they start moving, and all of a sudden, you get jammed in between the two cars. And it's happened. It's happened here. It's happened in Auckland, where guys on bikes have got jammed between trucks and cars, and we always come off second best, don't we?
We sure do. Great. Sergeant Peter Sutter, Serious Crash Unit, thank you very much for joining us here today. Thank you for clarifying that for us. Essentially, it comes down to being safe, being courteous.
Absolutely. Safety is the number one thing.
Brilliant. Right, don't forget also that we've got some massive prizes to give away. We've got way more to go. Everyone that asks a question or puts a comment on the stream will go in the draw for that second prize pack. We're talking tyres, backpack, muck-off gear, a whole lot more. We've also got the show and shine, which we've probably got about 9 minutes left for you to get your votes in. Jump on shinyside-up.co.nz and the Facebook stream to have your votes. Facebook.com/ShinySideUp, roughly somewhere there. Get your votes in. Just hit that like button on whatever bike you like the best, and the top 3 will be put through to our Q&A panel to be chosen the winner thereof. Okie dokie. We're going to be catching up with Amber Early, Chaotic Blonde, very shortly. We've got a little bit more to get through today. 4 o'clock, and we welcome your questions to our Q&A panel. Our trainers, just put the hashtag trainers or hashtag Q&A if you want to ask the hard questions of NZTA, ACC, Ride Forever. Just put hashtag NZTA or whoever you're directing that question to, and we'll make sure they get the question and they can answer it. We now need to catch up once again with the man down in the training ground. It is Jay. What's cracking now,
Here we
Jay?
go. We're back down into the garage here where we're catching up with the Danimal, who's one of our motorcycle mechanics here at Shiny Side Up today. And we're about to talk about the tyre care. And if you run into a little bit of trouble, what can we do to sort that out?
Well, I mean, making sure your tyres are pumped up, like we said earlier, making sure the tread is in good condition in terms of shape around the tyre.
What are we looking for? What are the telltale signs that it's going pear-shaped?
Yep. Okay. So really worn tyre will start to look really unevenly shaped on the front tyre. So very kind of triangle shaped, I guess. And on the rear, you find that it gets really flat, like it becomes quite square. So these are things that will make the handling more difficult. So it's time for a new set of tyres if you find that. If you
get a puncture, is it a good idea to be carrying what do they call the DS kits, the dogs?
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Now these, I'm in a workshop, so I don't really use these kits a lot. The last time I got a puncture, it was 10 years ago. I'm lucky, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, they. When you buy these little kits from the bike shop, you want to make sure they've got a good set of instructions in them. But basically, there's a couple of different types. There's the sticky rope type, which is the dog turd. Yeah. And so there's a tool to poke through the puncture. You'd probably want to remove what's in there first. Yeah. It's a nail or a screw. Give it a bit of a ream with this little file type tool, and then poke the rope through, give it a twist and release. It will all say in the instructions. And then you'll have a little canister of nitrogen or two to reinflate the tyre. And then you want to probably spend 30 seconds listening really carefully in case there's another puncture, because you've just used your kit, and if there's another puncture, you'd want to remedy that before it goes flat again.
Yeah, ASAP.
Yeah.
In terms of checking levels on bikes, how do we go about that, making sure that we haven't overcooked anything?
Yep, so the majority of bikes, you're going to check the oil with the bike straight up and down. So The bike in here, shall we go for a walk?
Yes, come on.
This bike. So the bike in here has got the sight glass style. So there's a sight glass in this side of the bike. Now, we see it occasionally in the shop where someone will fill the oil up to the sight glass when it's on the side stand, and the engines don't like it.
Yeah, so what does happen when you overfill a bike with oil?
Yep, so these pistons are pumping up and down, and so if there's too much fluid underneath them, it's going to create pressure. It will bleed off some of that pressure and oil into the airbox, which it's designed to do, but it can also leak out of the joins. So if I'm going to check the oil level on this, what I want to do is, I can do it on my own, but it is easier if you have two people. Now you just want to pull the bike upright, and it will just sit there nicely, and then you can just have a look at the level. This one is right on the full mark, so we're pretty good there. There's another style which is a dipstick. So if I was going to check a dipstick style on the majority of bikes that are straight up and down, I would get the dipstick out, clean it, install it again, lift the bike up to wet the dipstick, put it back down again, take it out, and you can read it. So it's fairly basic but important to have a good level. Now, modern bikes shouldn't really use a lot of oil, but it is a bit of peace of mind to know that there's some in there, right?
Any other fluids that we need to be checking on the regular?
Okay, so the coolant reservoir is another one that you'll probably need a torch for, because the reservoirs are normally opaque plastic, but they can be in a number of different places, sometimes up next to the radiator, sometimes up the back. I haven't actually had a look before time where it is on this bike, but there'll be a high and a low, and if the coolant is between that, then that's good. It doesn't need to be at the full mark. Coolant level will change as the bike gets hot and cools off.
Got a question here from Facebook from Graham Crook. I have a bike with tyres that are 8 years old but have still got heaps of tread. Are they safe? Thanks, mate.
Okay, so that kind of depends on how much sun it's seen. And you can kind of judge the condition of the rubber by some cracking, if there's any cracking or not, and also the rubber kind of goes hard. You can put your fingernail into a tyre, and that fingernail groove will just disappear after a few seconds. So you can kind of tell by that. I would say after 8 years, it might be a good idea to get some new tyres on there anyway. The general rule of thumb is 5 years and replace them, so 8 years, yeah. It'd be a good idea.
Just really dragging the life out of them. Another question here on YouTube from Peter. I was told not to lubricate cables. The modern ones are Teflon coated and don't need lubrication. Also, if you lube your cables, dirt gets attracted more. Is this true?
Yes, Teflon in cables definitely improves the service life of them, so you wouldn't need to lube it. Not lubing it at all is, I don't know, I'm probably of the opinion, personally, that I would still lube it every now and again, but a clean in the lube is like a really good idea, especially something like a clutch cable that has the elements, being able to get straight into it, so a good clean of the area, because he's absolutely right, having a lot of grease around will attract dirt. So yeah.
Another text here. How frequently should I check my tyre pressure?
Mm-hmm. I mean, ideally...
How often do you check it?
I check it with my knee very regularly,
yeah.
Right? But that is just a very rough check, like is it flat or not? So I don't check it as much as I probably should. I'm sure there's a lot of people the same. Honestly, once a week, once a fortnight, like doing the basic check like that, like if you've picked up a puncture on the way home and then you park it in the shed and go for a ride. The next day, just a walk around and a look will pick up that sort of thing. In terms of slow leaks, they can be pretty annoying. Like you may not notice it at first. So that is something that
Worth a crack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're in doubt, you can like swing past your local bike shop and get them to check the tyre pressures for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another question here. Any tips to prevent numb or tingly fingers from handlebar vibrations?
Okay. That's a good question, and it's something that annoys me. Some bikes will just vibrate, but what you'll find is that they will vibrate at certain RPMs. And now, having the OEM bar ends are going to add a bit of weight to the handlebar, which helps. Having the standard handlebars and not a set of something aftermarket, which may be lighter weight, can help. And try changing gear and see if there's an RPM that the bike doesn't vibrate as much at.
There's also a whole bunch of nerves that go down through the inside of your neck here as well. And as you ride and you tense up, it basically starts to distort the amount of, I guess, blood flow and then feeling that you get into your fingertips. So I think another thing that I've found is actually just relaxing your shoulders and pushing your shoulders down. It sometimes helps, because I ride Harley Davidson, the same thing. There's a lot of bar shake in it as well, and I've got Reynards, so that my fingertips are often white, and that's what I've found. Also,
absolutely,
it's like anything, you've got to be fit to ride as well, so it doesn't hurt to, even if you go past a set of jungle gym bars as well, being able to hang off them for a little bit of time stretches out your shoulders and all those muscles up and through your neck. It does make a massive difference, or I have found that to be the case as well.
Also, a bike with a small fuel tank will mean that you stop for gas more often and get off the bike and shake around, you know.
Just got another question. Can we see that shake-off dance again, please, Dan?
That one? Yeah, that was quick. That was a quick question. I've been my workmate.
Another question here. I find that silicone spray is perfect for cleaning my chain. What do you know about that? And is it bad for the chain?
So I would say, in general, silicone is going to be okay for the rubber on your chain. However, you've got to be careful, because it's really not okay for the rubber on your tyres. So if you're spraying a whole lot of silicone around your wheel areas, you really need to take care not to get on your tyres. Yeah, if it cleans your chain fine, then go for it. Yep.
Differences in maintaining a bike that you ride every day as opposed to one that you sort of park up, and if you're a fair weather rider and only ride in summer, putting it away for winter, what would be your suggestions to make sure that it comes out spick and span out the other side of a big layoff? And then what are you checking once you come out the back of that?
Okay, so I would personally just put some premium fuel in the fuel tank and absolutely brim it, get it right to the top. Then there's no chance, or less chance, for condensation to form in the fuel tank, which in some tanks can lead to a bit of rust in it, which is never a good thing once it starts. In terms of, I mean, if it's carbureted, you should also drain the carburetors, turn the fuel tap off. There's good habits around that if it's sitting for months. In terms of getting it back going again, that fuel that you've put in there, it might be a good idea to drain it out and put some fresh gas in.
Not at $78 a litre, mate. Jeepers creepers, you got a money tree in your backyard.
If it's fuel injected, it'll be fine. But for the first tank, you probably don't want to be at track days, full throttle, right? Yeah.
Another question here. Keep them coming in too. While we've got Dan, we might as well ask them as much as we can. Is there a date code on tyres, or can you find out how old they are?
Yep, absolutely. There's a date code. So there is it'll be only on one side of the tyre, and there'll be a DOT section of the tyre. So it'll be DOT and then a code and then a 4-digit number. Now that 4-digit number is a week and then a year. So 2508 is a tyre manufactured in the 25th week of 2008. If you come across a tyre that has a 3-digit date code, it's before the year 2000, and it definitely shouldn't be. Definitely shouldn't be on your bike.
You should be changing it out. Liam Hollyoak wants to know if there are any personally recommended puncture repair kits that you would say are worth having on you when you're heading out for a ride.
Yeah, I tend to just risk it and not So I haven't bought any for years and years. I can, however, say that all these repairs that we've been talking about on the side of the road are to get you home. They're not a warrantable repair. So what needs to happen is once you get back, you need to take it to your local bike shop and they can repair the tyre properly by removing the tyre and repairing it from the inside.
Yeah, Nicole Brown on Facebook, is it a good idea to purchase heavy duty tubes for tyres, or is this just an unnecessary cost for most forms of riding?
Yeah, so we're talking about wire spoked wheels, like maybe a dirt bike would have them most commonly, but some classic styles of bikes.
A lot of cool Harleys, 21-inch reels.
Oh, yeah. That's a bit of a funny one. I'm kind of of the opinion that if a screw is going to go through a tyre carcass, it's probably going to go through a heavy-duty tube.
Yeah.
But maybe you get lucky and it just doesn't go through quite as much as a regular tube. So, is it worth the $20 more? Maybe.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Hey, well, thank you very much, Dan. Once again, all of those questions, you can keep them coming through because Dan will be able to jump on and fire back some answers for you throughout the rest of the day. Crossing back now to Ray in the studio.
Thanks, Jay. Lots of good information coming out there. Thank you very much for diving into that for us. It's coming up 3 o'clock, which means that our show and shine is closed and the top 3 have been passed through to the Q&A team. The Q&A panel, they'll be working out the first, second and third places. What we need to do now is bring in, once again, our trainers. Now, if you've got any questions for our Ride Forever facilitators, our trainers, our panel of trainers who are joining us on Zoom this afternoon, make sure that you get them into the comments box with a hashtag trainers and we'll put them to them. Guys, have you had any really, really good, tasty, meaty questions? I'm putting you on the spot here. It's not what the script in front of me says, but have you had anything pop through or has it been a lot of the same old, same old?
A lot of interesting questions, and as we always say, there's no question too small. There are no silly questions either. So, yeah, I think people are putting forward what they want some advice on, and I think they're getting the answers they want or need.
Brilliant.
I see a lot of questions coming through that where there's doubt about certain aspects or along the lines of road regulations, things like that. So getting clarification, I think, on this through this media is great because it's a consistent message that's being delivered out there, and I see that coming through from our trainers and our back end as well. It's good.
Hey, so a question on the Ride Forever courses, and we mentioned earlier there are 4 that I can think of off the top of my head. We've got the Urban Rider, the Bronze, the Silver and the Gold. If I, for example, am an experienced rider, I've been riding for years, but I don't necessarily get out all the time. Maybe I put the bike away over winter and I'm a summer rider. What course would you suggest for me? Would I get much out of, say, a gold course, or should I be looking at silver? What's the story?
Lithium batteries.
What maintenance views?
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Overlap there.
Who's going to reply to this one? Any tips on carby maintenance?
Okay, we've got another mic feed coming that we need to mute. But yeah, so a question regarding that. If I'm only a summer rider, what kind of course would you recommend for me?
Yeah, now from time to time we have people enrolling on the gold course. So gold course is aimed at the experienced rider, and they haven't experienced any of their previous courses. Now, so I don't think for some, by all means they can jump in at that gold level. There's a lot to be gained by entering in and doing some of the lower level courses as well. So if you're not riding all year round, I'd be looking at either a bronze or a silver.
Do I need to get onto a Ride Forever course to practice the basics, or can I just go out and do some braking tests? And what kind of braking tests would you suggest?
Well, you don't know what you don't know, do you? And so that's where we're here when people rock up on the Ride Forever courses, just to help guide them. Braking, for example, is quite a lot involved with correct technique. And so we run through these different topics on the course courses.
Yeah, it's always good to have a third point of view, so you've got your own mindset on what you think you're doing, but having a coach look at what you're doing is always really, really useful. They're obviously it's what we do for a living, so we spend a lot of time kind of honing our own skills and being able to observe what you're doing, so we can give you those few little tweaks maybe, which is maybe just all you need, just to make your braking better, or any other skills that you need to practice really.
I think Dan hit it on the nail on the head there, when you don't know what you don't know until you get as Duncan says, that independent feedback. So that's where we can come in place and look at what you're doing, because if you're going out there and practicing with what you feel that you're doing right, you may come along to one of the trainers and then they are getting you to change the habits that you've had put in place, and not learning the good habits right from the get-go. You're shortcutting it by coming to a trainer, in other words.
Brilliant, yeah, good advice. Now, let's talk a little bit about ABS. So ABS has become a law in New Zealand. New motorcycles registered in New Zealand need ABS. What's your opinion on ABS? I know a lot of people seem to think they can outbrake ABS and they like to pull the fuse or turn it off. ABS, is it a good thing?
Definitely a good thing. I think that from experience, I practice my braking. I turn the ABS off to do demonstrations. So if we've got someone on a course who hasn't got ABS on their bike, then I'm able to turn it off and show them, good technique. But we're also able to demonstrate what ABS can do. And to be fair, the overall stopping distance is probably something similar. The ABS just means that I'm less likely to lock up and less likely to fall off my bike if I panic brake. So it's always something good to have up your sleeve, but it's not something that I per se rely on. I'm always scanning the road ahead. I'm always trying to keep a safe following distance. I'm always looking out for hazards so I can respond early to them and reduce my speed. But in that moment of panic, in that moment of where it's all, hit the fan, then I know that the ABS can help me out and give me a good chance of staying upright.
I agree with Duncan saying there about the ABS. It's definitely a fantastic new feature in the models of bikes and vehicles that we are now operating. I'm a bit old school. I still like just calling on my skills and keeping them honed. I think that's very good. I think we're in a position here in New Zealand where we're getting a lot more new models of bikes where ABS is mandatory. But we've still got a lot of old bikes too that are starting to come into circulation that don't have ABS. So I think that it's good skills to learn to have good feel with the braking systems on whatever bike that you're riding on. But definitely for a lot of new riders going out there, it's a definite safeguard for them.
Now, with bikes with ABS, is it a good idea to go out and practice and kick in ABS, braking to the point where ABS is kicking in, to know what it feels like so you don't panic? Or should I not do that and just kind of rely on it when I need it?
Yeah, for sure. And the technology is improving all the time. Technology does vary from bike or brand to brand. So I think, if you've got it, it's important to have a play with it, feel how it responds, how it reacts. So if at that point in time where you jump on the brakes and it kicks in, then you're aware of how it does work.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much to our rider panel. Our trainer panel here today. If you've got a question that you'd like to get on to our trainers, all you need to do is pop it in the comments box and put #trainers. We'll direct it to them. And a reminder too that every question and comment that we get through today goes in the draw for that massive prize pack. We do need to give away a few more bits and pieces. We had a $600 mechanic voucher to be given away to one of the questions that came through in Jay's last session, talking about tyres and bits and pieces like that. And the winner of that was Grant Atkinson. Congratulations, Grant. That was the question about tingly fingers. So well done, Grant. $600 mechanic voucher coming out to you. We've got another $50 MTA voucher to give away to one of our questions for the trainer panel, which we'll talk about very shortly. And in probably, what are we talking here? About 10 minutes time, we're going to be catching up with Chaotic Blonde herself, Amber Early from, you might know her, you might have seen her on social media. She's quite prolific there, and if you're in Auckland, you probably would have caught up with her at the recent Moto Social event. Okay, moving right along. Yes, don't forget also that if you sign up for a Ride Forever course and complete it within 6 months, you're in the draw to win a summer riding prize pack. Thanks very much to Ride Forever. So sign up for that Ride Forever course. It's going to cost you $50 or potentially even nothing. A day's out riding, like-minded individuals, maybe some roads that you haven't done before. So complete that within 6 months and you're in the draw for a set of tyres to the value of $600. We're going to pay for your warrant, rego up to $500, MTA fuel vouchers to the value of $500 and a $600 service voucher as well. So that's sorting out your entire motorcycle for next summer. So sign up for the Ride Forever course, complete it within 6 months, you're in the draw for that. And as I mentioned, all of our questions and comments go into this afternoon's draw for that massive prize pack number 2, which is a set of tyres to the value of $600, a 3-litre hydration backpack, a GPS tracker, a muck-off cleaning kit, and a $100 MTA gift voucher. More information, as always, at rideforever.co.nz. We'd love to have you along there and get all that information you need. Right, I think we're catching up, hopefully, with Jay very shortly. And we are doing the show and shine winners, Jay.
That's right, buddy boy. We've been having some very, very rigorous debate in and around who it should be. We have our finalists. Thank you very, very much, first and foremost, to everybody that put their bikes forward, some incredible machines, and showcasing exactly why it is that we ride these beautiful craft. So different. Everyone's got a different style. Everyone's got a little different taste, and everyone's got a little bit of a twist on it. You've been voting, and we've got the 3 finalists. Those 3 finalists were 12, 13 and number 19, for those of you that have seen them up on Facebook. And I guess when it comes to our panel, ladies and gents, we've got to have a little bit further robust discussion. You are the ones that get to choose which is going to be the winner. Amber, when you're looking at these bikes, these 3 finalists, what is it that you sort of look for? What are you a fan of? I suppose the way that you ride is a little different to the way that I ride. The bikes that you're into is a little bit different to the bikes that I'm into. So out of these bikes, what sort of catches your eye?
Individuality. My preference is probably something that I prefer, so definitely sport bike or naked sport bike. However, individuality, I believe, should be a primary focus in the 3 competitors, so I've definitely got where I believe the winner should be.
Avalon, what about you? Obviously, you're just a absolutely all gas, no brakes sort of individual, so probably...
Just the fastest one.
Yeah.
Fastest one, yeah. That gets my vote.
Yeah, need it at pace. Dave, over the back there? You probably have some swing towards a Bears motorcycle?
I do indeed. Something that sparks memories of my youth tearing around in the 1920s.
When he had hair.
No, I think something that has a bit of passion about it, and something that invokes that whole history of motorcycling.
Penny farthing, nice. Jim, what about you?
Same, classic. Yeah, just love those old style bikes. Yeah, newer bikes change the paint jobs, very hard to tell which is which.
And Sergeant Saudi.
Well, it's kind of a bit awkward, isn't it? Because there's a few of us here that are a little bit older. So we tend to gravitate towards more classic bikes because there's something about it. And that's all about motorcycling, isn't it?
Yes.
It goes into your heart. And so the things that you grew up with, the things that you wanted as a young boy or a young man, were the things that you now see and you go, oh, that's nice, I like that. So yeah, that's where the heart goes.
I guess if we're going to take, I'd probably shave collectively about 140 years off this side and then bring it over here. Is there anything that you like that is old and old nostalgic bikes? Do you have anything, even in the race realms that are from the 50s or the 60s or the 70s, and you just go, now that is a cool piece of kit?
Two-strokes?
Yeah.
I think you're the same. We both love a two-stroke. Two-strokes are awesome.
Oh, Ellie better sets.
Yeah, okay, maybe not quite
And the
that.
old EX400s, you know, back in the early 90s, those true old school Kawasaki's, but I'm a little bit biased, so I shouldn't comment.
Old school 90s bikes.
It's not old school. How do we get old school out of that?
Before I was born, okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we had 3 channels then, easy. Okay, so it comes down to the final vote. We're probably going to go with a show of hands. If you would like motorcycle number 12 to be the winner, we'll raise your hands. That's a no. Motorcycle 13.
As the winner?
No. No? 19, obviously. That's a clean sweep. And the bike that we're talking about is a beautifully maintained and restored Norton. It was actually, if I was going to be voting as well, but my vote counts for absolutely nothing, but I'll throw it out there anyway. Congratulations, the owner of that motorcycle, first place. Now we need to go, well, second. We need a runner-up. Ladies and gents, and this is where it's tough. We're splitting hairs here.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I've got to get my pieces of paper out.
Just make sure we've got the right...
I'm thinking, I'm like, what should we go, the fastest one?
12 and 13.
The collective side from the New Zealand Police Force.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you've had enough time to marinate on that. 12, and the number after that, Dave, is 13. Those are the two. So a show of hands if you would like 12 to...
What? You don't want your own bike to win?
No, look, I'm quite happy with 13 because it's. You know, I think those MTO, those Yamaha 300s are just absolute bonkers of a bike. But I'm happy to go with what the majority is.
I have to say though, they're a fantastic learner's bike,
aren't they? Absolutely.
Absolutely superb.
I mean, there was a comment earlier on the day: is it the greatest motorcycle that we've got? And the answer, of course, is it's the greatest motorcycle if you've got one. And they're just a brilliant learner's bike. You know, whether it's an MTO3 or whether it's an R3. The R3 is a really swish-looking bike. It's got all the bells and whistles. It's got ABS. It is just a cool-looking little bike. And yeah, I mean, it's blue.
It's better than the Yamaha that I learnt to ride on. So.
What was it? Just to quickly whip around the room because we have got we've got a couple of seconds here. Dave, what did you learn on? What was the first bike that you recall having any form of riding on?
Did I recall any form of riding or learning? Learning was an RS125. Any form of riding was, I think, was a Bantam or something like that, that my uncle found on a tip, and then I was told when the police came, don't tell them where you got it from.
How many years past that can we do some investigation?
That's a statute of limitations.
Yes, 7 years? Yeah, probably a little bit more than that.
When was that?
Yeah. Avalon, what about you? What was it that sort of really fired you up and sparked you? Or probably maybe not the one that you learnt on, but the one that you loved the most?
I learnt on a Pee Wee 50. I think many young Kiwi kids have that memory of the little Pee Wee 50 in the school field, learning to ride. But pretty early on, I raced an RS125, a Honda Grand Prix bike around the circuits here in New Zealand, and then took it to Phillip Island. So definitely my most special memories on that pure bed race bike.
What was the bike that you were riding when you shortened down your Shaka Bra fingers? For those people that haven't seen it, there it is.
Yeah, I ground away the end of my PP actually on that Honda RS125 at Manfield. Yeah, I think a piece of my finger's still at the hairpin at Manfield, so might dig it up one day.
Jim, what about you?
My first bike would have been a VSA Bantam that I learnt to ride on. But the bike that sold me on motorcycle riding was my father's Matchless, which had been a travelling marshal's bike at the Isle of Man, ridden by his cousin.
Wicked. Yeah. Sarge?
Oh, I think I learned to ride on something like an Ag 100 on the farm.
Mudbug?
Yeah, but the first road bike that it really caught my attention was when I was married my then girlfriend, and we bought ourselves an XJ 550 Yamaha. which was a huge bike back then. It was a 550 cc's, 4-cylinder bike. I probably put out about something like 35 horsepower, but it was just a great bike for us to cruise around on together, and it created a love of motorcycling that the both of us still have today. So, what can I say?
Yeah, to all of those people, like I said before, that put their bikes forward for the show and shine, the Norton was absolutely glorious bike, and congratulations. I think collectively we agreed number 12 was to take the runner-up position. We will get in touch with you and let you know what you've won, but it is great. If you haven't seen the gallery, I suggest you go and check it out because it is cool. It is very nostalgic. There's stuff that I'm looking at, and that's where you get that inspiration from, and it's basically got everything from stock to stretched Triumph Springer front end, King and Queen, Sissy bar seat setup, which is just absolute fire in my eyes. It's time to cross over to the studio now with Ray and Amber, talking all things safety.
I was wondering if he was going to get that name there. Thanks, Jay, and congratulations to our Show and Shine winners. First prize is the Muck-Off prize pack with a paddock stand and $100 MTA gift voucher, and second prize, the runner-up, will take themselves a Muck-Off prize pack away as well. Joining me in the studio now, though, Amber Early, a.k.a. Chaotic Blonde. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
Good,
Answer
really
all
good.
those questions in the Q&A session.
Yes, yeah, lots of questions about gear, inundated with it, but it's been really good. Just trying to help ladies get into the right sort of things and hopefully get the answers that they're after.
Now, we're going to talk a bit about that very shortly, but firstly, I want to find out where you started. What did you first ride?
What did I first ride? Well, I learnt on a Hyosung GT650, surprisingly. A friend had one, and we were we all kind of worked together, and I used to work Sundays, and the receptionist at a time was a guy, and he's like, oh, I've been given a really cheap R3, and I'm like, you know what? I saw a bright green Kawasaki Ninja when I was a kid, and I always thought, I really want to get into bikes. Now, this was many years later, and I started quite late on the train, but long and behold, was sitting there on a Sunday afternoon at work, browsing Trade Me, having a look, and then I really started looking into bikes and decided that the Ninja 400 looked like the right way to go. I went and had a set on the 300, realised how low to the ground it was, and I was like, perfect. I'm only 5'1", I'm absolutely small, so I can't fit on anything else. So let's order one, and then I waited for its arrival in February and haven't looked back.
Well done. That's awesome. Interesting you're talking about a low bike being perfect for you, because I know you ride horses too, and they're quite high.
Yeah. So a big thing for me was confidence, and being unable to touch the ground was a bit of a deterrent when it came to bigger bikes. And it did take me a solid probably 18 months before I felt comfortable looking at the bigger bikes. And even today, like my 636, which, most people jump on and go, yeah, this is quite nice, it's easy to ride. I get on and it's quite nerve-wracking because at every single intersection I have to think, where am I going to put my foot down? What am I going to do? Like, I have to place it so on the higher side of the road just to make sure, and it's heavy. So the 400 was really great for me because it was the lightest on the market at the time. It was really easy and nimble, and I got really, really confident on it, and that's how I ended up getting into my track riding. Confidence
is a big thing, isn't it?
Yes.
That can really improve not just your riding, but your vibe and your mojo on the bike. So yeah, you got into track riding. Talk us through that.
So I think back then Hampton Downs were allowing learned riders on their tracks, so I decided about 6 months into it that I was going to go to the track. Now, I've always been quite heavily involved with cars, and I've been to the track a few times with a car, and I thought I quite enjoy the element of not having surprises. So there's not going to be a tree or a bird or an oncoming car at me, and decided I'm going to take my 400 down there and go and have a whirl. And it took a bit of time to get into it, but by the end of the day, I was having so much fun in an environment that I could really just be myself, not worry about anyone else, and absolutely wring its neck. And I mean, come on, it's a learner's bike. You're never going to get very far or very quick on it, but it was really good, and it took my riding to a whole new level, to the point I then decided the following year, I'm going to start racing, and people thought I was mad.
And how did you go?
Really good. In my first season racing, I went from so we probably had about 40 on the grid that season. Went from being at the back of the pack from about 34th right up to top 10. So that was just in a single season's racing. I was really looking forward to heading back this season and getting into it, but COVID sort of delayed a few rounds or cancelled a few rounds. And then we also had a few issues with the bikes. I hit the rumbles at the end of last season. in Taupo, and I'm not sure if anyone's been to the Taupo Motorsport Park, but those rumbles are not bike friendly at all, and unfortunately all my electrics went pop. And then we thought we got it all back together thanks to the help of a good friend Sean, a fellow race mate, and then the clutch went. No. Yeah, so it's been a slow season this season, but hopefully next season we're back out there and I'll be contending for the Ladies' Cup again.
Brilliant. Incidentally, and it was a question we put to Foggy earlier on, you've been around Taupo. Taupo's got a massive long straight.
Yes, yeah.
Top speed and what's going through your head?
Well, because I'm in a 250 class, my top speed probably isn't that good. I'm managing just to get the bikes over 160. To be honest, it's probably just thinking about the double picks that I'm going to be hitting at the other end of it. A lot of it is preparation because it does come in from quite a heavy straight to quite a slow speed, you know, left-hander and then right-hander and then left again.
And you've got an elevation drop there as well.
You do have an elevation drop, and I remember the first time that I did do Taupo, a lot of it is infield focus, so all your corners are on the infield. So it's great for me because I'm a small human on a small base high slung bike. It is quite funny to watch the guys on the GTRs because I'll go around them on turn one and just go completely around the outside and take them all out. But by the time they've caught me at the other end of the straight, I'm like, oh, here we go. And because I've got more power being not the single cylinder, they just go flying past me. And it's like cat and mouse the whole time. But it's really, really good corners. It really makes you think. It really slows you down. But by heck, my knee sliders by the end of it were completely gone, simply because of how much elevation change there is, how tight these corners are, and the speed that you're coming into the mat.
So you've got a knee down. Have you got a shoulder down or elbow down?
No. There's a couple of really cool photos of me though where people look at me and go, oh my gosh, you look like a frog. Because I'm so small, I don't have the ability to literally just like pop my knee out and away I go and get knee down and, you know, get those bragging rights. I really have to be off the bike and literally hanging off it, to the point that I think last season I went through 2 sets of boots until City came to me and went, we're putting metal sliders on that for you because we can't just keep replacing boots because they didn't have enough stock in the country.
Right.
So that's been quite fun, but yeah, it's always good racing.
All right. Well, we've got a big prize pack to give away to somebody asking a question here today. It's a $100 MTA gift voucher. Yep. So please do get your questions in. #Amber and your question. We'll get them to Amber right here. But before we do, we've got 2 major topics to cover here today. One of them, you had a crash.
Yes.
We'll talk about that shortly. But the other one is you're working quite closely with distributors to get women-friendly gear. Tell us about that.
So when I started riding, I was of the opinion that you could just go down to Sorry Girls and Sorry those that are heavy into motorcycle gear, but I could just go to Glassons or I could go to anywhere, just grab a leather jacket, grab leather pants, grab a cool set of boots and away I'd go. I didn't realise until I really started looking into it about crash protection and CE levels and Euro ratings and you know, motor cap and all of that. So I never really thought about that aspect until I went into a motorcycle store. And because I'm based in Auckland, it ended up being Motor Mail, who are your one-stop shop. And I didn't even find that place until I'd started asking other people about it. So I realised there was a bit of a hole in the market for where do beginner riders go, where do lady riders go that are trying to get into it. So I headed out there and had a chat and I said to them, look, at some point in time, I would like to see myself on track. And I was set up with a pair of jeans and a textile jacket. And I'm going, oh, that's a bit interesting. Okay, wander back out again.
Were they at least Kevlar jeans?
Yeah, I can't even remember. I think they were Saint jeans at the time. No offence to Saint, they're a good brand. But I sat there and I kind of went, well, no. And I started doing my own research, and that's where it started, was the research. Lots and lots of research, lots of reading reviews. Revzilla are really good because they're a big gear store. So I kind of stepped it back and went, no, I'm wanting to get on track at some point or another. Let's look at what the requirements are for track. So jumped onto the Hampton Downs website and was like, okay, I need at least 2-piece leathers that zip up to a 3/4 zip, plus all the CE ratings on the armour. So I went back and I went, right, I want these leathers. And they were like, okay, well then you should look at a 1-piece. And when I started getting into gear, I was realising that the majority of the gear doesn't fit your usual female. They are very designed for the European slim up and down. And like I'd jump into a Dainese jacket and I almost looked upside down. I'd jump into an Alpine Stars and my shoulders were all over the show. And even Revit to an extent. It took me a while with Revit before they started releasing a product that I could really get into and get into comfortably. And that's where my works come from. So Derby Accessories sort of contacted me and said, we'd like to work in affiliation with you in order to get a wider range of what we should be bringing to the market. And at the time it was very limited. You literally walk into a motorcycle store and it's 3 bits of gear in different sizes and that's it.
And all of it in pink?
No, surprisingly not all of it in black. And I was like, I really want some pink because I don't like pink. Red is my favourite colour, surprisingly. But I like for people to know that I'm a female on a motorcyclist. And I'm wanting to be out there and like, I'm a girl, I'm riding, you know. So I went to them and went, okay, one pieces. There's limited market, and the market that we've got, I find they just don't fit. Every single one piece we've ever tried, Dainese, Alpine Stars, they just didn't fit. I know that there is RST, but there was just nowhere in Auckland that did RST. So I was like, I can't even go down that route, and I don't ever want to buy something online because, as I say to all of my female followers, ideally you should be trying before you buy, but if you don't, you should have a comparable sort of size reference. So I went to Revit and went to them and just said, look, we need stretch panels. Kiwi girls aren't slim, thin and tall. We tend to be a little bit more voluptuous in different areas. So I want something that's going to curve for my hips, curve for my front end, curve for my back end and actually fit me. And the other thing is I'm really short. So I didn't want something where my knee armour was going to be all the way down the bottom of my leg. And they came back to me and they went, yeah, right. And took all the advice back to Revit and came back and went, we've got a Xena 3 suit coming. And I went, okay, great. I want to see what it's like when it gets here. Because at the time I'm like, yeah, they always advertise it as great, but I'm never quite sure about it. And long and behold, it turned up. I managed to get into the pre-order one, which was great. And I knew what size I was in the current Revit Xena gear. So I kind of based off that. I went, right, I'm a 38 pants and a kind of a 34, 36 top, so I'll just go 36 suit. And when it turned up, because they'd actually listened to the advice of all our lady riders and going, we want more stretch panels, we don't want to be sucked into our suits, it ended up being bigger than what I expected. So then I had to go back to them and go, actually, I need now a 34. So with that, we've managed to get the ladies one piece in the first time ever for Revit or Derby Accessories, who is the distributor that I work for quite closely, and they ended up selling out, which has never happened before on a one-piece range.
Outstanding.
So that was awesome. It was awesome to see girls getting into, you know, leather gear and actually protect themselves up. So I've done a few talks around. I've asked girls what do they want to see. A lot of it is the sizing range. So having a distributor that's really focused on listening and not just bringing in the small sizes or the petite sizes, but bringing in something that caters for all of us is really quite important. Shoes, boots, gloves, helmets, you know, it was a very limited range before and they're trying to expand, but a lot of it is demand. If the girls aren't demanding it or aren't asking the distributors to indent it, they simply don't know that they need to get it. And because a lot of our girls are now going overseas to get all their gear, you'll find one of two things happens. They go overseas, they get it in, it fits great, but then no local shops know, so no New Zealand distributors know, so it's never going to be ordered. And then you've got the other end of the spectrum where they go overseas, get it in and it doesn't fit. And then it's all back to square one and you can't send it back, or you can, but it's going to be expensive. So it's just been a very big push to cater for more ladies' gear, and I get really excited when I do get a call from the Derby reps being like, hey Amber, can you come in? We've got next season's gear up. Can you come and have a look? Can you try it on? Can you let us know what you think is going to be a good selling point, a bad selling point? So Oxford leggings. Now all the girls know about Oxford leggings because they went like wildfire when they turned up because they fit such a wide variety of people. The big thing with them, however, was MotoCap unfortunately rated them at a 1/2 star, so that turned a lot of girls away from it. So I went back to Revit and I went, we need leggings. And they looked at me and went, you all right? And then I got a call last week, Amber, we've got some leggings. And I went, great, and they went, and they've been tested to the new EN levels for the 2020 certification. I went, oh, brilliant. So they're abrasion and impact test, and they went, Plus they've got ability to add hip armour, and I went, oh, even better. So I'm really looking forward to trying those on next week because I'm hoping that they're actually listening to us and what we want to get into. So yeah.
Brilliant. We've got a lot of questions coming through.
Oh, goodness.
And I'm going to get to them very, very shortly. As I mentioned, get your questions in. #Amber. We've got a $100 MTA voucher to give away at the end of this session. But we're going to come back to the gear. And I think we're going to circle back to it with the next little topic that I want to ask you about. And I can see that sigh. You've been riding road bikes for a long time. Yep. You've been racing. You're even into dirt, which I've seen you.
Yes, yeah.
You're riding at the moment a beta?
Surprising, I've got a beta X trainer. I'm just trying to wait for one to turn up, so the stock availability is limited. But I've got a KX125 I'm riding at the moment. Hubby's got a beta 200, which I stole for the last motocross day, and actually did really well on. I'm just going to point that out. stealing hubby's bike. But yeah, I'm looking to get into a Beta X trainer, another really low seat, awesome beginner's bike, even though it is a 300. So if you're into dirt, I recommend that one.
I mentioned that though, just to point out that you're not just a single track minded kind of rider. You ride a wide variety of stuff.
Yes.
Now you're on your way to work one day. You're commuting. What are you riding?
My tried and tested 400, my baby.
A single tear rolls down the cheek. Talk us through what happened.
So I was literally probably about 1 kilometre from home at an intersection, and the intersection was a bit interesting because you can't probably see it on camera, but it falls back like that. So if the road goes like that, the street that I'm coming out of is literally almost parallel to it. Like it feels like a U-turn when you're coming around it. So I was at the intersection and I had a big new style highest van in front of me. And I was like, cool, sitting there jamming away to my music, getting really excited about my commute. And the van goes forward. And I'm like, great, the van's gone. So I head check right and I go, cool, I will take that gap. Yes. So full throttle, first gear, go for gold. And what I hadn't realised was the van right in front of me, even though he was over the line, he had come to a dead stop. So I went full throttle, first gear, into the back of a van, completely dented the tank on my bike with my pelvis, then kind of handstand flipped onto the roof of the van, almost snapped my leg in half.
That's a long way up.
That's how much force it was. Like people go, oh, you're only in first gear, you weren't going that fast. I'm going, no, but it wasn't the speed, it was the inertia of the impact that completely sort of flipped me up. So kind of bounced back down, was unconscious for a few minutes, came round. By then emergency services had arrived, and big ups to emergency services, where the fire brigade, police, ambulance, all there, ready to go, like don't move. So initially when they looked at me and they looked at the damage on the bike and they looked at the damage on the van, and they came back and said, right, it looks like you've broken your C2, it looks like you've broken your pelvis, and it looks like you've broken your leg. So by that point I'm sitting there going, am I ever going to walk again? By the time I'd gotten to hospital, they did emergency x-rays on the spot. So I was treated as, North Shore Hospital didn't want to take me. They redirected me to Auckland because they're like, this is trauma. By the time I got in there, they're going like, you're way too chipper to have just been in an accident. I'm like, it's probably the green whistle you gave me. But they did x-rays and they were like, okay, yeah, it looks like you've definitely broken your C2, you've broken your pelvis, your leg looks to be bruised. And they were shocked because the dent in the roof of the van from where my leg had gone was quite substantial, and they were convinced it would have been snapped in half. But my race boots I happened to be wearing that day completely saved that. And then by the time they did a full CT scan, they came back and said, only your pelvis is dislodged, we have no idea, but everything else is fine. And like they saw the impact through my helmet, so the inner lining of my helmet had completely compressed. That's how hard my head went into it. And I was back at work literally a few days later, hobbling around a wee bit, but that's all right. And I just sat there, and the doctors and surgeons and all the specialists are going to me, you are so lucky to be alive. And I just sit there and go, the fact that it was only 1K from 1K from home, it's, again, I dressed, even though I was just commuting down the road, I dressed for the slide and I didn't just dress for the ride.
So what you're saying is the damage on the bike and the van and everything else, it all said that you should have had worse injuries than you did, and you can attribute that to the gear you were wearing.
Absolutely. If I was in just like casual pair of shoes, if I was in casual tights, if I was in a casual jacket, and if I had decided to sort of go with a cheapish helmet like the $99 specials that you get, I have no idea where I would be today. I was very lucky that my leather jacket sat over my pelvis, so sort of protected it to an extent. My big thing was my race boots, and because they came up past the ankle, I was able to protect my leg. So if I hadn't had that and I'd just been wearing shoes, I would have literally snapped my leg in half. Like the bruise on it for weeks afterwards was quite substantial, but it wasn't broken. But absolutely, gear completely saved my life. And when people go, I'm just going down to the supermarket, or I'm just going, down to the local shops or the dairy, you have to sit there and go, well, hold on a minute. This accident literally happened like a kilometre from my house, and it was my fault. It wasn't the van's fault, and it wasn't another driver's fault. It was simply my fault for just thinking that I was so experienced that I didn't need to head check twice over, that I'd seen a van go, and I was confident that I had it.
Brilliant. Okay, well, we've got a lot of questions coming through.
Okay.
And some of them are marked as really important. So, and I don't mean to, I'm going to stop now. What should women say to riding gear shops about their needs? Are there any specific things stores could be reminded of?
Big thing is sizing. So you've primarily got shops that unfortunately are run by men, and that's just how it is. There's a couple of shops where we've got girls in there, but they tend to be men. So I have gone out to Derby, so they're the distributors of Revit, and I've gone to them, hey guys, here's a sizing chart. So when we walk in, ladies, we know what size we are: 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Carry on, carry on. And I have done charts for both the Xena 2, the Xena 3 jackets plus the Xena 3 one piece, and I've provided them to a lot of the stores that do carry Revit. And I've gone, if a woman walks in and goes, I'm a size 8, they can go, great, we know what jacket you are. And then I've done the exact same thing for the pants as well. So that way we're actually accommodating general terms, instead of you walk in there and they go, oh, you might be a 34, you might be a 42, you might be a 44. If you had asked me that 4 years ago, I would have looked at you and gone, I don't really know. But a big thing is pushing back on the guys. They need to contact their distributors. They need to get involved. The distributors that I work with quite closely, if they have a question from a female on gear, they will pick up the phone and they will give me a call. Amber, can you help out with this? Can you give us a recommendation? And they should be doing that, or they should at least have the information available.
Brilliant. What is the best way to make sure you get the bike gear that fits you as a female rider?
Trying it on. Girls, as much as it's not going to look attractive and would like to look really sexy while riding our bikes, it's about safety first. And I remember when I first got my set of leathers, I went, oh my gosh, I look like the Michelin Man. That's exactly how you want it to be. You want it to be snug and tight, because if it is leather, it is going to stretch. If it's textiles, it's not going to stretch. So you're going to want to make sure that what you're trying on in the store then and there is something that is going to fit you for the rest of your riding life. Leather's a little bit different. You want them to stretch. Most stores now have like a little metal bike in place that you can actually jump on. Get the gear on, jump on the fake bike, or even walk outside and go and jump on your bike before you make that big purchase decision, because a lot of people don't realise that when you're standing there and you're like, oh yeah, this is really comfortable, but as soon as you jump on your bike, you're like, oh goodness, I've got it. I didn't realise my Alpine Star suit at the time that I initially started with. I was like, this is great. Standing in the store, it fits, it fits, it fits. It wasn't until I got to the track I realised that the armour was so big on my shoulders that it started cutting into the tops of my shoulders and I had bruises. If I'd gone and taken the time to sit on my bike, I would have realised that. So again, for fitting gear, you need to really go in and try it. I know girls try to buy online. I have provided guides to girls that are buying online and gone, if you're this size, this is what's going to be the equivalent to fit. And 9 times out of 10, it has worked. But a big thing is just trying.
Questions coming through thick and fast. Remember to get them in. Hashtag Amber in the comment box. You'll be in the draw to win that $100 MTA gift voucher. Here's one on YouTube from, and I don't know how to pronounce this name, D3AG13.
Right.
Do you have any recommendations for plus size women? Often you have to buy men's gear which doesn't fit a woman's shape.
Yep, absolutely. So plus size women is something that I'm sort of pushing back on distributors with at the moment, because they go, oh, well, there's not enough demand of it, we're not going to bring it in. And I'm going, well, actually there is, but the problem is that no one's ever supplied it to see what that demand could be. Girls, protection is paramount, but at the moment there is not a lot of leathers in stock in your sizes. So the next best would be your jeans or your leggings. They are offering them in bigger sizes because they are so popular. They've got the ability to extend their range. When it comes to boots, someone asked me a question earlier about lace-up boots. To be fair, there's not too much difference between men and ladies' boots. It's really just whether one has pink or not on it. So boots, I'm kind of like, men or ladies, go for gold. Gloves, ladies' gloves tend to fit a little bit better than men's. They're not so bulky. Jackets are the hard part. You can get larger jackets, but you end up going to be going into a textile, so it's whether you want to affect that safety rating or not. The big thing is pushing back on your retail stores and going to them, get me an indent order, I want to indent order this. See what you can fit in the store. So if you go, okay, this is a size 16 equivalent and it's too small, but I feel like I could go 2 sizes up, you can actually go to your store and be like, can you indent this order for me? 9 times out of 10, they'll be like, yep, not a problem. They will go to the distributor and the distributor will order that for you. Yes, it's a custom order and you've got to wait a wee while, but you get the gear that fits.
So the idea is just to make sure you're trying it on and it fits.
Yeah, but if it's not available to you to try and find something that's as close as possible to it. and then go, okay, I know deep down that I'm going to want to size up 2 sizes up, or I'm going to want to size down, and then go back to them.
Now, just before we dive into the next question here, which is coming through on Facebook, you've brought some armour in with you. What have you got there?
Yes. So a lot of people chat about, like I know Chris went into depth about safety gear and how the European testing standards and MotoCap are quite different. I have done a lot of research and I've worked very closely with distributors on this. So a lot of people go, oh, okay, my leggings have not come up to standard with the impact testing and I'm wanting to beef them up. So these are literally CE level 1 impact protection, which is very squishy and very soft, and something that I have added to my leggings. Is that
a hip protector, is it?
Yeah, it can be hip. You can use it in your knee. You can use it wherever you want. So I've got one of these in my knees, and then I've got in my hips, just in my leggings. So girls, I do ride in leggings for casual wear, and that just adds a little bit more element of protection. A lot of it as well was just back protectors. You will notice that jackets do not come with back protectors these days. You have to buy them separately. And it's just being reminded that back protectors, you want at least CE level 2 on them, and the latest testings as well. So it was more just bringing them in case there were any questions about gear. And then you've got your elbow and your knee protection here as well, which again can slot into any of your leggings.
What would you like to know about Brent Gare?
Sorry?
Sorry, just getting live. But yeah, just something that you can slot in and make your gear a little bit safer. A lot of girls don't realise that they can do that. But literally you'll see me when I crashed in my Oxford leggings. I know that they've been rated poorly, but they really did look after me. And all I did was chuck some extra knee armour and chuck some hip armour in. And for me, I felt a little bit safer in them.
Now this might be a stupid question. Is there any differences in helmet? Is a helmet for a guy the same as a helmet for a girl? And what helmet did you crash in versus what do you usually wear?
Okay, so helmets are helmets. Whether you're male or female, there's not going to be too much difference. Again, you want to get a helmet that fits, and people go, oh, helmets are all the same. Actually, no, they're not. They're all for different shaped heads. Like I know for me, I don't fit an Arai and I don't fit a Bell, but I do know that I fit a Shoei and an HJC. So unfortunately, the helmet I crashed in was my very favourite Shoei, and I had imported it from Australia, again, because distributors didn't want to bring in the design I wanted, which is a very feminine design. And I crashed in that, so now it's just kind of on the wall, looking pretty. And then I've gone to HJC. The big thing is the sizing. Girls tend to be extra small or small, but what we've noticed manufacturers doing now is they'll compound sort of shell sizes and they'll just change the linings. So if you go to them, oh, I really like this helmet, and they go, okay, well, we've got it in a medium shell, but you know, that medium shell does interact with sort of extra small, small or medium lining. You can actually, I mean, I've done this before with my motocross helmets. You can buy the shell and then you go to them, you just order an extra set of lining or pads for me, and you just slot the slightly bigger ones in, and it makes it a tighter fit.
Marvellous. Elijah Dakin says, Amber, what is the best or cheapest bike to get into racing with?
Ooh, the Hyosung Cup's pretty good. So, I mean, my bike cost me $1,800, excluding all the repairs now. $1,800 to get into, and it was a really cheap series for me to start out on. So I really, really recommend that. And then stepping up from that, you've sort of got the super lights that you can get into as well. So just your little Super Sport 300 bikes. But really, the Hyosung Cup is probably the best introductory racing series that you can do for a beginner. You've got a lot of help around you, a lot of people. Yes, the grid is big, but it teaches you to either push back or pass quite quickly. But really cheap, easy to get into. Hyosung GTRs are sort of running around the place left, right and centre. And if you don't want to run a Hyosung, then you can always run a 400, and there are plenty of crash 400s around, including my own.
Louise asks on YouTube, Amber, do you think ladies should do a track day? Which would it help them with cornering and confidence on the road?
I am an absolutely huge advocate for getting ladies out on track. So in 2020, Kawasaki and I did run a ladies only group. And what this did was just provided an environment away from sort of the testosterone to get ladies out to do their own thing. Track time is by far the best way that you can learn, and that's simply because it's in a safe environment. And people need to remember track days are not racing days. If you had a race day, it's completely different. Track days, you go at your own pace and don't be pressured by anyone. But it gives you the time to really focus on your cornering and your braking and your acceleration abilities. And it gives you that point in the track at the exact same time. So you're going, oh, I'm not quite getting that corner right. You can go back round it 10 times until you feel like you finally got that corner right. So absolutely, it'll help not just your riding on the road, but it'll help your riding in general.
Brilliant. Barry Leach says, what crash or near miss has taught you the most about motorcycle safety?
Ooh, what crash? This is probably a bad one, but I was on my 636 out sort of Maraetai way, going around the windies there, and I got a little bit too big for my boots and overshot a corner, and literally 5-6 seconds later a van had come the other way, and that really brought me back down to earth and made me realise that I'm on the road, I'm not on the track, I need to be riding sensibly, and that kind of pushed my riding primarily back to the track again. And it's just those, like, that reminder there where, oh goodness, you know, that could have ended really, really badly, just sets us back. Like, I see all these guys going out and doing the Coro loops and getting like really amped and really excited for it. But so many accidents happen now, and I mean, we've seen the ACC rates, that's why we're here today. Keep it on the track, guys. Like, there's so much free space for you to go and have fun. And sometimes just a little scare is enough to sort of go, oh, I need to realise that. But for me, it wasn't even my crash that set me on that path. It was actually just my near miss.
Shane Carmichael asks on YouTube, how do you get back your confidence after a crash?
Ooh, it took me months. And people today go, Amber, you're not really posting much on Instagram. And I'm going, no, because I don't really feel that confident on the 636. So my crash was on the 400, which is a bike I am in love with and I could ride all day, every day and do anything on. But to now have that bike taken away from me, and the bike that's bringing me back into riding is the 636, it took me probably about 4 months before I put my leg back over it. And I remember the first time that I got on, it was a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, a lot of questions in my mind going, is the same thing going to happen? What am I going to do? I don't know how to ride. But it was just pushing through that and actually just being around like-minded people that knew about my accident and that wanted to support me and to get back into it. And the first few rides were with friends, and I needed that. If I had gone out by myself, I probably would have freaked out. But because I had friends there that were ready to encourage me, that didn't want to go too fast, that didn't care about cornering, that were just like, let's just go down to the beach. I think baby steps, and eventually you'll just kind of get your mojo back and you get back into it.
Now, people are loving and really resounding to what you're putting out on social media.
Yeah.
Before we dive into the next question, how do people find you if they, like, we've got a lot of female viewers going by.
Yeah.
How do they find you? How do they get in touch with you?
So primarily I am on Instagram. I do apologise, I'm not a big Facebook user, but Instagram is where I generally interact. I've got a couple of reviews up on YouTube, just primarily with bikes, so not with gears, and then I've got my website. So moving forward, I'll be trying to put as many gear reviews as possible on my website, so girls can actually read a genuine Kiwi's view on gear and what's available in the New Zealand market. But Instagram, you'll catch my stories, you'll catch my posts. That's where I tend to be. So at chaotic.blonde is where to find me.
Brilliant. Amber, thank you very much, Chaotic Blonde. We're going to poke you back into the Q&A hole for the next few minutes. Apologies if we didn't get to your question, but Amber, if you wouldn't mind, just type in a few responses for us.
Yeah, absolutely. More than happy to.
Okay, we are marching on. We are, what are we, 10 to 4. We've got a prize draw to do, and hopefully someone's given me a name. That'll come through in a moment. Let's catch up with Jay, actually, in the Q&A area. Jay,
here we go. Well, there's a truckload of questions. You've been firing them in, and I said that I would get as many of these answered as I possibly could. So we're going to rattle through them at a rapid rate of knots. And we're going to start with, what's the most important one thing you always do before you start your ride? And I'm going to throw that to you, Avalon.
Or I'm going to say put my gear on. Yeah, put gear from head to toe. Don't miss a thing.
Dave Kilty, if I could throw that same question to you.
First thing I do is, it would be all about gear, making sure gear's right, the bike's right, we're ready to go.
What is trail braking? Who wants to take this one?
Oh, look, there's all terrified looks.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Trail braking is carrying particularly the front brake all the way into the corner. We do it on the racetrack. Honestly, I carry the front brake all the way to the apex, but I've got really good tyres, hot tyres, race suspension, and it's possible on the racetrack. I personally wouldn't recommend it for the road. Do your braking as much as you can before the corner, and if you need to drag a little bit of front or rear braking because you've gone in too hot, you can, but it needs to be in proportion to the lean angle that you're carrying. So the more lean you've got, the less brake you can have on. So, yeah, probably wouldn't recommend it for the road.
Perfectly answered. Are ape hangers dangerous? I'm going to throw this to Sergeant Souter because he's a massive ape hanger riding.
Well, I mean, some of us are apes, so you've got to have them, you know. Look, in all honesty, if the bike is set up correctly and done, I know of some people who have actually gone to handlebars that are up here and they're more comfortable that way. As we get older, we get less flexible and all that sort of stuff. But you've got to set it up, and you've got to get somebody that knows what they're doing with it. And have them set up, and then you've got to be sure that your controls and everything still work, and just ride appreciating where you are sitting in that particular position.
I guess another question to fire your way is, how dangerous is a locked rear wheel in an emergency stop? You would have come across this a number of times in accident situations.
I mean, yeah. The locked rear wheels aren't obviously as bad as locked front wheels. Locked front wheels, you're going down. Locked rear wheels, you know, get off the brake, reapply, try and work that system, because when it's locked, it gets slippery and we will see at crash scenes what we call the lazy S, which is the tyre mark that just goes in a lazy S, and generally at the end of it there is a whole bunch of scratch marks where the bike's gone down because that tyre has slipped out from underneath the rider and they go down. Buy a bike with ABS, it doesn't become a problem then.
Dave Keelty, how do I know when I'm ready for a gold course?
Oh, how do you know? I think one thing is you want to be been riding around for a little while. It's not something you want to jump straight into. So you want to be confident of riding at speeds like 100 k's at speed. You've done a lot of riding out in the country roads so that you can handle your bike pretty well. Once you're confident that you're able to handle your bike and you want to step up to the next level, give it a go. The best option to find out whether or not you really are ready, self-assessment is one thing. Have a word with your local provider, the person that's actually going to take the course. Talk to them about your level of riding, what you're used to doing, and they'll give you your best guidance.
Straight back to you again, Dave. I've had a stressful experience with training and feel a lot of pressure on a course. How can I make sure a Ride Forever course will be a good experience and one that I'll want to do again?
Oh, absolutely. This goes back to what I've just said previously. Talk to the coach. Talk to the provider about what it is that you found difficult, what caused that pressure last time. Make sure that you're not going to end up in the same situation again. Talk about what it was, how you can maybe alleviate that. Your local provider, the coach that's going to take you through, is going to give you the best advice.
Question here from Tony Stevens on Facebook. I'll probably throw it to you, Amber. I dropped my helmet from waist high, unfortunately. I haven't used it since and I cannot see any damage, but who knows about the damage inside? Realistically, how much damage is caused to a helmet from one drop? Thanks, mates.
Unfortunately, quite a lot, and people don't realise this. So until you pull the lining out of the inside of that helmet, if you have a look inside, the lining actually compresses, and yes, a single drop will do that, and all it does is compromise the rest of the safety around that. So the strength and structure is all compromised together. So as they say, one drop and you're out, and unfortunately that's just how it's going to be. And that's not because we're being mean or stores are wanting you to spend more money. It's genuinely because we want you to protect your head.
Gas, would you be running a dropped helmet? Have you had that, how protective are you when obviously you have got a high chance of meeting something at pace with your face?
I am unfortunately a clumsy person, and I've had a few near misses. My partner doesn't let me anywhere near his race helmet. It's like I'm trying to help load the van and he's like taking his helmet back off me to make sure I don't drop it. So pretty careful. It's really a cringe moment when people put their helmet upside down on a table. Definitely look after those lids just as much as you look after your head.
Another question for Dave from Emma McIntosh. What is the most commonly avoidable accident you see motorcyclists involved in on the road, and how could it be prevented? I might even maybe back it up by bringing it over to Sarge as well.
Most commonly would probably be running into the back of other vehicles. You really want to check out the following distance. You see a lot of riders right up close looking for a way to get past, or and it's just not giving yourself enough time to react. So anything within that range, going into the back of something, but anything that you're getting close to something, you're putting yourself at risk straight away.
Amber could probably extrapolate further out on that as well. Absolutely. Meeting the back of a vehicle, would you like to give us your first-hand experience of the love-making that you did to a van on your motorcycle?
Yeah, even though it was really slow speed and it was something that was what I regard as a very silly accident, a lot of it is just the attention span, and you go out there thinking that, you know, it's the cage's fault and it's everyone else's fault on the road and everyone else is there to kill you. And in the same vein, it's like, well, hold on a minute, I didn't just tend to look twice, I looked once. So a lot of that is just going back to reality and thinking about the hazards around you. And literally, it's not, everyone always says, look for those that are out to kill you, when really it's you should be looking for your own hazards.
Yeah, making sure that you're not one of those people.
Yeah, and you don't want to end up in the back of a van. I can testify to that.
Yeah. It's not fun to put yourself through the handlebars and then end up on the roof of a van. What about you, Sarge? What have you seen?
All the international studies show that in a majority of motorcycle crashes, the motorcycle is the striking vehicle, so we're striking something now. Sometimes that's because people pull out on us, but we are in control of ourselves, or should be, so we should moderate our speed, moderate our direction, be looking for those escape routes. That's the sort of thing that we need to be doing as motorcyclists to prevent these things from happening.
This one's for you, Jim. We just had a very robust discussion in this while Amber was next door. What are your thoughts on lane splitting?
Do it safely.
What does do it safely consist of?
Do it safely, so have consideration of the speed of the vehicles around you, making sure that you are watching. There's places where you simply should not lane split, especially when lanes merge, and you'll see people do it, and they don't slow down in the wet. There's a number of silly things that people do when they're lane splitting, which when you think about it, it's just ridiculous. You shouldn't be doing it anyway, whether you were lane splitting or not. So basic safety factors, making sure that you are looking between those vehicles if you're going to be doing it. And yeah, you shouldn't be going too much faster than the traffic around you.
Yeah, so what would you, if you were to have 3 guidelines that you would say that you would throw to that, if you were just to have them at top of mind?
Pick your place, pick your speed for a nice safe speed that's not too fast, and be very mindful of be prepared to stop. And if you can't stop in half the distance that's clear in front of you, then you're going too fast.
Lockie, from a police standpoint, I guess you would see this quite a bit, especially you ride motorcycles yourself. I know that we've talked about it. It's not something that you really do.
No, well, I don't mind. I consider my bike to be too wide, but following on from what Jim said, I think that the foundation for lane splitting comes from the road user rule, which basically says how you can overtake. And the first thing that it says is it has to be done, any overtaking, whether it be lane splitting or not, has to be done safely with due consideration for others. So unless you can meet those 2 criteria for whatever it's the location or the speed, traffic conditions, if you can't meet that, then don't do it. If you do that, then you're not going to annoy somebody else, and you should be able to pull it off reasonably safely. Then you do your left to your right overtake. Yeah.
In bigger cities where everyone kind of files in behind one another and starts a big conga line of a lane split, would you suggest that it's a good idea to be running hazards, no hazards, just sit on the rev limiter? What do you suggest and how to do it safely from a police standpoint?
We don't, well, to be honest, down in Christchurch, I don't see a lot of it. It sounds like it's more these the big city folk that see it. So I've heard a variation of all of those things. I think personally these things here, your eyes, looking for other things. You need to look out for what's ahead of you and whether you can pull something off safely yourself. You can, you put on whatever lights you like, but unless people are looking for you, they won't see it, and so you need to be looking after number one.
Dave, you've never lane split ever in your entire motorcycle career, so I'd probably just ask you for statistics and around it.
You're absolutely right. However, statistics that surround lane splitting, that might have been a slight white lie.
I'm waiting for the bolt of lightning.
Everybody doesn't need to laugh though, come on. Statistics for lane splitting, we don't have them at the end of the day. There isn't a that I'm aware of anywhere that you could go in and find something that's specific to a lane splitting. You might find that there's some lost control in a straight line, or there's all sorts of different things that the police can write up.
Overtaking.
Yeah, overtaking, whatever. But there certainly isn't anything that we can identify specific to lane splitting. Not that I'm aware of, unless these fine gentlemen can prove me otherwise.
No, it's not. It essentially comes down to overtaking. So any sort of crash that occurs during an overtaking manoeuvre, that's what it would come into, yeah. So it'd just be one of the categories.
Avalon, question for you. What is countersteering? How do I learn to countersteer without falling off?
shouldn't be too hard to learn because you do it anyway. It's how you turn a motorcycle. So whether you are aware that you're doing it or not, you will be. It's essentially pushing on the right-hand handlebar to turn right, which is not what you'd think you'd do. But basically the speed and leaning your bike over or turning, gyroscopic force I think is the term, means that you push on that right-hand handlebar to turn right or the left-hand handlebar to turn left. So best advice, just when you're out riding, just give a little, if you're going through a right-hand corner, give a slight push on that right-hand bar and you'll notice that the bike turns a lot tighter. Be careful because if you do it hard enough, like you will cross the centre line on accident. So in a safe, controlled environment, but just practice putting a bit more force on those bars.
What is it, this is to the whole panel, what is the one thing that you see motorcyclists do that you just go, you know, you're giving us all a bad name? Maybe it's something that they wear, maybe it's something that they do, maybe it's something that we could improve on. Did you want to go first there, Dave? I saw your hand up there, mate.
Yeah, why not? I'm happy to have a quick chat.
Yes.
Okay,
thanks. Moving on to Avalon. Let me just pull up a chair.
This could take a while. From my perspective, I think the one thing that many motorcyclists get wrong is the lines through corners. You see it all the time. Jay, you know, we have been on a ride together and we watched the guy in front of us.
You sound like you're about to throw me under the bus there.
I am there. Yeah. I am a little.
No, we did. It was absolutely terrifying to see.
Yeah, so for me it is about lines that people take and looking where you need to go rather than looking at the floor.
Probably to probably back up what you were saying, what we did see was just some horrendous riding from a person in a leather jerkin with fingerless gloves on and a skull cap sort of helmet, looking really cool on a very shiny large bike. They had a pillion passenger that would have been completely unaware of the danger that she was in for being on the back of this motorcycle, with a person who clearly had no idea how to ride it. Yeah. From the police point of view, the thing?
Overtaking, to be honest, that's when I have those cringy moments with usually when I'm not working and I'm in my own vehicle or whatever, having 100 metres clear visibility at the end of the manoeuvre. We all know that motorbikes can accelerate fast, brake fast, and they only need small gaps. And when bikes are sort of going along a big line of traffic, I don't like it when I see oncoming traffic and they're still overtaking, and they might get away with it, but that's not the mindset that people should be in. You don't want to be doing it where it's just enough. I've got a video of a truck being overtaken by a motorcycle, and there was another truck coming towards it. So B2B trains, and the motorbike went through a gap in the middle that was no wider than 10 feet. Yeah, and when that video was shown to him, he went, but the look on his wife's face was gold because she realised how close that she was to losing her husband, so overtaken.
Just started to list that motorcycle on Trade Me. What about you, Jim?
I'm the same. Some of those overtaking manoeuvres, you just start hitting the brakes and moving to the left because you never know what's going to happen. They're just ridiculous.
Pete?
I don't want to be boring because I agree with everything that everybody's already said, but I get really annoyed at speed in build-up areas because most of the crashes occur in build-up areas. Thankfully, most of them aren't fatal. The fatals happen on the open roads because of the higher speeds, the higher energy. But we get people in town, build-up area, heaps of tin machines around. We all say that car drivers are blind and pull out on us. So what do? We go as fast as we can. And so we just, why would you go quicker towards the guy that can't see you? So it does my head in when I see guys zapping through town at high speed. You know, they're enjoying themselves, they're having a great time until they wake up in the back of the ambulance or at the hospital.
Girls, if I could throw it your way. Amber?
There was one instance where I saw a fella on a bike in his jandals, shorts, t-shirt and a bicycle helmet commuting to work, so I would say that would really...
I've saved up since then though, so... Yeah. I've got shoes now.
Yeah, but definitely like in summer, guys, I don't understand why you would want to lose your toes or your entire foot. And
he's like, now once he gets into the States, he takes his socks off because it gets too hot. Slick. Question for Dave. When stopping for a traffic light, should I shift into neutral or stay in first gear?
Good question, I guess. Stay in first gear. Absolutely. cover the rear brake if you're on a hill, stops you floating back, rolling backwards. But staying in first gear allows you to react to anything that's coming up behind you. Yeah, so I would certainly recommend first gear.
Any tips for riding in the wind? It makes me really nervous. This is from Bex Tidball. Makes me really nervous when I come past shelterbouts and get a big gust that moves me across the road. I always slow down and tuck in, but any tips would be greatly appreciated. Maybe the slighter framed individuals that are here, they could answer that question. I mean, there's probably not too much movement in the big units.
So I go over the Harbour Bridge quite a bit, and it's quite windy. I'm just trying to think. So my 400 is quite a light bike, and when I'm going over that, so it depends which way the wind's going, but I actually just sort of tuck my knees in and put pressure on the peg, so I try to lower my centre of gravity, so I'm not so windblown at the top.
Yeah, and I'd say that I'd also just jump in with positioning on the road, like give yourself room, try figure out what direction the wind's coming from. We do it on track all the time, and I've found it transfers really well over to the road. Like if you're overtaking a truck, give yourself heaps of room so that, you know, if you do get moved a little bit by the wind, you've got space.
You look like you're about to say something there.
Yeah, there's a thing that we used to talk about quite a lot. Making sure that you're actually relaxed is really, really important. If you tension up and you stiffen up on the bike and you're pushed by the wind, you're likely to be steering the bike, and so you'll steer it out to where you don't want to be. So making sure that you've actually got a light touch on the handlebars, and like Amber says, clamping the tank with your knees, putting a bit of weight on the pegs certainly helps.
There is no shortage of questions that are still coming in. I know that there's still a little bit more time for our professionals on the panel to answer these. I know they're trying their very best to get to every single one of them. That'll draw it to a conclusion on the fast, quick fire. Let's have a chat to Dave and drag things out much longer. We're going to cross straight back to Ray in the studio, where I'll be joining him shortly. Thank you very much, I guess, once again to all of our panelists. You are fantastic. The knowledge has been incredible. Thank you for sharing.
What a day it's been so far. Crikey, we've got through a lot, haven't we? Got a lot of answers out there as well. So that's fantastic. Thank you very much for all your questions. Keep them rolling in. The team over in the Q&A session will be hating me for encouraging you to ask more questions. We have a prize winner for our mechanics section. I'm not sure if I said it before. Grant Atkinson, congratulations. You picked up the $600 service voucher for your question about tingly fingers. We had a prize pack, a $100 MTA gift voucher to be given away with questions relating to Amber's segment. Congratulations to D3AG13 on YouTube. I'm sure that means something, and if you want to let us know what that means, great. You've picked yourself up the $100 MTA voucher, and we've got another $100 MTA voucher to be given away for a question or comment with our Q&A session that Jay just took. G'day, Jay. Welcome back to the studio, mate.
This is a bit la-di-da, isn't it? Hey, fancy in here. Look at you go.
So $100 MTA voucher going out to Gary Reeves with a question about how dangerous is a locked rear wheel in an emergency stop. Jay, we've got one more thing to do, mate, and that is this massive prize pack over behind you. Let's come with me. Come on.
Get my carcass out of the way.
Hey, we've got a Markov prize pack. We've got, these are cool, Monimoto. It's a GPS tracker for your bike.
Talk us through how that works.
So basically, you've got a thing wired into your bike. You've got a dongle on your keys. And if your bike is started and your keys aren't registered near you, it'll send you a text message and tell you where your bike is.
Very handy bit of kit.
We've got a hydration pack, a set of tyres to the value of $600. We've got a tubeless tyre repair kit, MTA gift voucher, and a digital tyre pressure gauge there. That is going out to, and if I get my details correct on this side, somebody who asked a question or comment in the second half of the show, major prize pack winner. Congratulations to Dan Burrell, who asked a question on codes on tyres.
Oh yeah, mate, I didn't even know that. You can have a look on there and it's got a little 4-digit number which lets you know the week and the year in which it was produced. And if it's a 3-digit number, it means that it was produced before the year 2000, so you should get rid of them.
Brilliant.
The things
sort of everything, aren't they?
Hey, the things we learn. It's been a massive day. What a fantastic job that you've done, Ray. Absolutely delivered. With,
you did well running up and down the hill from the testing grounds as well.
Oh, I can lie to you, mate. I took a little electric van. You just didn't hear me. It was the little battleship that we peeled out in. But it wouldn't have happened without a huge effort. Massive thanks to every single one of you that has been watching throughout the day, ducking back in and out, asking all of the questions and engaging with our panellists. we've got a list of thank yous to go through.
We do. Thank you very much to Dan Ornsby, Karen Bidwell and Duncan Seed, who were our trainers on the panel today. Also, a massive thank you to Sam McCafferty, Kevin Williams, Dr. Chris Hurren, Amber Early, aka Chaotic Blonde, Avalon Biddle, Lockie, Ross and Peter for joining us on the Q&A session and out on the testing grounds today as well. Don't forget to do a Ride Forever course. Sign up for a Ride Forever course, complete it within 6 months, and you're in the draw to win that summer riding package thanks to Ride Forever. It's a set of tyres to the value of $600, a WAF Rego to value of $500, MTA gift voucher to $500 and a service voucher to $600 as well.
Also, don't forget to send in your challenge videos to the Ride Forever Facebook page. I know that you're going to be giving it a red hot go. The 10-metre cone's marked out, seeing if you could stretch it out. The longer the time, the better you're doing. It is a control challenge, and then also the big S's as well. It's all at the Ride Forever Facebook page where you can check out how far to put apart the cones and how you can upload your video to show off to your mates and see who's the best.
Thanks very much to our team behind the scenes here today, as well as ACC, Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, New Zealand Police. I'm sure I'm forgetting some people. We're about to wrap up today, but we welcome you to stay on and fill out a survey. Let us know how we did today. Did we give you the information you need? What can we do better? Fill out that survey. You'll go on the draw for a $100 MTA gift voucher as well. That pretty much wraps us up, Jay.
It does indeed. Remember that Shiny Side Up and the Ride Forever course is done so that we can be better, we can be a safer riding community, and it is a place where you can have your voice heard, where you can make suggestions. They do get taken on board. This is something that's very specific to New Zealand, and it doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, so we need to make the most of it. Get along, get your mates together, do the Ride Forever courses, and make sure that you get home Shiny Side Up. Thank you very much, Ray, a consummate professional. It's been awesome doing this with you, and of course to every single one of you that's joined us. Thank you very, very much.